Chapter 48, Anarchy Rules. Grumpy Vivi was a new thing. This was a girl who simply didn't get cranky over much of anything. She was the youngest on the crew, thus making her the least jaded to everything, and she was a delight to be around. Everyone loved her. She was the brightest spot any of the foxhound pirates would find on a bleak day. She was gentle and forgiving, and even when stressed she usually got over it quick enough to remain the emotional anchor of the group. As her temperament went, so did the attitudes of the natural disaster denizens more or less. After he'd returned, Naruto noticed this. He carried a sleeping Nojiko to her bed from the infirmary for rest in a more comfortable environment and found everyone except for Polly and Perona inside the common area playing cards, sans Vivi. Playing cards? The most mundane activity he could think of for people that he knew for a fact were anything but? He had expected something more actiony, but no. They were sitting and behaving like scolded children. Big, and in Miss Valentine's case, sexy, scolded children. Upon heading outside he then found the misplaced princess sulking at the helm with Karu keeping her company. Apparently running the ship was her favorite thing to do when she wanted to think. While putting Nojiko to bed he'd already created a clone to give Vivi orders as to where they were sailing to, and he left that clone out there powering the wind from the seals in the sails, but she was just so grumpy that it hadn't tried talking to her. Angry women were dangerous, and while Naruto clone didn't think that Vivi would ever physically lash out at any of her friends, one could never be too careful. "Are you still mad I left Soren in charge?" Naruto eventually asked after checking in with the clone he had powering the chakra-based speed boost of the ship. If Nojiko was down there really wasn't anyone else I could put in that spot. Vivi had a good head on her shoulders, but she still lacked leadership experience. Granted, Naruto didn't know how she was ever going to get any if no one let her try, but the middle of a battle wasn't really the place to throw her into the fire to test her chops on that front. "I'm not mad," Vivi said stubbornly. That was all she'd been saying all day, to Naruto, to his clone, to others that were brave enough to endure a Vivi stare down. To everyone. Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes. She was so passive-aggressive. Now was just as good a time as any to try and massage that mood a bit. "I got you a present, remember?" That was right. The clone Soren killed before the fight with Capone Beach said something about that. Suddenly her mood shifted and her eyes lit up, partially in excited anticipation, partially in suspicion. He trained her, and he was not to be trusted, really? "Yep," Naruto said with an extremely pleased grin as he pulled out a scroll. "I worked on them while we were staying with the Toads." It wasn't so hard. Apparently when he was blitzed off of his ass on the Toad's stash of sake he had stupid good ideas and no filter between scheme and action. He continued after sobering up because it had been a good idea. In a puff of smoke, Naruto presented to Vivi what looked like a pair of her jewel weapons of choice, only with the sharp edges coated in some sort of grayish material. "What is this?" Vivi asked, curiously running her finger along what she felt was the safe portion of one of her newly adjusted dangerously edged weapon. "Samahata's scales," Naruto told her, seemingly excited just to let that much slip. "Yeah, sometimes Samahata sheds. And he can touch Logia users if the fight with Akiji is anything to go off of, so I figured why not give you a shot at protecting yourself better?" Vivi went wide-eyed before letting out a happy squeal and giving Naruto a huge hug. She was quite the emotive princess. "That's so great. Thank you, Naruto. How did you think of it?" Naruto just shrugged instead of answering. Really, how couldn't he have thought of it? Between fighting tooth and nail with Akiji, Kizaru almost killing the lot of his crew because they couldn't even touch him, and tangling with Smoker several times, Logia Devil Fruit users were a pain in the ass. Polly, Yasaku, and Johnny had learned about hockey. Nojiko had her elemental guns and snap senses. Miss Valentine had her special umbrella and devil fruit powers. Soren had his devil fruit powers and Rokushiki. Murat wasn't a fighter to begin with, but she had funk freed just in case. Perona could hide her body and fight as an astral projection. Everyone else had their own way to defend themselves for the most part. Vivi was talented. She was middle of the pack in regards to speed and she could certainly dodge better than any of them. Her weapon could cut through most objects, but when she came up against Logias that didn't give her much in terms of actually fighting back. Even with the talent she had developed, it was ineffective when it would just go through someone's body without hurting them. Now these won't drain chakra the way Samahata does, but they do still affect energy, which is why they'll work. "I tested the scales themselves," Naruto continued to explain, pushing Vivi off of her hug. "They're still good for you. And swords don't shed very often, so you're pretty lucky." Vivi wanted to counter with, "Swords don't shed ever," but she was too happy at her upgrade to care about the rules of reality that kept being broken around her. "I'll take good care of them," really, she meant it, and replaced the normal pair that she kept around her waist as belts with them. "You took me in to keep the world government from holding something over my nation. you try to teach me every day to be a stronger leader. You're making it really hard not to. Ugh. Great. Her first real crush was on her mentor. Sure, because that wasn't awkward to try and come to grips with. Naruto waved the whole thing off. It was just a gift that he thought she would like and figured she could use. She could do whatever she wanted with them. I'm just glad I could make you smile a little bit. Cue a heartfelt smile of his own, directed right at her. Critical hit. Ehehehe. Damn it. She was a princess. She was taught to have poise and dignity in any situation. Naruto even told her to always keep her head no matter what. He'd driven it into her head nonstop after her little episode of faltering confidence in the crew with the world nobles. Ugh, stop it. It was so mean of him to leave a furiously blushing Vivi where she was at the helm. He knew full well why she was having a fit at the moment, but again, she'd have to come to him because he wasn't going to be that guy about it. So he'd leave her to her work and let her think and perhaps enjoy and practice with her present. She'd always done a good job when he'd left her to steer in the past, and she'd earned more trust after outright bullying the other crew members into acting right after Soren's battle with Capone Beach. He knew she had it in her. For some reason she was very persuasive as a voice of reason, even back in Alabasta. You could feel the girl's emotions when she spoke. It was uncanny how moving she could be. Naruto's thoughts drifted as he went back inside and found the card game between Soren, Miss Valentine, Yasaku, and Murit as Byron tinkered on a piano in the background. Polly was recovering from minor wounds, Johnny was still bedridden from his beatdown from Luffy, and Naruto wasn't about to let Nojiko get out of bed until her head didn't feel as if it were about to split open. Perona was either sleeping or trying to play with Karu. One or the other. The game had a new spectator though, as Kurama in the smallest form his adult fox path body could reach laid on his side on the thighs of Miss Valentine. The sunny blonde woman had one hand holding her cards, the other slowly stroking Kurama's pelt. What the hell? You're letting Valentine pet you? Naruto asked, watching his lazy, prideful Biju partner relax in the gorgeous woman's lap as she continued to play cards with the others. You don't let Perona even touch you. Well, this is one of the women you're sleeping with, so I figured I had better get some kind of goodwill going, Kurama said, prompting Miss Valentine to burst out in laughter at the audacity of the diminutive Biju. Besides, I told you already, I like this one. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the sight of cheese around Kurama's muzzle and the large plate of snacks on the table that was half empty. He couldn't really blame him. Miss Valentine could seriously cook. She's been hand-feeding you, hasn't she? Kurama's grin was all the answer he needed. I thought you were too dignified to be fed like Dashta. Like the superior being that I am? Kurama finished in Naruto's place. You can never be too dignified to be waited on hand and foot. No, I was gonna say, like a pet, Naruto corrected as he watched Miss Valentine feed Kurama another morsel. He turned his attention to the woman spoiling his Biju. The paws on his front legs are like hands. He can grab stuff and feed his own damn self. Miss Valentine just laughed again and gave Kurama another snack as she spoke to the fox. He's just jealous it's not him I'm feeding. Jealousy is an ugly thing, Naruto. Aha, Naruto deadpanned, forming a hand seal that immediately caused Kurama to shrink in size further. Picking the fox up by the scruff of his neck, Naruto took him outside as the rest of the present crew sat and watched until the sound of a loud splash met their ears. Seconds later, Naruto walked back inside with a smug grin on his face as he went down the hallway. Miss Valentine just had to laugh. His reaction had been ludicrous. You know, pirates throw living things that they don't like overboard all the time, Naruto. Not a pirate. Naruto shouted in return. Throwing Kurama overboard wasn't the same thing as throwing, say Karu, overboard. Kurama could always go right back to his starting point and come right back out as long as his path body had all of its chakra receiver piercings still in it. If he went too far away from Naruto it would happen automatically anyway. You're a dick, Kurama's voice echoed out inside of Naruto's head before his path body reappeared from the seal, soaked to the bone. This coming from King Dick, Naruto shot back, getting a snort out of Kurama as the fox turned an about face and headed back the way Naruto had come from. Where are you going now? Valentine-chan isn't gonna let you sit in her lap all soaked. I know, that's why I'm going to roll around in your bedsheets to dry off. By the time Naruto turned around to yell at Kurama he'd already turned a corner and had probably made it into the bed right then, the bastard. If his bed was wet and or smelled gamey that night he was going to kick his ass. That wasn't important though. What was important was the well-being of two of his crew. First and foremost Johnny, who was resting in the medic bay and who was also the closest. Peering into Murit's place of business, Naruto grinned at the sight of Johnny awake and coherent. He'd only had the crap stomped out of him several hours ago and he was already awake. The idiot brothers were tough, even by the standards of the Foxhound pirates, and things like this only serve to carve that sentiment in stone. At the moment though, he seemed markedly uncomfortable at the blonde Kuja tribe girl situated on her knees at the foot of the bed just staring at him. Naruto just hid his presence at the doorway and watched. Johnny's eyes without his sunglasses seemed permanently closed, even as he stared back at Marguerite. "Stop," he said, getting absolutely no response. "Seriously, stop it. You're freaking me out. Is there something on my face?" Actually yes, there was a lot on his face seeing as how he had to be bandaged up because of his injuries from Luffy. Seeing him looking around for something, Marguerite slowly held up the sheathed kusanagi and handed it over to him. With a grateful smile Johnny took it right from her. "I thought I heard something about you not being able to leave the Isle of Women or something like that. So what are you doing here?" "Your captain got Hebeheim to let me come so I could see if you were all right," Marguerite admitted. Honestly, being on that ship for only a few hours had been more of a rush than she'd expected. For one, it was the oddest ship she'd ever seen, and the people on it were out of their minds. Secondly, she'd been aboard while they'd been fighting a battle. That had been quite something. She was still coming down from that excitement. "Oh," Johnny said, his eyes barely opening in surprise for a moment before going shut again. "Naruto Aniki got Boa Hancock to let you come onto our ship? I didn't know bro had pull like that with the Kuja pirates." He'd honestly thought they hated his guts after the last run-in they'd had. "She does seem to trust him," Marguerite said, feeling uncomfortable at having a conversation with this strange man. This strange man who had saved her of all things. "I think I see why. I think it's more than just Luffy out of you men who are good." "Naruto Aniki is a good guy," Johnny pointed out, not knowing that Naruto was watching and listening, "but that bastard can be downright evil too." Naruto frowned but silently had to nod in agreement. Between the weight training he'd forced them to do when they'd first met, the training he'd made Vivi do to teach her with fear to never be hit by any sort of attack, and the scary way he fought whenever he got truly upset with something. And Johnny had seen all of that. So yes, Naruto had a nasty mean streak in him, much like any other person, only with more dramatic consequences for drawing his ire. Naruto personally blamed it on the undefeatable crushing cynicism that came with life experience. Johnny didn't have to advertise that to others though. "I was talking more about you," Marguerite said. "You didn't have to do what you did." "If I didn't, Luffy would have pulverized you instead of me," Johnny replied. "I wouldn't have been much of a man if I let that happen. At least with me I know what I can take. I've had worse before." Men are weird, putting themselves at risk for people they don't even know. No Kuja would have done it for someone they had no attachment to. That was for certain. She'd done it for Luffy because he'd grown on her. She'd gotten to know Johnny for all of 30 minutes before he threw himself in the way of the Rubberman's fists. Johnny just sighed. There weren't that many people, male or female, that would do anything like what he'd done, or what she'd seen in the past from the only other man she'd really been in any sort of contact with. "It's not really a thing you see all the time, especially with pirates," the speed-based swordsman admitted. Getting beaten down wasn't so bad though. He'd drawn upon his haki for the first time and seen how powerful it could become, but you don't need a reason to help somebody. I got strong so that other people could count on me instead of the other way around. That goes for you too. Marguerite blushed, and she didn't know why. Johnny. She wouldn't be forgetting that name, thank you. I'm going to get strong enough to join the Kuja pirates one day soon, and when we meet again I'll return the favor then. Well, Johnny respected that, but he didn't really care about the favor being returned. He hadn't fought for her because he wanted to pay something forward for later. If he had his choice, no one else would save him ever. "If someone as cute as you wanted to pay me back, I'd take a kiss or something instead." Then again, she probably didn't know what a kiss was or was supposed to mean. A kiss? Oh hell, had he said that last part out loud? Stupid. If she was offended, Marguerite didn't look it. Only curious. What's a kiss? Answer the question, would you? This situation put the tan swordsman in a situation that he never figured he would be in. Who would have slated him to be the one to explain something like this to a girl? You know, he started to say before realizing that no, she really didn't know. Alright, well, you just take your lips and you put M together like this dash. He paused for quick visual demonstration that almost caused the hidden Naruto to lose his shit and laugh, and you put M to someone else's. Well, that was simple, if not somewhat intrusive, but not more so than bathing with the other Kujas would have been. Men are so strange. And you do this with everyone? Hell no. Johnny looked mortified at the thought, just with people that you really trust, and really like, and of the opposite sex. He sputtered before thinking more. Well, they don't have to be the opposite sex. I mean, whatever floats your boat I guess, but this guy only kisses girls. And only if they want me to. Not that I've ever tried it with a girl that didn't want me to, or ever for that matter. And I just can't stop talking before I say dumb shit when I'm scared, can I? You aren't really doing that bad, Naruto thought, though it wasn't as if Johnny could read his mind. At least the guy was still putting coherent words together and he hadn't given up yet. She hasn't slapped you, left the room, or given you the, "Are you stupid?" look yet, so don't give up. It had the potential for hilarity at first, but after Naruto saw that Johnny actually seemed to have a legitimate shot at a rare positive experience with a woman, there was no way he was going to rain on that parade. He was rooting for the guy now. How could he not? On an alternate note, he could never mess with Nojiko, Vivi, and Miss Valentine again for digging those stupid romance novels they always seemed to try and get from bookstores when they stopped on islands, because he was literally watching one play out in front of him instead of just leaving. Marguerite thought about everything that Johnny had told her. She did trust him after he played human shield for her. He was a nice enough person, he made her feel good just from talking with him, so she did like him, alright, if that's what he really wants. Johnny was wondering how bad he'd made himself look when he felt a weight shift around on his bed and warm lips pressed to his. Marguerite was kissing him. Okay, so that was happening. She lingered on it longer than she originally intended, because she actually liked it, and she hadn't expected to get any sort of stimulation out of something that she'd thought would have been mundane. Kissing Johnny made her heart leap. She would not have been averse to doing it again. Marguerite pulled away, leaving the target of the affectionate gesture with a stunned expression as she smiled sheepishly at him. She didn't know why she was smiling, but she couldn't stop. Wow, Johnny basically summed up his feelings on the matter. He'd done the deed, with Kuja pirates ironically enough, but there had been no emotion in it. It felt silly to be so electrified by a simple kiss, huh? As his senses came back to him, he turned to the doorway but didn't see a thing. Strange, he could have sworn he'd felt something move from that way. XXX. Well, watching all of that certainly improved Naruto's mood. He could still remember how goofy Johnny and Yasaku had been when they'd first joined him. Granted, they were still goofy, but who was he to call anyone goofy? Aside from that, they were better people now. They'd been through the ringer and hadn't broken as a result of it. All of them had actually. Letting Johnny have the rest of his moment in privacy was the very least Naruto could do for the guy as a job well done. He'd originally just wanted to check in on him to begin with. Speaking of checking in on folks, Naruto stopped outside of Nojiko's room, wondering if he should wait until later in case she was asleep. She'd been having trouble with her head lately, and overworking herself, keeping the insanity of day-to-day life on the ship running smoothly had seemingly pushed her into debilitating migraine territory. Come in. Naruto blinked in confusion before opening the door to the Bluinette's quarters. He found her sitting up in bed, smiling at him. Hey there Nojiko, how'd you know I was there? He'd been extra quiet since leaving Johnny to the Kuja tribe girl. Nojiko just chuckled softly. You never could sneak up on me, remember? I wonder if it was this hockey crap poking its ugly head out early. She patted her bedside, gesturing for Naruto to sit. It's not ugly, Naruto told her. Get it down good enough and you'll be tough. The guns, the waiver skates, and now this. You'll be better than ever, Tibeo, he assured her with a confident grin before frowning at his verbal tick slip up. Damn it. All I ever see are bad things, Naruto-kun, and I'm scared of what I'm seeing, Nojiko said. It was never anything good. It was always Naruto fighting and possibly getting hurt, Kizaru blowing up their ship to make good on his threat, sea kings waiting on the high seas to devour them if they strayed too close. I see awful things before they happen and all I can do is warn people beforehand. Naruto's eyes went wide. He just thought she had some precognizant abilities, not that she was damn near clairvoyant. That changed everything. Well, just don't be scared of what you're seeing. You're seeing it in advance, so that means you can actually do something about it to keep it from happening. But what if I screw up? Having the ability to see bad things coming was a load of pressure. If she read something wrong, or didn't react fast enough, tragedy could strike. You won't, Naruto said as if it were obvious. We all believe in you. I believe in you. Nami believes in you, wherever she is. And even if you do mess up, so what? We all fuck up. I still do all the time. Viviheim screwed up on Sabaody Archipelago. Soren just screwed up like 3 hours ago. Trust me, if you do there isn't anyone here that would say anything about it. Nojiko looked as if she were just short of fighting off a fit and Naruto almost melted at the sight of her. He slipped underneath the covers with her and held her close as she set herself against his chest. I don't want it. Well, you've got it, Naruto told her, relaxing himself with the woman in his arms. Just don't be afraid of it. After hearing this, I think that's your problem. You're fighting it because you don't want to see it and it's forcing its way through your head. Stop doing that and just relax, okay? You're my tough girl. I've got to be tough, Nojiko mumbled, nuzzling into Naruto's neck. I deal with you psychos every day. You're just as crazy as we are and you know it. Nojiko proceeded to go vampire on Naruto and bit him after that remark. A woman. Not crazy. Yeah, you are. You make me crazy. Sleep with Nojiko came fairly easily. For what Naruto was about to go and do, it was the only time he was going to get to relax before doing something monumentally stupid. Then again, it was stupidity for a good cause, and if you knew you were about to be reckless and dumb you could take measures for it in advance. Everyone already knew what was up, and it didn't take any real convincing to get them to go along with it. Friends needed help, and they would give it. I have a good crew, Naruto said, giving Nojiko a peck on the forehead upon hearing her sleeping breaths. A great crew. XXX. On board the Kuja Pirates flagship. Ow. Quit it. That's too tight. Shut up and hold still, Trafalgar Law said as he rewrapped Luffy's torso in fresh bandages. The Straw Hat Captain was the most annoying patient one could imagine having. I will hit you to make you stop moving. Robin and Hancock were outside, so he could get away with it. Luffy let out a groan but did as requested and let Law continue with his work. He would have preferred Chopper, because the little reindeer had an infinitely gentler touch, but the Heart Pirate Captain knew his stuff. They weren't far from Marineford. Old man, d'you really think Naruto'll tear up enough stuff to let us slip in? Luffy asked, wincing as one of Law's crewmates checked over his injuries. He was doing well. He'd always have the scar on his chest, but at the rate he was going, as long as nothing else aggravated his wounds, he'd be back into something of fighting shape in around a week. Those tough guys are still there, aren't they? I thought you'd seen what he can do already, Rayleigh asked, smiling behind his glasses in his usual manner. He wasn't at full power when he'd fought Admiral Akiji. Now he is. I can't imagine any of the top guns leaving him alone if they sniff out that he's somewhere around Marineford, especially if he antagonizes them on purpose. Kizaru still probably wanted a piece of him after their last two encounters ended without Naruto hitting him cleanly. If he did choose to fight, he'd be in for quite the surprise this time around. Akainu would want a crack at him more than likely because of what Naruto had done at both Enies Lobby and Sabaody Archipelago. What Naruto would represent to a person like that would be more than enough reason for the dog of the Marines to hunt him down for the kill. Akiji probably wouldn't want another crack at him until the rest of the admirals had theirs. That was just as well. It isn't right to make him take heat like that though, Luffy said, scratching his head. He didn't like it, but then again, if Naruto agreed, what could one do? If Naruto really didn't want to do something, one would be hard-pressed to think of anyone that could make him, but, ugh, I don't know. Depending on the conditions, that guy wouldn't mind picking a fight like that, just to say he did it, Rayleigh said with a laugh. As long as he knows what he's doing, won't risk anyone around him, he'll jump into it feet first. When Rayleigh had met him, Naruto gleefully fought Gold Roger for as long as that misunderstanding had lasted, as he apparently hadn't had a reason to flex his muscles in a while. He would definitely fight here if he had enough control of the conditions. And really, the only condition that mattered in this case was, how much noise can I make with the fight I'm starting? XXX. Marineford. You're here, Again? Kizaru drawled the last word slowly, finding Akiji slumbering on a ledge overlooking the plaza where the battle with the Whitebeard pirates had taken place not too long ago. It's creepy that you can sleep in a place like this where so many people died. Akiji sighed and pulled up his blindfold that he used whenever he slept. Maybe it is? Do you think I'm afraid of being haunted? It could be a concern, Kizaru said, stroking his thin beard in thought. What are you thinking? The old guy's retiring, the Iceman said, remembering a conversation that he'd had a couple of months ago. It had been after taking the beating of a lifetime. I really don't want a damn promotion. Fleet Admiral Kuzan kind of has a ring to it, doesn't it? Kizaru said, somewhat taunting him dryly by using Akiji's real name. You'd better not say that. You know Akainu's gunning for that spot as well. He thinks after the Whitebeard War that the Marines are too soft on pirates. He would have continued that bloodbath until there wasn't a single representative on one side or the other left alive at all. There would have been no end to that fighting. No truce. No one would have been allowed to leave. And while there was a point to his position on wanting it all to come to a head there, it wasn't worth the cost that eradicating the Whitebeard pirates entirely would have required. If Akainu got the position of Fleet Admiral, there wouldn't be anywhere for the weaker pirates that couldn't hack it well enough to reach the New World to hide, and the big players would eventually be taken to war in the New World. If Akainu became Fleet Admiral, the two choices for criminals would either be to go to the New World half of the Grand Line, where they would more than likely die from everything that awaited them there just for a chance at continuing their freewheeling ways of life, or remain in Paradise where things were charted and tamer but the Marines would never allow them to rest while they were alive. As the Fleet Admiral went, so did the tone of the military under them. That was the idea anyway. You always have a choice, Akiji. If you don't think you have the freedom to go by your own justice, then get a high enough rank to do it. You're supposed to be one of the top guys, right? That fucking guy? Akiji lifted his hand into the air and stared straight at it. He'd actually been training. He'd trained himself seriously for the first time in years. Granted, he'd only really applied himself to it for a few months before the Whitebeard War, but it had paid off during the fighting. He'd definitely noticed the difference. A sigh emanated from Akiji as he tried to go back to sleep, blindfold back over his eyes. I'm really going to have to do real work again, aren't I? If he wanted to actually live out his lazy justice, he had to actually put his best foot forward again and secure the position. He nominated me, but, are you sure you don't want it? He had asked Kizaru, but the man put on a fake expression of astonishment. Who, me? Not a chance. He was a little too absent-minded to take up that spot. I don't care if you get the job or if Akainu gets it. There it was. Kizaru's unclear justice. 1 second the guy didn't give a damn about anything, and the next he wouldn't leave a single enemy alive despite the fact that outright eradication had nothing to do with his mission. Yes, that wouldn't really fly in a position as important as Fleet Admiral. XXX. A few days later, Marineford Gates of Justice. Okay, Miss Valentine said, manning the main den mushi of the ship. Naruto, that was the Kuja pirates. Luffy's party is in. Looking up expectantly, Miss Valentine received a kiss for her work done and grinned as she hopped up to follow Naruto. Why aren't we doing the sneaking in trick? You said we could pull that kind of thing off, didn't you? Yeah, but then that would leave you guys inside of the Gates of Justice against what's left of the guys that stuck around after the war, Naruto said, tapping his temple as the bright young woman followed him through the ship to the deck. I'd rather make M come out here. His conversation had been caught onto by others as he walked through the ship, leading the least powerful of the crew to wonder just how that was going to work. Naruto-sama? Murat asked in exasperation as she went out onto the deck where the other members of the crew were all waiting. How in the world are you going to do that? Stand here and call out the Fleet Admiral for a duel? Soren, Yasaku, and Johnny on crutches snickered at the thought, as it didn't seem that far-fetched that Naruto would do something of that sort. Naruto just wordlessly sucked his teeth at the silver-tongued doctor's attempt to lighten the mood. She might have been sarcastic, but it was better than her being scared of being so close to Marineford. He turned in the direction of the titanic Gates of Justice that loomed beyond the mist in the distance. It looked like they were still 3 miles away from it. They had to be that far away, otherwise the ship would have gotten swept up in a current that it couldn't escape. Marines tended to use it for quick transport between Enies Lobby, Impel Down, and Marineford. Nojiko called it the Tarai current. Either way, they were aiming at it from an angle, because they had to go into the current that they couldn't escape normally to get a straight-on shot. Even from an angle the sight of the gates were imposing. Naruto never answered Murat, simply cracking his knuckles and taking a deep breath before the golden chakra of Ninetales chakra mode engulfed him, causing everyone who had never seen it to take a step back. Oh, my God, Miss Valentine said, reaching out to touch Naruto. He looked like he was on fire or something, but he wasn't hot to the touch. He looked beyond human. God, is that you? I really hope you're joking, Naruto commented with a roll of his eyes. He hated it when people said that in response to something that he could do. Call him awesome all you wanted to, but the second things dipped into God territory that was just one bridge too far. Miss Valentine just laughed uncomfortably. Heh, kinda. Vivi seemed to be the only one who wasn't shocked at the sight of Naruto in that form, but she did seem, turned on for lack of a better term, at the sight of him. Oh yeah, little princess has it bad. Nojiko raised an eyebrow and poked Naruto experimentally. So what are you going to do like this? Lead the way through the fog like Rudolph? Naruto thoroughly missed the reference. Right, not from where I'm from. I keep forgetting. Ignoring the reference, Naruto gently nudged the 2 girls away from him for safety and plopped himself down on the bench he used to channel his jutsu through the ship. I'm gonna blow that gate open. Because people said those sorts of things with completely straight faces and meant it. They would have asked how, but they all knew they were going to get an answer in just a moment. Why not just go through the sea fence? Yasaku asked. The fence marking Marineford had to be weaker than the damn gates were. That was usually how defenses went for some reason. The walls were weaker than the actual entrance. Because that's not gonna scare up enough Marines to make this count. Bringing his hands together, he started charging his chakra through the figurehead at the front of the ship. Instead of a pair of Rinnegan eyes, a golden chakra version of Kurama's head formed, mouth open and mixing red and blue globules of his negative and positive chakra into a dangerous-looking black ball with red and blue bits gravitating around it. The weight of the energy caused the ship to suddenly splash down in the water. Uzumaki? Soren asked, wisely keeping his distance as he saw the technique charging at the front of the ship. What are you doing? Baijidama, tailed beast bomb, Naruto said in so many words. Kurama's lazy ass is sleeping, and he's gonna be pissed when he wakes up and finds out I did this without him. Why? Because he loves blowing stuff up. Now hit the deck and hold on tight, Naruto warned, craning his neck to look at everyone to make sure they knew he was serious. Nojiko grabbed Vivi and slowly lowered herself and her fellow blue-haired girl to the grassy deck. Byron ran inside to try and protect his piano from bumping off of the walls and getting destroyed. Soren dug his acid nails into the ground just for extra security, while Johnny and Yasaku sank their swords into the ground and held on for dear life. Miss Valentine was the only one who remained standing, as she just increased her weight to keep from budging. Feeling the chakra distributed appropriately in the jutsu, Naruto grinned maniacally. He hadn't charged and fired this one in a while, and it was definitely a weird feeling doing it through the ship, ahem. Knock knock Marines. The ship shook wildly in the water after Naruto shot off the Baijidama from the force of the discharge. A trench was cut through the ocean on the way to the gate before hitting it with a blinding flash. The ocean was not pleased with the resulting explosion, and the natural disaster tossed on the resulting wild waves like a toy boat in a bathtub. Naruto didn't budge, but all the girls screamed in panic from the horrible noise from the blast and the violent rocking that felt as if the sea would swallow them all. Miss Valentine covered her eyes and face with her arms, cringing at the force of Naruto's Baijidama until she felt the ship settle. She really should have gotten used to these things by now. As the strongest woman on the crew, she was able to endure the backlash, making her first to see past the smoke and fog to see what had been done. Everyone was silent for minutes until the ship's chef spoke up to voice her opinion. Naruto? Yeah, Valentine-chan? If didn't love you so much, and if I didn't know you were really as harmless as a baby tapir, I would be horrified by you. That bad? Miss Valentine just deadpanned and pointed at the now non-existent gate that Naruto had shot at from an angle and blown away. The outline of the gate on their side, the frame, was gone, and so was the gate itself. Enough said. Everyone started recovering and clambered to the front of the ship to look out at just what wasn't there any longer. Still grinning brightly, Naruto grabbed the wheel of the ship and turned it hard to the side, causing the ship to turn and run away. He could already see ships coming through the mist from the actual direction of Marineford. They couldn't overtake the natural disaster though. It was the fastest ship on the Grand Line. Their ship always had the wind behind their sails. But not yet though. They needed the Marines to think they had a chance at catching them. Nojiko was quick enough to get over her amazement and quickly scrambled up into the canopy on her waver skates that almost allowed her the power of flight. With what I can do, I'm the scout now, so I guess I better start living up to it, she thought to herself as she pulled out her rifle and looked through the long-range scope at the ships. Furrowing her brow, she turned the dial on her high-powered scope 2 clicks. Wow, that pissed them off. Really? You think? Both Johnny and Yasaku yelled up at her sarcastically, the former actually waving a crutch up at her. How many, Noji-chan? Naruto asked her, steering the ship away from the oncoming strike force. 25. The Marines hadn't lost many ships during the Battle of Marineford, because it had been a battle that for them had been fought strictly in the plaza and not at sea. For as many soldiers that died in the fighting, they were beginning to station their regular sailors back there as their officers moved back out to their posts. There were still quite a large number of officers ranked past captain stationed there however, and the lower-ranked Marines stationed there were good and had the potential to go far. Most regular pirates would be fucked taking on more than 20 Marine ships. The crews that made it this far on the Grand Line were anything but normal though, and even by their standards the Foxhound pirates were beyond even those sorts. Namely, their ship was better, faster. Naruto looked down into the water and formulated a quick course of action. With a sharp whistle he got Vivi's attention and gestured to the wheel. That was her cue to take over steering, and she hurriedly scrambled over to do as requested. Naruto, wait. Naruto stopped at Nojiko's behest before jumping into the water. What? It's a big guy in a captain's coat and a red suit. Naruto blinked in confusion as to why this was relevant before remembering the last two guys he'd met that were taller than regular people ever should have been wearing suits. So he did draw out a real heavy hitter after all. Well, that was just what he wanted in the first place. Shrugging to himself, he held the kunai between his teeth and dove into the water. No guts, no glory, and all that. Soren, Yasaku, and Johnny just stared into the water after him, watching Naruto's form vanish beneath the waves. Soren clicked his tongue and stared at the incoming ships that Vivi had them sailing away from. Right. So, since there isn't some creepy guy sitting on our deck somewhere drinking tea, by now I guess we can say that the admiral she saw wasn't Kizaru. And Akiji would have come alone because he'd have known full well what Naruto was capable of. He also would have frozen the water to keep them from leaving. Aren't there only 3? Yasaku asked, getting a nod out of Soren. A guy like him had to know about the upper brass of the Marines with the sort of bounty he had prior to joining the crew. What's the third one like? Soren just shook his head. Being this far away is probably the best thing we can do if the third one is who I think it is. Miss Valentine looked at him curiously, one hand cocked on her hip. You don't want to fight him? The acid man looked down at one of his hands and clenched it into a fist. Yes, he'd been getting more powerful than ever by incorporating the Rokushiki techniques into his devil fruit abilities, but if the papers are legit, this guy killed Fire Fist Ace and ripped off Whitebeard's face. He'd take on a vice admiral. He'd stand toe-to-toe with any freak of nature that they'd meet on the Grand Line. Hell, if he had to, he would stand up to an admiral if the need arose. It was just that one thing was as plain as day to him. You didn't survive alone for as long as he had sporting an easily bruised ego. I'm not ready for somebody like the Red Dog of the Marines, and he was man enough to admit that. That little bit of introspective thinking wasn't heard by anyone else on the crew, but in the crow's nest Nojiko caught sight of something else on one of the ships. Hey, are the Straw Hat Pirates the only reason we're taking this mission? Everyone looked at each other in confusion before Miss Valentine spoke up, that and because Boa Hancock asked too. Naruto said so. Why? Because somebody else we know is on one of those ships. XXX. It's one ship, Admiral. One of the Marine scouts on board the military vessel shouted out, observing the natural disaster through a scope. It's orange. There's no way we can lose sight of it, even in the mist. Yes, they had chased the ship away from the gates of justice, but the fog was still pretty heavy for some reason. Weather reports showed nothing about that sort of shift rolling in. There was only one crew that the Marines knew of with the gall to use a flamboyant ship of that sort, and it fit with the vulgar display of power that had just been displayed. Pirates by the nature of their actions were pretty large hams, but most of them were utterly dwarfed in comparison to the captain of the ship they were chasing. Hunt that ship down, the man in charge demanded with a growl, getting the Marines around him to scramble into position. As soon as you're in range, open fire and sink that ship. Send it to the bottom of the sea. The Princess of Alabasta is a hostage with the Foxhound crew, isn't she? Everyone stepped away from an extremely tall man as he smoked a cigar. He wore the Marine captain's coat over his shoulders and a Marine's cap on his head. Underneath the coat he wore a burgundy suit with a rose on the left side of his chest. Under the suit instead of a dress shirt he wore one with Hawaiian patterning, and on his left side, visible on the left side of his neck going down his shirt to his shoulder, he had a tribal tattoo. Just a look from the man made those around him feel as if their best wasn't good enough as they did their due diligence on board the ship. He was on their side, and he looked as if he'd throw them into jail if they screwed up on his watch. It doesn't matter, the man in question stated firmly, even if we retrieved her, spending this much time with that sort will have warped her. Remember the scum that Wapple became. She's no good to the world government any longer as a future monarch after consorting with pirates for as long as she has. His eyes then drifted to the prisoner that he had aboard. Sitting chained to the mast was the pink-haired pirate captain Jewelry Bonnie, glaring daggers right at him. He'd been preparing to return her to Mariehua where she belonged, but after the gates to Marineford were blown open he figured that a side trip could be made to sweep up some trash. This won't take long, the unforgiving admiral said, you'll be returned to where your power is needed soon enough. Bonnie spat at him, missing by a wide margin when she did. I won't ever forgive you or your damn world government. You're the worst. Without the order of the world government, can you imagine the kind of calamity the world would be in? With the way you push your order on everybody else you may as well be a pirate Akainu. Bonnie snapped, kicking at him despite the fact that her legs couldn't reach. I've seen criminals less brutal than you are. Damn Blackbeard for what he did to disturb the balance. Damn the Marines for capturing her crew, splitting them up, and sending most of them to jails across the Grand Line. The only saving grace was that Impel Down was currently out of commission. Damn the world government that gave the Marines their power in the first place. I dreamed a dream, the other night. Lowlands awa why, me John. The sound of a voice drifted into their ears, seemingly from all around them. All of the lesser Marines grabbed their guns and held them at the ready in case they spotted the unfamiliar visage of whoever was singing a pirate sea shanty. My love she came, dressed all in white. Lo, lands away. Where the hell is that coming from? One of the Marines muttered through his teeth. For some reason he was losing his nerve. The thought of fighting against whoever this happened to be made him feel as if he'd be sprinting to his death. It's like the voice of the devil. Not from the sound of it, but because of the sheer feeling of pending doom that it struck them all with. I dreamed my low VE came in my sleep. Lowlands awa why, me John. Bonnie's eyes went wide at the sound of that voice. She'd heard it before. Of course, one of the few times that she had been yelling some crap in her face about how ramen was better than pizza, but then it turned out that the guy she'd had a party with and then ran out on in the middle of a battle wound up being monstrously dangerous. Come to think of it, an orange ship they said they'd been chasing? That definitely sounded familiar. Her cheeks were wet, her eyes did weep. Lo, lands away. Akainu didn't flinch at the sound of singing, even as his underlings began frothing at the mouth out of fear. Some of them that didn't immediately faint seemed ready to turn their guns on themselves just to stop the feeling of imminent death hanging over them. Finding this all more annoying than anything else, Akainu walked to the edge of his ship and shut his eyes amid the singing before suddenly opening them and firing his fist off of his arm. It had literally turned to molten rock and shot out over the water before exploding in lava. The ship that it hit never had a chance. The singing outright stopped and Akainu whirled around to find Naruto holding up an unshackled jewelry Bonnie. He'd gone for her instead of trying to strike at him. Ah, that was right. He could clone himself. It hadn't been Naruto throwing his voice, it had literally been him singing on every ship around them in the marine flotilla, and he'd used it as a subtle method of defeating his entire crew with nothing more than the sheer power of his presence alone. The two seemed to size each other up for an extended period of time without moving at all. Eventually the one with the biggest mouth just had to open it and talk first. I just snuck up on half of your task force, disabled their ships, made you blow one up, and scared all of your marines unconscious to the soundtrack in my head, Naruto said, holding Bonnie under one arm. You should really cut your losses here, partner. Without saying anything else, Naruto bolted away in a flash, leaving a seething Akainu behind. This did nothing to deter him from getting at Naruto and his ship. The Whitebeard pirates learned the price they would pay for opposing the world government, the Foxhound pirates would learn the same. And it would start with that man Uzumaki. People like that tended to have the ability to warp the world for the worse. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Well, hot damn then, and here Naruto figured that with the level of enemies he'd fought he'd never find a use for the hidden mist jutsu. Naruto landed on the deck of his ship with Bonnie screaming at the top of her lungs the entire time. Teleporting wasn't exactly a delicate art to those that had never experienced it. After a few moments though, she realized that she was fine, and that Naruto had dropped her to administer his marching orders to his crew. Hey, you bastard. She had a bone to pick with him, but he wasn't listening. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Naruto repeated hurriedly, making sure to give Vivi explicit directions. You keep this thing going away from where I jump off, alright? Don't turn back around for anything. The princess had hopped to the request with a panicked, yes sir, before her mind had even fully registered the order. Johnny, you're still hurt, so get to the crow's nest and take Nojiko's place as scout. I need her down here to work the cannons. Johnny sighed and threw his crutches away, wishing that he still had a pretty Kuja girl around to make him feel better. Even so, he sprinted right up the tree of a mast into the canopy. Nojiko wound up coming right down on her waiver skates. Upon landing on the ground, her eyes drifted over to Bonnie. So she hadn't been wrong on what she'd seen. Why'd you grab jewelry, Bonnie? Nojiko asked Naruto directly without mincing words. Bonnie was not a fan of being ignored in a situation that she was involved in. Is she a lure? Something like that. You're so smart, Noji-chan. Don't flatter me, Naruto-kun, I'm not Miss Valentine. Hey, don't talk about me like I'm not here. Bonnie said, glaring at the lot of them. I don't want to be here with any of you after the shit you pulled on Sabaody Archipelago. The last peaceful stop before crews headed to the New World turned into a clusterfuck that caused every smart crew to scramble for dear life because of the things that had happened there. Her crew had been no different. Well, we don't want you here either, Yasaku said, not forgetting that Bonnie had run off and left them to deal with the pacifistas that had attacked them on that random island a while back. Naruto Aniki took you for a reason, at least he thought that he did. And Naruto didn't let him down. I think she's important, because grabbing her pissed that guy off, Naruto said, so now I've got to go and sidetrack him and get more eyes on us. Nojiko just nodded, knowing by now that it was next to impossible trying to talk Naruto out of things like this. He'd be fine. She knew he would be. She had to believe he would be, and he's even stronger now. Naruto bid her a smile with a simple message. You know I'm gonna kick that guy's ass, right? I said I've got beef with you people. You're the ones who started all of the crap on that island. Bonnie stated firmly, everything started going to hell and flying out of control when you got to the end of paradise. A quick tap on her shoulder from behind caused her body to drop to the grass-covered deck like a lead anchor. What the dash? Are you done? Miss Valentine asked brightly, blowing on her index finger that she'd used to transfer weight onto Bonnie. If you'd really like to go back to Marineford so badly, we'll load you up in a cannon and shoot you over to them after we finish what we're doing. She sounded as pleasant as could be, but there was nothing but a mean streak lying behind Miss Valentine's words. As far as crew members went, she was the second most ruthless behind Soren, and she didn't care what Bonnie's problem with them happened to be. If she didn't want to be there, none of them really wanted her there either. They'd be dropping her at the first opportunity as it was. She was bait meant to allow Naruto to be bait. In the meantime she could simply shut up and enjoy the fact that she'd been removed from the clutches of the world government. Vivi had steered the ship over to the massive landform that was the Red Line. She'd gotten them as close as she could without running them aground or crashing them into the towering continent. She knew that Naruto liked a battleground with some versatility to it. Ready for a fight, Naruto jumped onto the railing on the starboard side of the ship by the helm and prepared to jump off in order to stick to the wall when Vivi's voice stopped him. Wait! Naruto had his arms swung out behind him to gather momentum when she stopped his pre-leaping motion and got his attention. Vivi took a deep breath and stepped forward toward her captain, face aflame but knowing what she wanted to do. While PDAs might have been easy for the more grown-up women, they weren't for a good girl like Vivi. She overthought the act to almost neurotic degrees. What would a kiss actually be like? Would he even let her do it? Would she even be any good at it? When she was preoccupied she wasn't as smooth as she usually was, even with all of the training. The poor thing tripped over her own feet before she got close enough to make a real move, landing face first on the deck. Everyone winced. You. Naruto just looked down at her in pity. Poor thing got flustered so easily, but at least she still had nerve. You alright, Haim? Vivi muttered, too embarrassed to push herself upright at the moment. Just, be careful. So not graceful. Alright then, either way, Naruto had to get his game face on. Without wasting another beat, Naruto jumped clear of the ship in a motion concealed by a shunshin. I knew it, Miss Valentine said with a grin, elbowing Soren in the side in the middle of his taking a drink to almost make him choke. Little Nefertari Vivi has a crush on Naruto. Tears of embarrassment came to Vivi's eyes as she sat up on her knees and reached back for the steering wheel of the vessel. Can this wait until later? There are still ships chasing us. For once she was grateful that they were in trouble. It was a welcome distraction. XXX. Okay, ship full of crewmates that would inevitably get sunk if he wound up fighting an admiral between his ship and the marine ship, clear. That would have been especially bad since well over half of his crew couldn't swim. Even if they survived the ship's destruction there wasn't really anywhere they could go afterwards. Take the bait. Take the damn bait. Naruto thought to himself before seeing the new set of marine ships coming after the natural disaster. 7 more in total, right then. Naruto took in a quick influx of senjutsu chakra and gathered chakra to his right arm for his quickest range jutsu, senpu, rasentehu, sage art, spiraling cannon. One quick push with an added snap of the hand into a fist sent a focused senjutsu shelled Rasengan flying faster than a bullet right at the ship with the most dangerous feeling to it. It exploded as if landing with the force of a torpedo. One hit to a ship with a jutsu like that would split it straight down the middle. It would sink within seconds. What he hadn't expected was for something of a shield to come up and block the attack. He'd seen something like that before, only it hadn't been effective in the slightest the last time someone had tried it. Probably because the guy using it had been a vice admiral using it against the Rasen Shuriken the last time he'd seen it. This guy wasn't a vice admiral though. Okay, normally it would have been time to make the water dance, but this needed to be big and messy. Naruto started moving through hand seals when he heard the loudest explosion he'd heard in quite a long while. Shit. Akainu landed feet first where Naruto had been standing moments before, blowing apart the entire cliff wall in a fiery burst of lava. From farther up the face of the red line, Naruto looked at the results of Akainu just jumping at him from his ship. So they're starting to pick up on the whole hand seals are dangerous thing, Naruto said to himself with a bit of an annoyed grin, should have figured it after the last real fight. So it was definitely going to be another admiral fight, only this time he didn't have the full element of unknown that he'd had in his little showdown with Akiji. Do you think it makes you look good amongst your filthy pirate brethren to try and kick dirt on the Marines? Akainu asked, having melted a vast hole into the cliff from his very first move. That Naruto had avoided it despite the sheer amount of space it had covered was not something he was surprised by. You're too audacious, both in your epithet and in your actions. So you know who I am, Naruto said, hands in his pockets as he stuck to the wall. Crap. I wanted to do my intro dance, and you ruined the fun of it. Of course, the amount of fun that could be had was up for debate. Naruto couldn't remember ever having to fight a volcano before, especially a living one that could hit back and actually target him directly. Fun might not have been the word for what was going to happen. Interesting might have been more apropos. It doesn't matter if I kill you first, Akainu remarked, knowing full well that Naruto led him away from his ship intentionally to give his crew more of a chance against the small attack force that was still pursuing them. Getting to your crew won't be much trouble afterwards. They can go to Fishman Island now if they want, the Foxhound captain pointed out. The ship is coated in the resin. And our ship is faster than anything you've got. I'll have a fleet awaiting them on the New World side of the Red Line the moment they surface. All that for little old us? That's touching. Enough games from you, boy, Akainu snarled, ignoring the roll of the eyes from Naruto. You'll burn for everything you've done, every crime you've committed against the world government. Really now? Akainu was deader set on fighting him than any admiral prior had been. Ooh? Naruto said, wincing at his enemy's luck. I actually wanted Kizaru instead of you or Akiji. Aside from the fact that he didn't know who the hell Akainu was, Kizaru has way better banter when we fight. His powers usually check mine too, then again, raw speed on that level could check almost anything. But Akainu was dangerously fast as well. How he even managed to reach the wall from the deck of the ship was a mystery, and whatever his actions to increase his speed had been, they destroyed his ship. He could technically leave Akainu there, but goading him into something and leaving him there wasn't exactly a very good diversion or distraction for the infiltration of Marineford by Luffy and company. He needed something big, and cataclysmic, and attention-grabbing. Fighting a walking volcano probably qualified. You have something that belongs to the world government, Akainu said, walking his way up the cliff of the Red Line, his feet melting holes into the massive chunk of continent that his enemy had chosen as their battlefield, and your filthy pirate feet are trespassing on holy ground. Holy ground, huh? It seemed like any other stupid cliff to Naruto. I actually don't have what you want anymore, Naruto said, holding his hands up and wiggling his fingers. See? Nothin' up my sleeves, mostly because he wasn't wearing sleeves. It was just his flak jacket. Jewelry Bonnie is important to the Gorosei. You will return her, Akainu said, magma dripping down off of his body, then I'll make your suffering quick. Either way, you'll die for your crimes the way a criminal has to. It's absolute justice. Right, your absolute justice, that lets slave trading happen about 30 miles that way, Naruto said, pointing in the direction of the Sabaody archipelago. I'll tell you what, you save me the headache of hearing your crap, and I'll save you the trouble of fighting me like this. He pointed up top to indicate the top of the Red Line. Akainu thought Naruto was a nothing more than disgusting criminal, but he was intrigued by the fact that he felt no deceit in the man's demeanor. He was being 100% straight with him. You'll fight me directly? Naruto nodded gravely. I've fought Akiji and Kizaru. I might as well complete the set of 3, right? Now keep up. Without another word on the matter, Naruto took off to the top of the Red Line. XXX. On board the Kuja Pirates flagship. Not far out of sight of Marineford, Hancock ordered her crew to keep out of sight in the direction that would lead to Sabaody archipelago, away from the Gate of Justice that had been obliterated. She knew to stay as far away from that as possible. It would be teeming with marine ships investigating the scene, and while she might have been fine on her own as a Shichibukai, if it was discovered that she had brought Luffy back there, consequences would be severe for her people. Still though, her eyes lingered in that direction. Rayleigh had taken Luffy, Jinbei, and Nico Robin with him on a smaller boat to sneak through the waters and steal a marine vessel for cover. They had sailed around the island once before heading in and disappearing. She had no idea where they were going or what they were going to do. All she could do was wait for them to return. Just like all she could do was wait for word from the Foxhound pirates on Naruto's whereabouts. He'd already done his job with the diversion, so any smart person would have taken themselves out of the line of danger by now, would they not? The last time she'd seen him it had only been a clone that had sent her Kuja tribeswoman onto her ship. That had been days ago. The Kuja leader's eyes drifted between the destroyed gate and Marineford. Her attention was being pulled both ways. What cursed feeling was this splitting her 2 different ways? Sister, you look troubled, Sandersonia pointed out, having stood and watched Hancock for quite some time without being noticed. What is the matter? Nothing, she lied in return, I am simply tired of waiting. Dong. The eyes of 2 of the 3 Gorgon sisters turned hastily toward the island as loud sounds of a ringing bell rang out through the air as clear as day. The Ox Bell? Sandersonia said, her snake-like tongue flickering curiously. Oh. I see, 16 rings of the bell as a tribute. He really did love his brother, and he really does love his crew. Love? Hancock muttered to herself as the last of the bells sounded. She had put her station and her nation's security at risk to help Luffy 3 separate times. Naruto had put his life at risk for the sake of giving her an opening to accomplish one of these situations of assisting Luffy. All she'd had to do was ask it of him. And he'd done it because of the simple belief that you did what you could spare to help someone when you cared. Why was her mind in such turmoil? Immediately after the last dregs of noise vanished, the sky past the direction of the Gate of Justice over the Red Line glowed with a cataclysmic red, the ungodly sounds of the earth's rage billowing forth in a horrid blast. That man Akainu. There was no doubt about it. No one else could do anything of the sort. Well then. Rayleigh had been right all along. I really should have considered the request done. XXX. Moments earlier, with Naruto, atop the Red Line, spring section. The top of the Red Line wasn't exactly what Naruto had been expecting. Rocky plains or something somewhat mountainous. That had been more in line with his original thinking. Instead he saw gorgeously kept garden life. Painstakingly sculpted plumage. It was like the biggest country club setting he'd ever lain eyes on. Okay, where are we now? Naruto asked, scratching his head as he waited for Akainu to finish making his way to their starting point. He didn't have to wait long as he landed in a fiery molten crash 40 yards away, and apparently the Admiral had great hearing as well. This place belongs to the descendants of those who established our world government centuries ago, Akainu explained. The red line is the land of those who preserve the heritage of the government. It's the sole property of the Tenryubido, the celestial dragons. The world nobles. Oh, it's theirs, Naruto said, looking around at the empty garden that went on as far as his eyes could see in both directions. It was so well kept, probably by slaves owned by the world nobles, and those bastards probably never even ventured anywhere past their posh little immediate mansion grounds. Now if he could take a shot at one of those, that would make his day. Good. I won't feel so bad after I fuck this place up then. Mariehua ain't far from here either, is it, since we're right by Marineford and everything? Hell, I might just finish up with you and go burn that bitch off the face of the planet. You know, make a day of this. Now that'd make a great diversion. Damn it. That would have made a great diversion, raising hell around those snobby nobles. The second the first explosion went off, they would have raised the mother of all bitch fits and called in every gun available from every corner of the seas to put him down like a rabid dog. All he would have needed was to throw Vivi on his back and take her with him, or at least get some directions from her. She already knew the way, she'd been there for the Council of Kings twice when she was younger. Akainu didn't do anything other than raise an eyebrow at the sight of Naruto literally beating the daylights out of himself for some reason or another. He found it hard to take the man seriously at first glance if that was how he acted. The only pirate captain he took as a serious threat that acted anything near as goofy as this was Red Hair Shanks. But this was a serious threat. He'd defeated Akiji, he'd survived separate battles with Kizaru. He'd stopped a buster call, and he'd blown the doors off of the Tarai current gate to Marineford, just because he could. That kind of anarchy was exactly the sort of evil that needed to be destroyed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was retiring. Bringing down this sort of criminal would secure his place as the successor for the position, and he would be able to use their power to do what should have been done to the seas years ago. You really are the worst generation of pirates that have ever lived. Yeah, I'm still not a pirate, Naruto said, snapping out of admonishing his own idiocy and flight-mindedness upon hearing himself being called the P-word. Dong! 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 Naruto couldn't help but grin at the sound of the bell ringing out loud enough for the two of them to hear even from there. Luffy's little stunt just added on to Naruto's penchant for the flamboyant, and he didn't even have to bring the terms up to his opponent. It was as if Akainu had been reading his mind. It will ring 16 times, Akainu said. If Luffy really fancied himself a pirate and he was the grandson of Garp, he would know the customs for naval burials, especially if he was ringing the ox bell. After the last bell fades, your life will end. To think, this had all been a diversion for Monkey D. Luffy to get back to Marineford. But then again, who would have ever expected him to show up in the same place twice after he'd been so badly injured the last time? Monkey D. Luffy may be the spawn of the devil revolutionary himself, but his life can be ended whenever, Akainu thought to himself as he stared at the grinning Naruto. Aside from the fact that Luffy would be more than likely gone by the time he returned there via the Red Line, it was also illegal to be up there without permission. He was stretching the rule as it was, using the excuse of being up there to kill Naruto for trespassing. This man, however. Ooh, is it a bell that'll kill you if you hear it 16 times? Naruto asked, feigning ignorance of the Admiral's threat as the bell continued to slowly ring. If it is, we should all run, or cover our ears. Akainu held his tongue and kept his expression as stony as could be. The stupid jokes would only last for so long. When the entire battlefield was covered in magma, he would see if Naruto still had a wisecrack or two left in him. It was hard to try and be witty when you were burning alive. Akainu flexed out his fingers like a cowboy preparing for a shootout while Naruto's wrists and hands shook around as if he were on a caffeinated high, both of them never taking their eyes off of the other. Dong! Die! At that moment it seemed as if the entire planet had erupted in hellfire and brimstone at once. Chapter 49, Trouble Falls into Your Lap. Naruto had never stood at the mouth of a volcano at the time of eruption. It had always been on his bucket list to see and then run away from on foot, for the sheer experience. He loved nature and liked knowing how awesome things worked, and in his borderline attention deficit mind there were few things cooler than a volcano at the time of eruption. He felt that now though, he could scratch that off of the list. Because Akainu might as well have been the closest thing he might as well have seen. He could swear, the sheer force of the eruption could have splintered and torn apart the portion of the red line that they were fighting on. No longer did it look like some pristine garden project ordered by some idiot world noble with no grasp of reality or restraint. It was a literal hell on earth. Lava spread itself across the ground after the initial explosion, and the slightest misstep would have caused a breaking of ground and the formation of a chasm. Fortunately, Naruto was nowhere near the ground, instead sitting on Samahata as the odd sword kept itself aloft in the air via miniature Azura Path rockets coming from the bottom scales. Even so, the temperature had jumped up dangerous. Heat rose, so the air directly above what Akainu had done was absolutely sweltering. That had been with one attack. Well, wasn't that splendid? Well, if you're gonna start out with a big ruckus dash, Naruto said, openly sweating and feeling his skin sear from the oppressive heat around him. He wasted no time in upping the arsenal himself, pulling at Kurama's chakra and feeling the protective golden glow of Tailed Beast chakra mode engulf him. I guess I should too. There was a selfish part of him that wished he could have had all of the Biju inside of him so that he could fly swiftly on his own, but he wasn't about to go begging all of them for help when Kurama had already volunteered to bond himself to him to fight together once again. Akainu's body and even parts of his clothes seemed to be comprised of pure dripping magma. You're fighting a literal force of nature. One that's controlled and aimed right at you, he said to Naruto. They say Whitebeard's devil fruit has the power to destroy the world. If you think his is the only one that can cause that sort of damage, you truly are a fool. Ryusei Kazan, Meteor Volcano. With a storm of punches, he shot off chunks of his fists into the air, similar to volcanic rock being shot from the mouth of a volcano during an eruption. Naruto had to dodge the hundreds of flying magma fists twice, once as they shot through the air and again as they fell back to the ground. Fortunately, his mobility was heightened more than ever because of his flight. They fell like the debris from a meteor shower, blowing apart whenever they hit anything. He flew lower to the burning ground to give himself a better place to dodge from, only having to avoid blasts from above instead of both above and below. He still had to outpace the explosions, but as fast as he was flying around the battlefield that wasn't much of a problem. What did turn out to be a problem was Akainu blasting out of the ground in a red gush of lava, aiming a blow right for Naruto's head. He didn't want to see what would happen if someone made of pure lava hit him as hard as an admiral had already proven that they could. Something about that battlefield popping tactic seemed extremely familiar though. Naruto pulled his legs up to come to a sudden stop. The motion pointed Samahata's Azura Path burning rocket jets right in Akainu's face, giving him a good improvised blast of pure fire, but he might as well have been giving a regular person a refreshing breeze on a brisk day. Still, it did the job of keeping him from charging into a lava punch. Vision obscured by the flames, Akainu's punch hit Samahata's scaly hide, shaving his hand up as if he'd pushed part of it through a cheese grater. The force of the punch still meant something though, and sent Naruto spinning out of control through the air until he could right the sword/platform. He had to physically remove the bits of lava on his frantically vibrating sword, wiping them off with his bare hands and actually burning and cutting up himself to do it. Had he not, it would have continued to burn Samahata. He'd learned his lesson fighting Kizaru when his attacks still exploded off of them, and against Akiji when he'd attempted to freeze it solid and break it. Even though Samahata could hit them and hurt them, their abilities weren't reliant on chakra, so it couldn't just casually eat/absorb them. I've run into more of you devil fruit guys than I can count, Naruto said, taking a moment to banter and think of another way to approach the battle. The entire time he was allowing Samahata to drain his chakra and use the surplus it was taking to heal its burn. I'd love to see the kind of tree that grows fruits that let you turn into lava. Akainu said, disguising the injury to his hand by keeping his body halfway in its magma form. A fight was afoot, but even as Naruto thought about how to handle the living volcano that was Admiral Akainu, he couldn't help but keep thinking on the devil fruits. They forcefully altered the body of the eater. That sounded suspicious. Past episodes of post-traumatic stress would never let Naruto forget the sight of the biggest honking tree he'd ever seen in his entire life, even the better half of several decades after the fact. It was hard to forget the sight of a tree the size of an entire city-state, tall enough to push past the clouds, which also tried to suck your chakra dry. Naruto was not a brilliant man. This was something he had come to terms with a long time ago. But the thing was, there were moments in his life when things just clicked without much need for exposition. Sometimes he just got things with only dregs and pieces of information necessary for him to stitch it all together and come to a coherent conclusion. Ironically, most of these revelations occurred in the midst of battle, possibly due to all of the blood rapidly pumping through his brain, but when they did they were usually realizations based on the fight at hand. This was the rare occurrence when it wasn't. Granted, this was a huge leap in logic, but it was literally the only thing that came to mind, and it fit far too perfectly with everything that Naruto knew about both the Shinju tree and the devil fruits. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," Naruto deadpanned, not amused by the revelation whatsoever. No. Akainu's outright aggravation at dealing with a filthy, not a, pirate like Naruto vanished for a second at his apparent random bout of disbelief. "What do you mean, no?" He wasn't making a shred of sense to everything you just said about those stupid fruits. No. Outright rejecting reality as it stared you in the face wasn't going to make it any less legitimate. The devil fruits were from the Shinju tree. The original one. They had to be defective byproducts of the tree, having popped up on the other end of the veritable roots of it, but effective enough to forcefully bring powers, sometimes of a world-ending potential, out of people, and apparently there was only ever one of a certain kind during someone's lifespan. The defective portion would explain how chakra wasn't a thing in the rest of the world the way it was in the elemental nations. Why the hell did he overlook the whole devil fruit thing when he'd first heard about it? For God's sake, they were called devil fruits. Surely that required a little looking into. But then again, after the life he'd lived, he was extremely jaded in regards to special abilities. Hindsight was a bitch and a half sometimes. There was no way that the tree that once held the secrets to end all of existence didn't have ungodly deep roots, and apparently they popped out all over the world and sprouted lesser fruits as byproducts of the tree's main export. Lesser samples of the real deal that had given birth to the nigh-limitless abilities that came with the fruit that had given chakra to the world, or to the elemental nations. Oh, right. He was still fighting a battle against someone fully capable of killing him. That was probably the more pressing issue to focus on at the moment. There was still the matter of Naruto's speed advantage that he could take to the bank. Akainu surprised him by hiding in an eruption from the ground, but since that particular trick had failed once he knew to look out for it, it wouldn't come as close as it already had to landing again. He could control things, which was perfect because he was only supposed to distract the strongest admiral's attention instead of trying to find a way to punch out a man made out of lava. Sure, he could, but it would no doubt be the most unpleasant thing he'd attempted to do in quite some time. Boom. Another eruption? Well, the answer to that was both yes and no. No as in it wasn't a real eruption, yes as in, Akainu had used his own living volcano powers to rocket himself at Naruto before throwing himself at the airborne shinobi in a gigantic wave of lava. Naruto's jaw dropped and he quickly formed a Rasengan in his hand and won 3 chakra arms that extended from his cloak, but Akainu hadn't just meant to blanket Naruto in lava. It seeped past the Rasengans and attached to the arms, burning right through them. Naruto had to deactivate the arms, because it had started to actually cause him pain. From the dropped masses of lava, Akainu reformed a human body and lunged at Naruto, stepping on the air with Jeppu before swinging a gigantic fist at him capable of burning through solid rock. Naruto grabbed the oversized punch with his bare hands and could feel his skin sear, even underneath the natural protective cloak of tailed best chakra mode. It was then that Naruto realized, Akainu hadn't fully extended his arm for the punch. Fuck. Dai Funka, Great Eruption. Akainu shot the monstrous fist that Naruto blocked with the ninja at the end, sending him flying off of Samehada through the air. Gritting his teeth, Naruto reset his grip underneath the lava rocket and threw it down to the ground before it could explode on him, instead forcing it to blow apart and take with it a huge chunk of landmass. Hands twitching painfully from the severity of his burns, Naruto formed several clones as insulation when Akainu attempted to smother him in a gigantic mass of lava again. It engulfed the small party of Narutos except for the original who used the small amount of time provided to him by his clones to escape and make his way above the falling lava. All of it was Akainu, so no matter what he hit it was going to hurt him like hell. Still, it was time to see just how much damage he was going to be able to do to living lava. Kawazu Tataki, Frog Strike. Bringing down an open-handed slap onto the lava itself, Naruto saw a golden ripple of his chakra go through the molten rock that comprised Akainu's transformed body composition. It was a frog kata technique, only without the nature chakra behind it, substituted with Kurama's. It was unnaturally satisfying to see him fly toward the ground and destroy another square mile of territory simply from the explosion resulting from his unstable form hitting so hard. Lava splashed even farther away than that, starting fires and burning even more of the formerly pristinely upkept Red Line territory. Samehada was able to get back to Naruto and fly him out of there before he could be at risk of being caught up in the fallout of his own actions. Taking him up higher into the air, Naruto decided that if Akainu was going to try and stick to the ground, he was going to make sure he stayed down there for good, in as many or as few pieces as possible. It all depended on just how durable he was. Suck by Jidama. Naruto shouted to the skies. Building up his chakra, Naruto's chakra cloak turned into a glowing golden replica of Kurama's head, with red and blue bits of chakra forming into a deadly black, compressed ball inside of its mouth. It was time to introduce the Marines to an attack feared the continent over in the elemental nations. It was one that they had already been somewhat acquainted with already, only this time it would be much more intimate of an attack. After all, he was using it all on just one person. It was here, however, that Naruto learned something new about fighting, something that was rare when one had been in as many high-stakes battles as he had found himself involved in. The speed of an eruption-enhanced Saru/Jeppu from an admiral launching 150 feet into the sky was quicker than the speed of a tailed beast ball's formation. Lava reached out and held the Kurama avatar's mouth shut. There was nowhere for the chakra that had already been prepared to fire to go. Naruto's attempt to cancel the Kurama avatar was the only thing he could do to keep it from blowing up in his face, as badly as it otherwise should have. XXX. Meanwhile, seas surrounding Marineford. Anyone looking up at the sky would have sworn that they had gone blind. The entire sky above the red line seemed to go white for a split second before returning to normal. The sound that followed, to call it deafening would not have been enough to explain how loud it was. To lower-level Marines stationed at Marineford, as it was transitioned out of being the main Marine base on the seas, it looked and felt like the end of the world was coming and its epicenter was mere miles away, within plain and clear sight. The seas around Marineford horrendously, and the small vessel Luffy, Jinbei, Rayleigh, and Robin had taken to sneak him ashore found itself in turbulent waters. It was too dangerous for people with devil fruit powers to be on deck where they could be swept overboard at the moment, especially someone as injured as Luffy, so Robin was with him inside watching over his condition until they could get back to the Kuja pirates. That left two of their temporary party to man things topside. "Ah, that's more like it," Rayleigh said with the ever-present smile on his face, even as waves washed over the side of the ship and soaked him to the bone. Something about him felt off at Sabaody Archipelago. This feels more appropriate for him. How could someone that strong have existed in the world and we're only just now hearing about him? Jinbei didn't understand it. In a world where word got around in a matter of days about anything and everything, if someone like Naruto had surfaced, there would have been rumblings about him long before he reached the level that he seemed to be now. Someone like this can't just come out of the blue in 1 year's time. He's from a very isolated place, was all that Rayleigh could do to explain. Which really did nothing in that regard. XXX. With Naruto. Breathing heavily, Naruto picked himself up off of the ground and looked around at the flaming hellscape that his battle had caused. There had been absolutely no warming up between the two of them, no pun intended. They had been trying to hit each other with attacks that would put them out of commission from the very beginning. It was quite obvious that when he was free and able to, Akainu was not one for holding anything back. A part of Naruto was amazed that not only had he thought of a way to turn the tailed beast ball against him, he'd had the, for lack of a better term, balls to see it through. It had honestly been one of the absolute bravest moves anyone that had ever fought him had tried. He'd charged straight into the barrel of a death cannon just to make the shot backfire. "Ha, he tried to turn my own jutsu on me," Naruto said to himself with a humorless laugh of wonder. He was still stronger than Akainu when it came to raw power, but if the Admiral managed to get Naruto to take the brunt of one of his own attacks, could he have stood up to his own might? Akainu wasn't dead. Naruto could sense it. He was badly hurt, but then again, Naruto wasn't exactly in pristine condition either. He'd turned off tailed beast chakra mode for just long enough to count the severe burns littering his body. His arms were covered from his elbows to his fingertips with ugly, discolored skin. As long as he kept the golden chakra cloak up, no one who looked at him would ever know it though. Walking the wasteland of his own creation, Naruto came to a stop at the edge of a cliff that he didn't remember being in that particular direction before. Reaching the edge of it, he visibly winced at the sight that awaited him. Oh man. The red line was massive, but the extended fighting and repeated manipulation of the ground by Akainu's volcanic fighting methods and Naruto's created a deep crater, the inside of which was filled with jagged, deformed rock formations. A sea of lava and fire filled it, constantly being supplied by rock from the deeper portion of the massive continental landmass. The Baijidama had caused a cinder cone volcano to form, with a vent running out into the ocean. Looking inside of it, Naruto was vaguely reminded of the way Sunagakure sat inside of the valley, surrounded by the high cliffs around it. This was a lot like that, except filled with everything that made up a volcano. Turning to the side, he saw Akainu standing, sizing him up again instead of attacking. At least he was aware that blindly attacking just because Naruto wasn't looking at him wasn't the way to get the upper hand. Naruto merely shook his head at him, bewildered at the Baijidama not ending the fight. It was mostly because Naruto had muffled the blast as best as he could to keep from killing himself after Akainu's counterattack, that was. He was pretty much speechless. The proud, determined admiral did everything but scoff at Naruto's reaction that he was still alive. I may not have seen the attack before, but I've seen what it could do. You expected me to just sit back and let you fire it? Kind of, Naruto admitted sheepishly, taking a bit of time to think of what he could do next. For some reason, most people I've seen it used on do. Akainu's ever-present scowl grew even deeper at his attitude, even though the battle had escalated to such a degree. The Red Line lands that were under the possession of the world nobles had been ruined in that particular area. This was a grievous offense, one that he could not place the blame solely in the hands of Naruto. It was his fault just as equally, even though it had been done in order to stop the threat that the man posed to the sanctity of the government's order. You seem impossibly at ease about this, the magma-spewing admiral remarked offhandedly. Maybe you're just one of those types that can laugh in the face of their own death? Maybe you're just a bigger idiot than I gave you credit for being at first. The insult was not lost on Naruto, nor the feeling that Akainu was offended by his hot-and-cold attitude on the severity of the battle. Look, for you, a fleet admiral candidate, fighting somebody like me, the whole point of why your absolute justice kind of world is right, it's a big deal. Maybe it's the most important day of your life. On the other hand, I've done stuff like this too many times. I'm kind of over it. I'm probably not even gonna remember I fought you in 3 weeks. Akainu didn't rise to the return of the insult, instead choosing to simply drop backward and fall into the mouth of the volcano that he'd had a hand in making. Naruto gasped at the sight, before realizing that such an action wouldn't kill him. Quite the opposite actually. And now you die, Uzumaki. Akainu's voice rang out, as if it were the very rumbling of a volcano poised to blow. Inu Tajitsu, Day of the Dog. There was something horrifically different with this attack. It was too complete to avoid. If Naruto ran, no matter where he went, it would reach him. If he used Shinra Tensei to try and block it, it wouldn't matter. The 5 seconds the invisible force lasted wouldn't be enough to keep the product of the eruption off of him. There was simply too much. The entire sky found itself blocked out by lava, falling down on top of him, and there were no spots to dodge through. Countless tons of superheated magma, straight from the newly created volcano, charged and bolstered even further by Akainu himself. Wait, he was made of magma, which was just super hot rock, wasn't it? Pressing his palms together, Naruto moved them apart to reveal a black sphere of chakra between his hands. He had no idea if this would work, but Tailed Beast Chakra mode enhanced all of his other jutsu. It was time to put that to the test and really try to flex his newly re-established muscles. The earth began to shake almost immediately, without him even finishing the technique. Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. With a violent yell, Naruto threw the black orb into the air, and as it left his hands it ripped up tons of rock from the area around him as it rocketed up through the thick sheet of lava coming down on him. It stopped it cold and pulled every last ounce of it up into the air, right toward the black core of the jutsu. As if it were the true formation of a smaller planet, Akainu and his lava became the mantle that was quickly covered by countless tons of rock that comprised the crust that imprisoned him within. The sheer size of what he had created put a strain on Naruto to hold up in the air, forcing him to shift it over and try to aim it at the ocean before letting it drop. It moved slowly, levitating across the land by the guidance of Naruto's hands. Blood began to jet from his nose, but he kept his concentration in moving the Chibaku Tensei construct over the water. The moment it made it inside and descended underneath the waves, the fight would be over. Simple in theory, yes, but there was still one person who had something to say it. No! Akainu bellowed with an inhuman tone, punching his way free of the rock shell comprising Naruto's satellite construct. He'd willfully fought back with his haki bolstering his strength and had transformed his body back to normal from the lava form of the Magu Magu no Mi to keep himself from being magnetically attracted to the core of the Chibaku Tensei that had caught him in the first place. Eyes rolled in the back of his head from rage, his body was torn to shreds from the stresses of the battle. He looked very much like a man that had clawed his way out of his own grave, and in essence he had. A golden flash appeared right in front of him, revealing Naruto, arm drawn back and a grave look of seriousness on his face. 3 Razengans orbited around something behind him, another Rasengan bigger than the other 3. Naruto slammed it right into his chest, shooting out his chakra arm as far as he could extend it, driving Akainu into the heart of the satellite. Wakusei Rasengan, planetary spiraling sphere. The core of the planet blew apart in a tempestuous wave of a vortex, sending massive chunks of rock flying as far as the eye could see in all directions. Naruto heard Akainu scream of pain, disbelief, and defiance die in the wild winds and the volcanic rumblings of the battlefield. He couldn't sense him any longer. Tailed Beast Chakra mode faded, revealing Naruto's savage third-degree burns to the open air. It made them feel 10 times worse than they already were. His vest had managed to protect most of his body. His arms weren't nearly as lucky, and the length of most of his pants had been burnt to his legs. That would certainly be fun to deal with later, peeling those off. Murat hadn't had to treat burns yet since joining the crew either, so it would be a new experience for her. Share the enjoyment and all of that good stuff. Breathing heavily through his teeth, Naruto couldn't find a way to quell his discomfort. Burns were awful injuries like that. If he were a lesser man, he would have been on his knees by then. If he weren't aware enough of his surroundings to know that dropping to his knees on the volcanic, hot ground would still burn the hell out of him, he probably would have done it anyway. He spat onto the ground before taking a deep breath of relief. Other than the burns, he wasn't too injured, but those burns hurt like all levels of hell. I'm too old for this shit. XXX. Mariehua, Commander-in-Chief's office. From the office of the man in charge of running all of the world government's agencies, Commander-in-Chief Kong, and, soon-to-be former, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had a pristine view of the apocalyptic sky far off in the distance as Admiral Akainu fought Uzumaki Naruto. Sengoku had been there to continue hashing out the details of his resignation from the Marines. Of course, once the fight had started, it had their complete attention from start to finish. The explosive finish, and then, silence. Well, Kong said, breaking the 5 minutes of dead silence with no shortage of displeasure in his tone, I guess we'll have to rewrite the maps we have on the Grand Line now. I'm sure the Gorosei will be ecstatic to have a brand new volcano sitting less than 100 miles away from Mariehua. Every elite guard that had been on high alert standing guard in the direction of the battle still remained at the ready to intercept whatever attack may have come their way, but it was quite clear that there wouldn't be one. Even an army killer like Uzumaki would have had to recuperate after a fight like the one he'd just had. I told you, Sengoku said, shaking his head at the sight, you shouldn't hold Kazan's defeat to that man against him. Sakazuki can't kill him either, he reasoned, using Akiji and Akainu's real names instead of their aliases for emphasis. The Fleet Admiral successor shouldn't be determined based off of who can kill the criminal with the highest bounty. The failures to eliminate a threat that large were irritating, to say the least, but they shouldn't have been the deciding factor in finding who would be the next man to head up the Marines. If that were the case, none of the 3 admirals currently sitting at the top of the heap would have been in the running to do so. Out of the 3 of them, Akiji and Akainu had both been defeated. Only Kizaru hadn't been outright bested, but every single time he was also unable to get the job done whenever the task came to fighting the blonde menace. Kong was just as aware of this as Sengoku was. After all, he'd never managed to get to Gold Roger or Whitebeard, and had wound up becoming Fleet Admiral while the men's legend were being built. There were many regrets he'd had throughout his life, but under his watch, despite allowing things like that to happen, setting the table for this worst generation, 20 years later, the Marines had become stronger than ever. He was worse than someone that already had the name of famous/infamous people behind his origin the way so many others did. He'd appeared from thin air, seemingly, with power they had yet to comprehend to a relevant degree. He had literally come out of nowhere, and they were no closer to understanding what had molded him or what drove him than they had been since he'd begun tearing things apart. Wherever he and his allies went, trouble seemed to follow, and that trouble had yet to be halted by the world's military, much to Kong's chagrin. Letting someone like that roam the world to do as he pleases is hurting the name of the Marines. He still had a lot of pride for the Marines, and what he'd had a hand in building it to as the mighty force it was today. He won't become a Shichibukai, Sengoku said, despite his marked distaste for the position. Making Uzumaki and his allies Shichibukai didn't seem like the best idea to begin with. He's already turned it down. What on earth made a monster like that tick? And what kind of attitude did he impose on people to force them to side with him? XXX. Miles away, on board the natural disaster, Medic Bay. Having a talented on-call doctor, 24/7, was just wonderful. It didn't matter how badly you messed yourself up, they could usually fix you. They normally weren't happy with it, however, especially when the injuries you tended to bring them on the rare occasions that you actually needed them were always to be of a catastrophic nature. Oh my god. What did you let him do to you? This was the first reaction that Murat had to seeing Naruto in the medic bay, and it was at least appropriate. She had to give credit where it was due. Naruto didn't do anything half-heartedly, including getting his butt kicked, or in this case burned. Well, at least she cared. Nothing was worse than a doctor that you felt was just going through the motions when it came to patching you up. The fact that she was horrified by the injuries he'd brought to her meant that she was invested. She had to kick several others out so that she could get the breathing room to work properly. First and foremost, she cut his pants off around the patches of fabric that were burned to his skin so that she could even begin treating that part of his body. That was dedication. This is disgusting, Murat emphasized, as the one who would have to carefully clean the wounds before she could really do anything to treat him. How were you even walking around like this? She was surprised he hadn't just tried to peel the pants off of his skin, which would have easily been the dumbest thing he could have done in that situation. Practice, Naruto said, wincing at his ongoing treatment. I was fighting a guy made out of lava. It didn't take much to get burned. He was grateful that she'd managed to put her foot down and kick everyone else out of her place of practice after he'd gotten back. Having the majority of the crew hover over him when he revealed just how much of his body suffered burns would have been a pain. Ow. Fuck. Okay, hold on a second. I already started, Murat insisted, pushing him back down onto the bed he was lying on for his treatment. It might have hurt, but he was hurting himself more by being an idiot. Naruto-sama, hold still or I'll have Funk Freed make you. I can't work if you keep moving, and you're the one that said you didn't want the pain meds, so I'll just start in on the shots. Shots? Bleg, shots. To hell with that. Of course, if he left and didn't destroy the medic bay in the process of evading Funk Freed, he'd have to deal with the bare minimum of at least one angry woman outside, who wouldn't be very pleased at his evading treatment. Yes, shots, the resident physician said, bringing over a tray of 5 needles that Naruto didn't take his eyes off of the entire time, the things you get to make sure you don't pick up any gross infections from running around and rolling in the dirt with open wounds all over your body like you just did. Why are doctors so mean? Believe me, I'm not trying to be. She'd have loved to be easygoing and nice about things, but unfortunately these people weren't the types to let things be that easy. They were the worst types to treat in the world. All of them. Being the doctor on board the natural disaster was a new, fresh hell that no amount of training would have ever prepared her for. It's because of asshole patients like you. XXX. Elsewhere inside the natural disaster, kitchen. So, why is this woman still shackled? Byron asked, regarding Jewelry Bonnie. They had been watching over her for quite some time now, and had actually taken to fixing her a meal, which had been a mistake, because she was currently eating a hole in their pantry. Fortunately, Miss Valentine kept things well stocked, and was a talented cook. Naruto-sama deigned to rescue her, didn't he? It's because she was such a bitch when Naruto grabbed her, Miss Valentine replied chirpily, not minding the glare she received from Bonnie in the slightest. If we took the cuffs off, I'm not really sure that she wouldn't try to turn all of our ages back, and as fun as it might be to live my teen years again, I worked too hard for this body once before to have to do it all over again. Bonnie scoffed as she continued to absolutely destroy the meal that Miss Valentine had presented her with. I'm going to find a way to kill Uzumaki. When I get my crew back, and we meet again in the new world, you're one of the ones on my hit list. This didn't change anything. I'll never forgive your lunatic boy toy of a captain. Byron opened his mouth to verbally lambast the vulgar female captain, but quickly felt something about the mood shift. He edged his way away from where Miss Valentine was seated, as even though she was still smiling he knew full well by now that Miss Valentine had a rather sadistic side to her, especially when provoked. Instead of any kind of retaliation or catty rebuttal, she simply sat her elbows on the table, her cheeks in her hands as if she'd already won. Wow, for a big-name pirate captain you were really easy to drug, she said out of the blue, her dazzling smile still in place. Bonnie immediately stopped chewing and took a good, hard look at the plates of food that she had finished off and the one that she had been barreling through before Miss Valentine had said anything. You poisoned me? She said, dropping her food back onto the plate as if ending her eating spree now would change anything. That's such an ugly term for it, and yet, Miss Valentine didn't seem ashamed at all, actually laughing rather unkindly. But yes. Yes, I did. It's a truth serum. What, did you think we were all pushovers? They weren't. Contrary to what most of the world probably believed, either due to bounty totals or whatever, Naruto wasn't the scariest person on the crew, he was just the strongest. Soren wasn't either. He was just amoral for the most part, and relentless in a fight. Living the way he'd lived, on the Grand Line by himself for as long as he'd lived, he was ferocious and antisocial. It was Miss Valentine who was the absolute cruelest member of the crew. This was a fact. She was an absolute delight to the people she knew and liked. On the other side of that coin, she had a habit of being extremely, deceptively harsh to people she perceived as her enemies, and thought nothing of it. She had been in Baroque works at as high a ranking as she'd reached for a reason. She had killed and tormented a lot of people to get that far. Crocodile hadn't gotten as far as he had in Alabasta without useful subordinates that did whatever the hell had to be done to put him in the position to nearly take over the country. Nothing about her had changed, she just didn't have to let it show very often for the Foxhound pirates. She didn't like showing it either. She was in love, and if Naruto saw how twisted she could be at her worst, the thought of repulsing him terrified her. But sometimes, with some people, one of them who just so happened to be sitting in front of her, she couldn't really help herself. You bitch. I'll turn you all into babies and see which one of you sinks the fastest when I throw you overboard. Bonnie snapped at her, despite knowing that attacking as she was would be suicide. I'm thinking it'll be you, Albatross. I wonder how Uzumaki would like that. The vitriolic insult slid off of Miss Valentine harmlessly. I don't like you, for a few reasons, and you just keep adding on to them. Her smile became significantly more ominous as she continued, you don't threaten my lover. He might be stronger than me, so strong that he doesn't need anyone protecting him, but let's just say I'm a little petty when it comes to that sort of thing. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you some things, and you're going to answer me, savvy? I'm going to kill you, you bitch. I'll never forgive you for this. She should have seen something coming when Miss Valentine hadn't given her anything that she'd have needed a metal utensil to eat. Probably to avoid her trying to stab it through her eye when her treachery was revealed. I don't care. Okay, first question. What's your problem with us? Once more, Miss Valentine paused as she realized the absurdity of that query, my drugging you aside. From the look on Bonnie's face, she did her best to fight it, to give a belligerent, worthless reply, but whatever she'd been given literally forced it out of her. Your damn captain, wherever he goes, everything gets worse. That island we met on, then Sabayati. And when that actually would have been useful, where was he? That retard, Straw Hat stuck his nose in, aren't your crews joined at the hip? Miss Valentine's smile dropped when it hit her what the pink-haired pirate was talking about. You're talking about the war for Fire Fist Ace? The resulting glare, you all didn't show your faces during the war. And he's showing up now after it's over? They weren't anywhere near Marineford during the war, for Luffy, and for Boa Hancock. Because they asked him to. Because they needed him to. Petty girl, lashing out at anything to rationalize her own anger and sorrow, the polished, refined crew member of the natural disaster, Byron said, drawing his seat nearer to Bonnie. Whitebeard was a hero to many pirates. That kind of freedom, to do whatever you want, and that kind of strength, to assure the same thing for those you care for. You don't know anything. You're as cruel as a child. I wonder, is it something to do with your upbringing, or is it something the government did to you? As if something came together in his mind, he decided to sate his curiosity with one question. How old are you really? Byron Miss Valentine started to say, until she saw how hard Bonnie was trying to fight answering that question. Even with the serum she'd been slipped, she doesn't need to answer that. I don't care about that. Turning his gaze to Miss Valentine, he nodded before standing up and walking away without another word to the shaken Bonnie. Miss Valentine observed her for another moment, and her reaction to what their musician had asked her. Leaving the kitchen to find Byron sitting at his piano in the common area of the ship, she stood behind him as he idly played a tune. He didn't seem to be focusing on anything, even what he was doing, which seemed to make his playing at the level he was doing it all the more impressive. Why'd you ask her that? Consider it a morbid observation, he said, never taking his eyes off of the keys in front of him. We're releasing her anyway, are we not? Pay it no mind. Well, yes we are. But I can't ignore it now. You've ruined the mood I'd set for the interrogation. I want to know why. Her tone was light, as usual, but the undertone wasn't. She had questions, and now that she apparently wasn't going to get them from Bonnie, she wanted them from Byron as to why not. The man had been a pirate captain before he'd been taken as a slave. He had seen many things, and had been adept enough to garner a crew to sail on the Grand Line. He picked up on particular things, especially regarding people. She responds to things like a jaded child, instead of how a full-grown adult and hardened sailor would, running away, blaming others, seeking vengeance for slight offenses. And what exactly is her power? The power to manipulate age. Anyone's age. Oh God. You don't think Byron hurriedly cut the question off at the pass. I don't know. The two lapsed into an uncomfortable silence, one that made Miss Valentine thankful for the music being played at the moment. XXX. Outside on the deck. Was it possible to become jaded at the sight of amazing things? When new to the ship, members like Perona looked at everyone with a fish-like expression, just looking for one other person to share in the amazement with her, and found nothing. She wasn't sure what surprised her more, what Naruto had just done, or the same stuff as always attitude that most of them had toward it. It was probably easy for Miss Valentine, seeing as how she never seemed to take anything too seriously for very long. She was also a lover of Naruto's and more than once had shown that she could direct certain actions of his with food. No matter how powerful he happened to be, one of his bigger weaknesses happened to be through his stomach. For Soren, it was more than likely because he was easily the second strongest on the ship and was utterly convinced that given a short amount of time, he could manage feats of a similar nature on his own to some degree. It was a rather respectable outlook. That kind of confidence had to come from somewhere other than the bottom of a bottle. Polly had probably thrown out any inhibition to the insanity that he probably had before after Eni's lobby, while Vivi was trained by Naruto and saw him as something of a protector, so she wouldn't possibly be afraid of him. To Johnny and Yusaku, Naruto was their hero, so they saw him as more of an aspiration to try and live up to, rather than a figure to fear. Nojiko still found reasons to be surprised every single day, but she also kind of had Naruto whipped. Enough said about that. How are you supposed to fight that? Perona asked, gesturing with her hand in the direction that they had long since sailed away from. They didn't need to be anywhere near the site of the battle to see what it had caused, and since Naruto had teleported back to the ship after it was over, there was no need to stick around. I don't get how, or why anyone or anything would ever need to be that strong. What's the point? You just saw the point, Polly said, idly leaning against the mast, smoking away on his cigar, because other people that want to kill us, can do that. It was comforting to know that she was basically sleeping with someone who could be that destructive, other than just knowing that others who were out to get them could. In essence, Naruto had made a volcano, with some help, and then had almost literally beaten it up while it had been erupting. This all occurred in under an hour. Out of sheer curiosity, Perona had gone astral since she hadn't been asked to do anything and probably wouldn't have anyway. This had been done so that she could safely watch one of the identified scariest new villains in the world take on the most merciless, feared Marine Admiral in existence. She had been incapable of having harm befall her while in that form, but she had still been terrified. And then the same person that had instilled that fear had gone right back to the ship. By the time Perona had returned to her body on board, Naruto had been in the middle of being coerced into getting medical attention by their resident doctor, who other than rudimentary swordsmanship and her sword itself that transformed into an elephant was basically powerless. The quiet brushing of Kurama's forepaws walking on the grassy deck pulled her attention to him. Every so often, for one reason or another, times call upon that kind of power to be required, Kurama said to the ghost girl, when it is, there's always at least one person who answers. It's just that circumstances surrounding Naruto kept him around longer than when his kind of strength was needed. A vulpine grin crossed his face before he walked away. You could call him a relic if you'd like, a reminder, because that's what he is. There aren't any like him where we come from anymore. Upon hearing her silence and feeling her eyes remain on him, he stopped walking, his tails visibly drooping as he came to a realization. You weren't listening to a word I just said, were you? All she did was continue to stare longingly at him, having almost entirely ignored his old man-like bit of exposition. He knew full well what she wanted, and also that the only thing keeping her at bay was the standing threat of him pulling out her soul with his tails if she grabbed him. Fine, he eventually said with a defeated sigh, you can have one. Just one. Kurama had hardly finished the sentence before he found himself picked up and cuddled closely by Perona, amid the snickers from other crew members present. As the hug lingered well past the full minute mark, he quickly found himself regretting his temporary show of consideration, especially when he realized that it was killing more of his rep as a terrifying figure in front of Naruto's new idiot friends. Ooh Kurama, you're so cute. As long as you're around I could never be scared. Perona exclaimed, having finally got a hold of him after so long. We have to do something about that voice though, but other than that, you're just precious. A century ago, people would have been sent running just from hearing his roar dozens of miles away. All those years of just hanging around peacefully had apparently made him soft. He needed to devour some poor mortal fools to start getting some of his mojo back. Fortunately, he was saved from further emasculation, or from having to rip Perona's spirit from her body human path style, by Nojiko coming to the door to speak to him. Kurama, she said, taking a moment to get a look at the proud fox being crushed against Perona's chest. Anyway, Naruto-kun wants to talk with you really quick. Kurama liked to think that the way he got out of Perona's grasp was more dignified than scurrying, but he couldn't bring himself to care very much as he made his escape and ran off inside. As he did, Miss Valentine walked over to Nojiko with an honest-to-goodness smile on her face as she regarded the sniper princess. You're looking a lot better, dear, and she did. It was the first time that anyone had seen her out of bed without holding her head and having to lean against something in over a week. Nojiko was entire upright now, seemingly more comfortable on her feet than she'd been in a while. Well, I was scared of my hockey, but Naruto-kun kind of had a point, Nojiko said with a small smile. How are you going to let your own powers control you? So I'll just take it as it comes, and I'll learn how to control it and hold it back. Kurama heard the women converse as he walked inside to go find Naruto in the medic bay as requested. There are some people worth watching for amongst this lot. He knew he liked most of them for a reason. Maybe it wouldn't have been a bad idea to have looked into this whole traveling thing decades earlier? The door was wide open to the medic bay, prompting Kurama to stop at the entrance and look in at Naruto, newly bandaged from the neck down. The two partners simply stared at each other, one sitting on his haunches, the other stuck propped up in bed and irritable at being told to remain there for at least a few hours. Both mummified man and disheveled fox stared at each other before speaking at the exact same time. "You look pathetic / you look pathetic." Naruto and Kurama did double takes in response, as neither could believe what the other had said. "What? How do I look pathetic / what? How do I look pathetic? Your eyes are bloodshot and your fur looks like you licked an exposed outlet. You look like you got into a wrestling match with a furnace." They stared each other down before Kurama shrugged and walked in, hopping up onto Naruto's temporary bed and curling up next to him. Naruto idly reached his closest recovering hand out and stroked his old friend's back as they relaxed, as if one of them hadn't been fighting for dear life not too long ago. "So," Kurama said, closing his eyes lazily, "I'm pretty sure you didn't call me in here for this. I mean, I'm up for a nap just as much as the next fox, but this doesn't seem worth sending your gunslinging girlfriend to get me." It was just a matter of relaxing Kurama before Naruto dropped what he had to let loose on him, and he was none too subtle or tactful about it. Blunt was the best description as to how the conversation started. "Devil fruits are from the roots of the Shinju," Naruto remarked offhandedly. He immediately felt the chill that rolled down Kurama's spine and heard his teeth click together in an involuntary chatter. It almost made him feel sorry for telling him about it. "I know, right? But it makes sense, doesn't it?" Kurama took a second to calm down and think about it before letting out a weathered sigh. It would have been irresponsible to ignore it, no matter how much he wanted to. Too much sense. "And I'm assuming that you think this is a problem?" "Well, not a problem straight up, at least I don't think. But just in case it is one, this isn't really something we can just walk away from, you know? We know what the freaking real thing can do, we should definitely check it out," Naruto asked, "so what I'm saying is we just go find out where one is. It could be nothing, but I just want to play it safe." The damn things had apparently been around forever, and he hadn't heard of them acting up, even when the tree had been restored back during the Fourth Great Shinobi War, so they probably didn't hurt people. Maybe it was just because he hadn't known to ask about them? Everyone else accepted the devil fruit trees, so he did as well. Either way, now it was basically his responsibility to follow through on his hunch and see if there was something to it. If they were roots to the Shinju, but were harmless other than the ridiculous superpower-generating fruits they grew, it was still worth confirming one way or the other. It was his responsibility. Besides, it was a cool-ass adventure that had the potential for a much-needed learning experience. How often could Naruto say that he was excited to learn something that wasn't related to fighting? Once every 10 years maybe, if that? "Soren!" Naruto suddenly called out as he saw the bald, tattooed youth walk past the medic bay. "Come here. Where's the tree your devil fruit came from?" What a random question. They were wasting his time with that? He had day drinking and training to do. "I don't know," Soren said. "I didn't find mine on a fucking tree." "Well, what do you know about M?" The utter seriousness on Naruto's face gave him pause. He'd just fought an admiral, and he was more concerned with this than with recovering. It caught the acid-spitting man off guard for a moment. Curly stems, weird swirly markings on M, tastes like death. After you've seen one, you can't miss M, Soren said, trying to list off the things he knew about them. He'd been around for a while, heard plenty about them, but there was one thing he'd never seen in regards to the fruits. "Oh, and you're probably never gonna find any of the trees, if there even is a tree. I don't think anybody knows where they are." This was all sounding worse and worse. The fruits didn't even grow on anything. That made even more sense than before, because that goddamn tree had been wiped from the map twice in recorded human history. If even the roots still existed, they would be certain that those places would be easily marked on the map. Then where do the fruits come from? Soren walked into the room and pulled up a chair before sitting in it reverse, leaning his elbows on the back of it. "I don't think anybody really understands these things. I heard, if you kill somebody who ate one, the power of the person who died'll just take the place of some other fruit somewhere else. They just reincarnate or something." He didn't really know how else to explain it. "They don't grow." "And you're certain of this?" Kurama chimed in, his own countenance grave as he took in the information and processed it readily. "It's more important than you probably realize, and it may just lead to nothing. You should hope that it doesn't." He wasn't sure, because he'd never seen it happen and he didn't know how anyone else even could have. "I wouldn't say I was dead sure, but you could ask any of us. Me, Valentine, Byron, Perona, doesn't matter. I guarantee you, nobody got theirs from a tree." Then he unknowingly hit them with the stinger. "They probably did come from a tree somewhere at some point, but they definitely don't anymore. Would have to be a hell of a tree though. I'm sure you'd love that, nature boy." A grim smile stuck itself to Naruto's face, recognizing the joke, but not having the constitution about him to actually try and laugh at it. "Yeah, it'd seem like it, wouldn't it? XXX. 3 days later, Isle of Women, Amazon Lily. Word had spread of the Marineford infiltration, with the World newspaper publishing a double issue to cover everything that had happened, from Luffy's actions ringing the Ox Bell 12 times, to a reporter's account of battle nearby between Naruto and Akainu. A very censored account. Naruto didn't care about that though. Yes, he was something of an attention whore, but everyone that needed to know that it was a bad idea to fight him was already aware of it. There wasn't much else he could do short of meaningless destruction to drive that point home any further, and that wasn't a level he wanted to ever stoop to. Either way, the call eventually came that everyone was back at Amazon Lily, safe and sound, thus he figured it was time for a fallout report. In the throne room of the Gorgon sisters, he made a random appearance via his Hiraition kunai, placed on a pedestal in a prominent, grand location. It did his lofty sense of pride good to see when he flashed into the Great Hall. His moment of ballooning ego didn't last very long. Fortunately, there were still people around willing to let the air out of his head every now and again. I believe I ordered you well done instead of rare, Silver's Rayleigh jibed at the sight of the recently arrived Naruto's newly recovered skin. It was still easy to tell where he'd had to get up close and personal to Akainu's lava, because certain places weren't yet properly colored to his usual tanner tone. I think I should send you back. Oh haha. Kiss my glorious, golden crisped Rayleigh, Naruto said, flipping him the middle finger in return despite the grin on his face. If it wasn't so hard to leave scars on me, I'd probably have more than you do right now. Speaking of scars, how's Luffy? Rayleigh smiled at the show of concern. He's almost back to fighting form. The Heart Pirates had even left, as Trafalgar Law was no longer needed to oversee his health. And while they were on that point, I actually wanted you here to say goodbye for now. Even if you weren't going to be moving around doing who knows what, I'm afraid I'll have my hands full for some time. I've got 2 years to turn that boy into the Pirate King. Pirate King, huh? Luffy? Well, if he was anything like the last one dash. Tell him he'd better step it up, because I still owe him a beating for that temper tantrum he threw on one of my swordsmen, Naruto declared with a punch to the inside of his own palm. With that message being sent, he threw his arms back up behind his head, lacing his fingers behind his neck as he closed his eyes. Besides, I've got stuff to do too. Oh? Color Rayleigh interested. If there was something that actually had Naruto's attention, it had to be something worth looking into. Like what? Naruto opened up one of his eyes from his squinted gaze just so that he could lock his stare onto Rayleigh. Does the word Shinju mean anything to you? He asked, as if the answer would have opened an entire new door as far as their loose affiliation with each other had gone so far. Rayleigh was slightly taken aback at the sudden shift in tone. Was it really that severe of a topic? I can't say it does. Why? And just like that, the mood went back to friendly and positive again. Don't worry about it. It's probably better for you because you don't. I'll just say I guess my people were really kinda self-centered if we thought that our world-ending stuff wouldn't trickle down anywhere else, as if all of that hadn't been ominous. Anyway, I'll catch you later. The two parted ways, with Rayleigh planning on putting the finishing touches on Luffy's intended training while he was using that last day to recover. Rayleigh felt a measure of comfort at seeing Naruto, at a time where Whitebeard, one of the last remaining vestiges of the days when it was his generation's time, was newly deceased. They weren't close friends and confidants, but there was some sort of unspoken understanding there. A sort of given respect that came from two old soldiers from different lands coming together peacefully, decades after their days on the battlefield were over with and done. Only one of their fighting days weren't anywhere near the end. As Rayleigh left to try and locate a proper place for the kind of training he was going to put his ward through, he shook his head in good humor. Oh, I'm sure we'll see each other soon enough. Another 20 years later perhaps? Even if it is, I'm sure you'll still be hanging around in some corner of the world, Naruto said with a laugh, heading down the halls in the opposite direction as the two old acquaintances parted ways. XXX. Meanwhile, natural disaster, Medic Bay. Ever since learning the basic principle of Busashoku Haki from the Kujas, Yasaku had thrown himself into getting it down, day and night, and the best way he could think of doing that was in two ways, trying to lift the unliftable, and fight with someone significantly above his level, convinced that he could defeat them. Between trying to lift things that were backbreakingly heavy, even by his standards courtesy of Miss Valentine's Kilo abilities, and constant spars with Soren that pushed the limits of how violent a friendly melee encounter could become, he'd been burning the candle more than ever before. Being that the well-being of the crew members was the primary concern of the ship's physician, Murit called him for a physical to make sure he wasn't tearing muscles, damaging ligaments, or hurting himself in some other way. Yasaku's lazy grin caught Murit's eye as she flitted around the room, moving through test after test that she felt the need to run on him. So, not that I don't love spending time with you, Yasaku said, never dropping his demeanor as he sat there in his skivvies, but why'd you want to run all these tests? You're training yourself stupidly hard, she pointed out. I think a complete physical right now, before you get too far into it, is the best thing. That way, when you tear yourself to shreds I'll be able to know how bad it is from comparison to how you are now when you're healthy. Someone has to know how to put you sickos back together, and I took the job. Entirely expecting a remark of some sort about how it was probably a labor of love for her, and that asking him to get a full physical was a sign of her love for him, she was surprised when he didn't say anything of the sort. He wasn't making eyes at her as if he were trying to mentally will her to adore him. When she looked at him it was clear he was still into her, but his response was strange. As a matter of fact, the entire way he'd been acting around her lately had been off. Sure, he was still an unrepentant goof, especially around his main partner in crime, Johnny, and still looked to spend an annoying amount of time around her, but he hadn't shouted his undying love for her from every mountainside and rooftop in quite some time. He hadn't hounded her for a date or any outings once they reached a good town for such a thing. Nothing of the sort. She was grateful for the change, certainly, but it still left her curious as to why. All she knew was that the difference had started after he'd returned from a short trip to the Isle of Women with the others. The one that had ended with Johnny catching a thrashing from Luffy. In the end, she decided that it wasn't any of her business. If whatever that had happened left him in one piece and made him a more tolerable person to be around, it couldn't have been a bad thing. After placing the stethoscope against his chest for several seconds and feeling nothing, she moved her index and middle fingers to his neck to take his pulse, which she found. So why couldn't she hear his heartbeat with a device specifically made for checking that exact bodily process? Huh. That's weird. You have a pulse, but no heartbeat. Like it's not there. Really now? Yasaku said, trying and failing to hide how alarmed his own voice sounded that she'd picked up on this. Stupid. She's a doctor. You should have run when she pulled that thing out. But then Funkfried would have grabbed him and body-slammed him with his trunk. Murat had him trained not only as a bodyguard, but as an effective orderly. She could almost smell the lie on him, and he hadn't even tried to tell one yet. Almost robotically she stood up straight and stared him down, before pointing to a machine in the corner that sat behind a curtain, X-ray. Now, she would not lose her composure, even if the thought running through her head was absolutely terrifying. Please. Murat didn't ask so much as she actually pleaded at the end. No one was even supposed to know that it had happened. He thought he'd been doing a good job of keeping it under wraps. Johnny and Polly hadn't said a word to anyone, true to their words to him on the matter. Instead, the one person he didn't want to find out about it had managed to figure it out in less than 2 weeks. When in doubt, play dumb. Why do you want me to get one of those? Except for when the person you were playing dumb to knew better and had no patience for games at the moment. Because you don't have a fucking heartbeat. Murat said, actually snapping at the end of that sentence. There's nothing funny about that. What happened to you? Yasaku didn't flinch for an instant in the face of her anger, because it wasn't out of any sort of annoyance. It was out of pure concern. Honest concern for his well-being. Standing up, he walked the several steps he needed to reach her, even as she stepped away from him, until he could gently rest his hands on her shoulders. Don't worry about it. Nothing's gonna happen to it, I don't think. After all, he wasn't enough of a threat to Trafalgar Law to actually require him to do anything to his heart to keep him in line. Not yet at least. If it helps, just think of it as it being somewhere safe, you know, where other people can't stab it. Just one person, who could stab it whenever they wanted if they so chose. Murat was an intelligent young woman, even though she sometimes questioned that because of her decision to join up with the crew she was on. She didn't need any sort of exposition to ascertain what had happened. The time of his personality adjustment, where he'd gone, who else she already knew had been there, and the awareness of what that particular man's devil fruit powers were, as well as how strong he was. Murat stumbled back a few steps until she bumped into Funkfried, trying to collect her thoughts and only finding one logical solution off the top of her head. We have to tell Naru Dashta. No. Don't, Yasaku said, more serious than she'd ever seen. Don't you look at me like that. Not you. Anyone but you, he told her. I don't want Naruto Aniki's help, and I don't want your goddamn pity. It's not pity, it's common sense, she attempted to reason with him. Common sense. It was almost enough to make him laugh. As if that ever had any place in his life. It didn't. Not since he'd taken that first step onto Naruto's ship way back in the East Blue. People, Murat especially, had told him quite candidly that he and the other swordsmen on board lacked it in spades. Liar, Yasaku said with a stark sort of bluntness, that way you're looking at me right now, I hate it. I'm not the smartest guy, and I'll probably never be the strongest guy in the world either, but I don't want you to think of me as someone who needs to be saved from his own bad situation. Yes, Naruto could probably handle it. If Murat told him, instead of going off on the adventure they were about to embark on, in search of some last remnant of the threat from his lands that possibly still stood, over 1 millennia old, he would postpone it and search high and low for the heart pirates and take Yusaku's damn heart back, no matter how long it took. No matter how far away from their current aim it threw them. That would have been so easy, instead of trying to get strong enough to take it back himself, wouldn't it? But it would have killed Yusaku inside, and to the power swordsman, it wasn't worth it in the least. If I can't stand up for myself, and deal with my own problem, what fucking good am I? So if you have even the slightest bit of self-respect for me, don't tell him. He doesn't need to make everyone else's problem his too. Please. And if I do? Well, it's good that this isn't some stupid thing that's supposed to impress you, isn't it? He began almost cryptically, it's for me. Because if you did, I'm through with you. If that even means anything to you. Whether that was an effective ultimatum or not didn't matter. It wasn't meant to be. It was just the truth. If she told Naruto, he wouldn't do anything but try to reason with him. Still, he preferred not having him know at all. The two didn't move or take their eyes away from each other for the longest time. Yusaku didn't know if it was because Murat was trying to will him into backing down, if she was trying to process everything she'd been told, or if she thought that if she waited long enough he'd lose his nerve, but he didn't budge. He didn't know how long it took. All he knew was that when they began speaking, the sun had been up, and by the end of it the horizon burned orange with the arrival of dusk. God damn it, I hate you for this, Murat exhaled, clearly troubled by this entire situation to a visible degree. I won't tell. Doctor-patient confidentiality and all that. But hand on Funkfried, she transformed him into his half-elephant hybrid form, pointing him right at Yusaku before lowering the living weapon with a sigh. If this winds up getting you killed, I'll never forgive you. Yusaku nodded and walked over to his clothes, quickly putting them back on before leaving the room, his face stony. For what it's worth, I didn't ever want you to know at all, he said, reaching the door, hand on the knob before turning with a reserved smile. I'm glad you care though. Murat had gotten herself to her desk, back turned to the door, hugging Funkfried's hilt tightly enough that her arms shook. Go train, you stupid swordsman. XXX. With Naruto, Isle of Women, Amazon Lily. You look like you're thinking about something. Maybe, Naruto said, looking out at the sky as he took some time to think. Hey, if I asked you to do something for me, could you? It wouldn't be much. Anything he wanted. Anytime. All he had to do was ask. Oh, if only he knew. If it's within my power, I'll consider it. Naruto turned his head halfway and smiled at her. Hey, don't take it like it's some whole big thing. Just, if you come across a devil fruit or something, could you call me? I need to check something about them, and apparently finding M is some whole, 1 in a million, kind of deal. I don't want to eat it or anything. Just study it. Study, you say? Hancock said, the only outward sign of her humor at what he was saying being a slight upward tilt of her lips. That doesn't sound like it would be your forte. You say that, but I'm pretty good at figuring some things out when I really need to, you know? And he definitely needed to figure this out. Sure, the world had been turning for almost 100 years after the last time he knew of the world being threatened, but from experience, that sort of thing could linger for countless years if you weren't sure it was nipped in the bud, so, keep an eye out for me if you could. And what would I get in return? Naruto was originally of a mercenary society, so recompense for services rendered was the furthest thing from being foreign to him, but after his fight with Akainu, the thought of it kind of made him twitch. That one was really helping Luffy instead of helping Hancock. The Kuja pirates didn't get anything out of that at all, he reasoned to himself with a click of his tongue. Well, it's probably gonna take a while, so anything I guess. Anything, you say? Once again, oh, if he only knew. Wait, no. What about Luffy? She still but Naruto was ugh. It was enough turmoil to cause a migraine. Anything you want, Naruto repeated for confirmation purposes, literally feeling the emotions in the woman next to him spike thanks to his returned sensor abilities. Goodness, she seemed so conflicted. He couldn't get a proper read on what she was feeling. As long as you don't want me to kick a puppy or something screwed up like that. You know how to get to me. I'll keep that in mind, she most certainly would. Naruto was nothing if not accessible, and the future looked like it would be quite interesting for the entire world as a whole. Do not do anything else foolish anytime soon, if you could. Come on now, Naruto told her, more or less driving this point home for her. You know I'm not gonna make a promise I can't keep. Interesting for the entire world if it lasted long enough as a whole to realize as much. It was all a matter of time now. Chapter 50, back in the saddle. 22 months later. Kokoyashi village is so far away, Nojiko thought to herself, gazing out at what seemed to be an endless stretch of ocean. They were nowhere near the East Blue. I wonder how everyone is doing. I wonder how Nami-chan is doing. An idle pair of thoughts, but the last one she was certain she would find out about soon enough. The time was running down on Luffy's proposed break for his crew, and she would guarantee Nami would be front and center when they hooked back up to keep sailing. Nojiko's blue hair was longer, cascading down her back, still with the red ribbon in it. She wore blue trousers and a light green button-up blouse that clung tightly to her buxom frame, 3 buttons left undone to allow her chest some room to breathe and the sleeves rolled up. It was a nice enough day, and Nojiko's method of dress allowed her to enjoy the ocean breeze as she rested against the railing at the side of the ship, eyes closed and drifting off in thought. She would have to get her fill while she could. At best, the good weather was only going to last for the time being. Things always seemed to get rough sooner or later on this stretch of sea. How's it feeling out there, pretty lady? If it wasn't her favorite person in the world? Naruto now wore black pants wrapped with bandages around his ankles, and a short-sleeved orange shirt underneath a durable black armor vest he claimed was worn by special forces in his home. On the backs of his arms he wore black arm guards with orange sleeves to protect the skin underneath. He no longer wore a headband, letting his golden hair fly free across his forehead. A smile tugged at Nojiko's lips as she rested one of her hands over the 2 that Naruto had placed on her abdomen, one directly against her bare skin underneath the bottom of her blouse. Well, she started before pointing out in a few different directions of their heading, don't go that way, or that way. Otherwise you'll kill us. Naruto winced. It was just one thing after another with this place, is it that rough? Nojiko turned over her shoulder to level Naruto with a rather flat look. If you go far enough in one of those directions, it'll start hailing, she informed him. It got quite the curious response out of him. Really? Just hail? Inclement weather was the least of their problems since they'd hit these waters. Compared to some of the stuff we've gone through so far, that doesn't sound so bad. This sentiment was quickly debunked. The hail is the size of glaciers, and if they don't hit the ship directly, they'll set off waves that'll surefire capsize us, Nojiko said. That's just one of the directions. Nojiko almost had to laugh at the lemon-puckered expression on Naruto's face after hearing her breakdown of what would more than likely happen if he disregarded her warning. Well, I'm so glad we have you to see that stuff coming. Early into her efforts to try and reel in her Kenbushoku haki, Nojiko found that she couldn't really keep it from feeling out for things. With much work, she was able to find a way to direct its use when she didn't need it for battle. It was long and grueling, and the migraines it triggered were debilitating. Thank goodness they had a doctor who knew how to handle that sort of thing. Murat had recommended several methods for quelling the pain in her head, one of which Nojiko immensely enjoyed. Naruto enjoyed that particular one as well, but that was neither here nor there. Over time, the normal, standing, default use that Nojiko had found, in part thanks to her extended use of her elemental guns, was the ability to literally feel the weather and paths of the currents around her. This was the use that gave her the most peace of mind by far. Instead of sensing all of the brutal wildlife and other things with open, hostile intent to kill them even when they were nowhere nearby, the ability to sense the weather and the abrupt climate shifts that could occur in a heartbeat on the Grand Line was extremely useful, seeing as how they lived on a ship. A ship that was now in the most unknown stretch of sea in existence. The New World. It hadn't been that long since they had entered the New World, having run out of leads for Naruto to search for along the Paradise portion of the Grand Line and as many of the 4 seas that he could reach. For the better part of 17 months, they had split their time between searching for signs of Naruto's apocalypse tree and training. They had learned quite a few things in their travels all over the globe, however, that they hadn't before. Some that a few of them sort of wished that they hadn't. For instance, the gigantic, bottomless waterfall pit that sat underneath Eni's lobby had been from one of the roots of the Shinju tree. So had the entirety of the Sabaody archipelago. It had just adjusted to its surroundings, of being a part of a tree constantly surrounded by saltwater. To Naruto, it made sense, as the roots of the mangrove trees that comprised the landmark allowed ships to defy physics via the resin it produced. Naruto, just how big is this tree supposed to have been? And whenever it came up, he had never quite been able to give them an answer that they could understand. He didn't seem to like talking about it at all. If nothing else, learning that made everyone realize just why Naruto was somewhat concerned with the entire thing. He had been searching for 2 years and had come up with more and more evidence that his original hunch had been correct about devil fruits being the remaining incarnation of the Shinju, but never any definite proof. If only someone could give him some valid information from before 700 years ago, he would know for certain. Which was where being very close with perhaps the last archaeologist in the world and having access to teleport to her came in extra handy. He didn't know what it all meant though, even if he could prove that everything was connected. Either way, everyone else was along for the ride, very much so, which was more than Naruto could have possibly asked for. So which way's the log pose telling you safe, babe? Nojiko lifted her right wrist to take a look. Unlike the log pose she used to have for the Grand Line, she needed a new one that could keep track of 3 islands at once. The New World islands had very unstable magnetic fields and needed a stronger log pose to navigate the waters. Looking at the upgraded log pose over Nojiko's shoulder, Naruto squinted his eyes in confusion. I still don't have any idea how you work that thing. Nojiko was more than happy to explain. The more people on the crew who knew how to do more of the delicate things required to get them from place to place was all the better for them. Each needle locks onto the magnetic field of a separate island, which is how you navigate on the Grand Line in the first place. But in the New World, some islands will just up and change their magnetic fields or lose them altogether, she said. On this log pose we have 3 needles, one representing the stability of a different island's field. This way, if we lose 1 or even 2 magnetic signals, we should still be able to navigate. The blue-haired woman looked up over her shoulder after her explanation to find Naruto smiling blankly at her. Oh, how far some of that must have gone over his head. Yeah. Still not sure how you're doing that, but I totally trust that you know what you're doing anyway. He said, completely confident in her capabilities to steer them safely through the most dangerous sea in the world. Nojiko sighed and reached behind Naruto's neck to pull him down into a quick kiss. Stick to your strengths, oh, leader. XXX. Inside of the ship, Miss Valentine sat reading a newspaper while some of the other crew members were at work training. The reason she sat around supervising despite the fact that she wasn't involved on this occasion was because most of the participants were using her powers for the benefit of their practice. Sitting off in a chair in the corner, she lowered the paper covering her body long enough to get a view of what was going on, to make sure none of them were in any kind of danger of being badly injured. Murat would have a fit if Miss Valentine let any of them get hurt due to negligence with her devil fruit abilities. The blonde woman's hair was still cut and styled short the way she preferred it. She wore a pair of white heels and a form-fitting yellow short-skirt dress, cut low at the shoulders with white accents including frills around the wrists of the garment, and a diamond-shaped opening at her navel. Looking over to her nearest crewmate, Miss Valentine raised an eyebrow in query, "Are you done yet?" "Yeah, I think that's good for today," Yusaku confirmed with a grit of his teeth, seemingly still able to swing his oversized, overweight sword freely despite the weight opposing him. Bringing it to a stop mid-flight, he was careful not to slam it onto the ground, otherwise it might have done serious damage to the interior of the ship. Thanks, Valentine. Don't mention it, the sunny, blonde woman said with a smile, walking up and tapping the sweaty Yusaku with her fingertip. Suddenly it seemed as if the weight of the world had descended from his shoulders, eliciting a sigh of relief from him. You're a monster, you know that? Yusaku gave a goofy grin underneath his swordsman headguard and face protector in response to the praise for his raw strength. He now wore yellow plaid pants and armored brown boots that went up to his knees, as well as a black shirt with the sides cut out to simply go over his head and a white sarasure cloth wrapped around his torso. Keeping the shirt from flapping all over when he moved was the brown harness he wore to hold Kubikiribuchu on his back. She had placed 3,500 kilograms extra onto his body itself, to go along with the 2,000 that his sword already weighed, and he seemed to be just as fast as he had been nearly 2 years ago. His raw strength was horrifying, and what he had just displayed wasn't even the full scope of it. He was just doing a routine workout. Unfortunately to anyone in his path, he wasn't quite as slow anymore either. He still wasn't ranked amongst the speedsters on the crew, but he was also carrying a one-shot kill device and had vastly improved his chances of making contact with just about anything he could swing it at. Speaking of speed. Are you finished yet, Johnny? Miss Valentine cheerfully called out across the room where more work was currently being done. Looking over to the other side of the training area, deep down in the hold of the ship, both she and Yusaku took note of the unmoving Soren, surrounded by a blurry, constantly moving rope trap that whipped around him without surcease. It wasn't meant for him though, it was meant for the figure stuck within the fray. In it all, she could see the moving blur, representing the figure that she knew as the second swordsman of the Foxhound Pirates, the speed-based Johnny. His training was to avoid the rope trap set up by Polly, and get to Soren in the center to cut him as many times as possible in one attack. If he was too slow or telegraphed his movements, Soren would have little mercy on him and would make sure to burn him with one of his acidic techniques if the opportunity arose. The sound of metal striking signified that Johnny had once again reached Soren, but the crew's second mate didn't flinch whatsoever despite being cut. Nor did his body show the effects in the slightest. With his tech eye active, Soren could endure blows the likes of which Johnny had been throwing for as long as needed. It was a good method to train them both. Iron sharpened iron after all. Miss Valentine walked over to the kill switch and turned off the rope trap, bringing the training to a sudden and abrupt end. Soren looked up in surprise, his focus having been on keeping entire body as tight as possible to deflect Johnny's sword blows. Johnny slid to a stop, startled by the shutting off of the ropes he had been dodging at high speed the entire time. "Hey!" Both of them complained as one, "We weren't done yet." Miss Valentine walked over to Johnny and tapped him, similarly to Yasaku moments before, to relieve him of the additional weight she had placed onto his entire body for training purposes. "Workout time is over with, boys." Still keeping his head shaved, Soren wore a black half bandana and black pants. For the purposes of his training, which involved Johnny trying to cut him up, he had removed his top, a dark red short-sleeved shirt, keeping it tied around his waist for the duration of the exercise. His body was significantly muscled from his extended use and development of the Rokushiki techniques. Johnny wore black trousers and a long, dark blue coat with loose sleeves over a black undershirt. The coat was left open except for the thick belt around his waist that held his sheath and kept the coat closed. He kept his left arm free of the garment, letting it hang off of his shoulder. He still wore his sunglasses and kept his hair in a thin ponytail that draped over his shoulder. Soren scoffed and put his shirt back on, slapping Johnny on the back one good time, knocking him off balance temporarily. Good stuff. A lot of that actually hurt, which was impressive, given how steel-solid he'd developed his tech-eye to be. "You're a masochist," Johnny rebutted, sheathing his katana with a metal ringing noise. Miss Valentine had by now turned her back to exit the training room in the hold of the ship. "He's not the one weighing himself down with 5,000 kilograms just to train speed," she jabbed out of the blue as she left. Johnny rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses at Miss Valentine's laugh that trailed through the corridors of the natural disaster and made to depart as well. "He doesn't have to with that Saru crap of his. He didn't even have to break a sweat today." Johnny worked hard for his speed, all from scratch. It was all his own legs pumping. There wasn't any special technique to it like Soren's or a devil fruit trick behind it like Miss Valentine's. And then he had to put all of the work into making his sword draw faster. It was a nightmare. "You're acting like I didn't put in the work for it," Soren remarked with a toothy grin, knowing that Johnny was touchy about his quickness. "Besides, I have to be careful about that. It's dangerous for me to sweat, remember? Unless you want your sword to melt." Johnny gasped, clutching the kusanagi like a child. "You wouldn't." XXX. Naruto knocked at the door to Vivi's quarters before getting a "come in" for his troubles. Cautiously, he poked his head in, catching sight of Vivi sitting on her bed, reading. She gave him a wave and put her book away. "Yo. You wanted to talk to me?" She kept her long, wavy hair kept out of her face save for a few bangs with a clip at the back and wore a necklace comprised of her smaller peacock-slasher jewels. As Vivi had grown up more, so had her attire. She wore a white/silver gown cut off at her knees with gold trim and accents. The girl was royalty, so even when she was casual she had to dress like it. "Yep. You don't mind, do you?" Vivi patted a place on her bed next to herself and pulled her knees up to her chest as Naruto walked over and took a seat as requested. If only her people could see her, their princess, influenced the most by a mysterious, foreign mystic. But it was a habit to have him sit on her bed, a place where she was comfortable, when they would have big talks. It was a fairly normal thing. Vivi often sought Naruto's advice for various reasons. Though he was the kind of person that he was, enough said about that, he had years and years of life experience, had seen and taken part in many things of great importance. But this time, the talk wasn't about her or any of her concerns. It was about him, and what he was after. "I've always got time for my princess," Naruto joked with a smile. Vivi knew full well that there was little else for him to do other than train and make sure everything was running smoothly. That didn't require all of his attention. "What's up? What are we doing here?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at such a blunt question. Vivi was normally far more roundabout and flowery with how she worded everything. Even questions, "Do you mean here as in sitting in your room, or here as in the whole crew out here in the new world?" He asked daftly, "Because you asked me to come and see you here." He was doing it to get to her. She knew he was. Even so, 9 times out of 10 it still worked. This was one of those times. Eyebrow twitching, Vivi wished she could headbutt him, but knew it would hurt her way more than it would him. "I mean all of us out here in the new world." Getting out there was a fright fest and a half, and it seemed like every other day something popped up that made them wonder just what else could be out there. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and sat cross-legged, eyes closed. His go-to pose for when he had something legitimate to speak to someone else about. "You know what we're doing here. Unless anyone else has anything that they want or need handled, we're looking for any signs of the Shinju. Plus a devil fruit for me to study. You don't want to find One Piece?" Vivi asked, before cutting off Naruto's instinctive response to anything pirate-related before he could even get it out of his mouth. Yes, I know you're not a pirate. But we're on the second half of the Grand Line. We've come all this way as it is. Are you sure you don't want to go after it? You probably could. We probably could, Naruto corrected, patting the top of the young lady's head, much to her chagrin, but personally, no. Not unless everybody else suddenly wants to for whatever reason, whatever One Piece was, whatever it stood for, Naruto didn't care. He was as curious about mysteries as the next person, but he didn't want to spend the next entire portion of his life searching for something just because it was something that everyone else wanted. He wasn't a greedy person, at least not for material possessions. He didn't crave power, either politically or personally within himself and his techniques. All he wanted was the ability to achieve his goals, and those goals were to do everything he could to keep the world from falling into the disasters of its past. That was why Vivi liked him. Vivi-heim. Naruto's call to her broke her from the thoughts that put a smile on her face. For once, an air of complete seriousness accompanied Naruto's words. Vivi hadn't seen him like that when talking to her in quite some time. Why didn't you have us take you home? Ah? Vivi's smile became wide and uncomfortable as she tried to reason her way out of trouble, if she was even in any, because if I went back home they would just take me to Mariehua, for questioning. Naruto didn't need his ability to sense lies to know that Vivi wasn't telling the truth. She was too honest to make up stories like that. They wouldn't do anything to you or Alabasta, because they know that I would be there in a heartbeat, and they don't want any part of that. Not without an admiral they know can beat me, or worse. The story out there was still that Naruto had kidnapped Vivi, but Naruto was more than certain that no one in any real position of power in the world government believed that. He had taken her to protect her from the machinations of the world government, and they had to be aware of that. By now they also had to be aware of the fact that not only did he have a means of having her reach out to him whenever she needed to, he would show himself for any conceivable reason she could muster, and if someone were trying to take advantage of her he would bring down full-scale hellfire. He would raise whatever he needed to the ground to make sure she was not victimized. Simply put, it just wasn't worth it. Getting to Nefertari Vivi for her outdated association with the Straw Hat Pirates during Alabasta's time of troubles, and subsequently leading the fight against one of the government's former Shichibukai would not pan out for the trouble trying it would be. Not that she even needed intervention of that level from him any longer. She had learned her lessons in battle well. Anyone that wasn't remarkably tough would find themselves hard-pressed to try and take anything from her, if they even had the will to stand up to her in the first place. But that required another explanation entirely to understand. This was about why Vivi wasn't going home to the country she loved and had put her life on the line to save once before. It was her choice, and Naruto didn't care. He absolutely adored her. Everyone loved having her around. She was just as much one of them as anyone else on the crew. But she did have another life, and he at least wanted to have her reasons for why hanging out on a ship with the most eclectic cast of individuals ever amassed was preferable to her birthright that she had actually earned through her actions to save her people. Realizing that she was on the spot, Vivi mustered every ounce of her dignity and poise, which in the face of Naruto wasn't that much. And Naruto. I'm 18 now, she started, trying to find her verbal footing. Naruto felt a speech coming, and figured she was having trouble getting her words underneath her. Wanting to hear what she had to say, he gave her a few seconds to settle herself. Yes you are, and I'm super proud of you. Vivi was thankful for the interjection, if only for the time it gave her to muster her confidence. Ever since I started traveling with all of you, I've learned so much about the world. And I've learned a lot about myself, she said. It's fine to be the kind of leader that the people of Alabasta can love, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. It's just that I also want to be the kind of ruler that the rest of the world respects. That's what they need. So that once she was in power, nothing like what happened with Crocodile would ever happen again. So that once she was in power, the world government wouldn't try to send an admiral to strong-arm her the way they tried to with her father. It was more than just the strength to fight battles that she wanted. She wanted the self-confidence to know that she was capable of making the right decisions to take her people in the right direction. She didn't want to hesitate or crack under pressure. She wanted to be more than just an example of kindness and beauty to her people. She wanted to be a real role model across the board. I want to be a little bit like you, the gentle princess said with a blush at such a frank admission. As embarrassing as it was, she had Naruto's full attention and she couldn't stop now. It had taken a while just for her to get the guts to start talking. It might sound silly to you, but I think you're a good leader. You brought all of us together, and you've even got CP9, Jewelry Bonnie, and Boa Hancock willing to stand up with you if you need them. Naruto was never one to shy away from abundant praise. As a matter of fact, His ego demanded that he do something once a week that got the people around him to question whether or not he were human, but there was just something about the way Vivi spoke of him that made him want to tone it down and humble it some. Vivi. I'm one hell of an awesome shinobi, and captain of a handful of kick-ass people. Uzumaki Naruto was not necessarily the best at humble, but you're giving me a little too much credit here. It's more all of you guys than it is me. Frowning, Vivi shook her head and set it on Naruto's shoulder. No, you might not know how to do everything, because the bulk of his skill set seemed to be based on fighting and survival, but you've found people that know how to do the things you can't. People that have the knowledge you don't have. And you've got them to believe in you more than anything else in the world. I don't think there are a whole lot of people in the world that could have made this work for them. A good leader wasn't an expert on everything. A good leader was someone that could recognize that they weren't, and could find the right people to fill the necessary gaps for them. People competent enough to do what was needed, and loyal enough to adhere to the requests you had for them. It was yet another thing she could learn from. Alabasta would have many parties out for themselves, their own gains, trying to get what they could for their aims out of the country. It would be up to her to coordinate that into something that would work for the better of the country as a whole. Both of Vivi's tiny arms wrapped around one of Naruto's as she remained on his shoulder. I want to stay, because I think sailing with this crew, and seeing the world and how you handle it, is the best way I can learn how to be a good ruler for Alabasta. Lifting up her head, she gifted him with the biggest, most beautiful smile she could muster to truly exemplify her gratitude. So I just wanted to say, thank you in advance for keeping me on. I honestly wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world right now. Naruto looked into her bright eyes and felt as though he were searching the very soul of the wholesome princess. It was the clearest thing he had ever seen. Nefertari Vivi was the purest creature that he had ever lain eyes on, and she was too good of a person to think so highly of him. It made him feel like he was dirtying her just by being that close and touching her, but he knew that she wouldn't have had it any other way. Naruto had to look away and fake a laugh, his gaze tilted up to the ceiling to hide the fact that he was fighting back some moisture from his eyes. Heh, did anyone ever tell you that you're damned good with those speeches? He told her with a wide grin, patting his chest dramatically. Seriously. You got me right here. I think even Soren would have shed a tear on that one. Vivi puffed out her cheeks in indignation at the playful tone. Are you making fun of me? She asked, wondering if most of what she'd said had really gone over Naruto's head. Those thoughts vanished once a pair of lips planted themselves onto her forehead. Naruto pulled back, getting a good look at Vivi's red face. No. You stay for as long as you need to. She never had to ask him permission for almost anything. She had a good head on her shoulders, but the girl was so polite sometimes when she didn't have to be. It hurt to hear her ask for things she had no need to ask them for. It must have been a nobility thing. You know you can do anything you want, right? A proper nobility thing. Vivi was raised right, unlike a lot of other highborn people he'd met over the course of his life. With her resolve built, Vivi decided that she'd dragged her heels for long enough, Naruto giving her the green light to do whatever she wanted notwithstanding. She reciprocated the kiss on her forehead with a kiss of her own. One significantly more intimate. To her surprise, Naruto wasn't startled by what in her own mind she had deemed as a sudden action, and had done more than just went along with it, bringing her in closer so she could savor the moment. She didn't need the encouragement, but it was much appreciated. Vivi parted with him, slowly pushing herself away before opening her eyes and blinking, as though she were processing what she had just done. She had thought of how she would have gone ahead with her first kiss, but had always neglected to think about just what she would say afterwards. The scenes in her head had never really gone very far after that point, at least the ones she'd had while she was awake. Fortunately, Naruto was never at a loss for words. That was your first one ever, right? I wasn't gonna have it be some mousy little peck, which would have been what she'd have gone for. Once again, too polite for her own good. You deserve much better than that for as long as it took you to come to me with it. He knew? But she never said anything to him, and for all the needling Miss Valentine gave her about it, the woman had always made sure never to do it around Naruto. You mean you knew? For how long? Naruto didn't say, but his smile and his shrug told her that it hadn't exactly been a recent discovery. That long, huh? How embarrassing. Naruto would have done something about it sooner to make things less awkward for the poor thing, but he was in no position to grab for another woman. He just chalked it up to being something Vivi would have to do herself to grow up. I'm pretty sure you get why I can't go for girls myself in my situation, he told her. You would have had to come to me. Well, you're intimidating. Vivi reasoned, pouting at how she'd been biting her nails for ages thinking about what she could do to get his attention, when it had been just that simple the entire time. Naruto laughed, and eventually it managed to put a smile on the princess' face in the end. He could pick on her all day, just so long as they could stay as they were. He cuddled her close, letting her know that he was hers for as long as she wanted him. He might never be able to become her king in the future, but he was her captain for right now. That was all that really mattered to her at the moment. XXX. Inside of the natural disaster, common area. Immediately after finishing her supervision of the others' training, Miss Valentine made a beeline up to the common area of the ship. A smile was present on her face and a newspaper was clutched in her hand as she had a target she wanted to speak with post-haste. The gentle tap of her footsteps off of the wooden floors eventually reached someone's ears, someone who didn't necessarily need to use doors or make noise, but often did the latter anyway. Miss Valentine stopped, slightly startled at the sight of a pink-haired young woman, poking her body halfway through a wall in her astral projection form. It was Perona's method of choice for getting around the ship. Her control over the powers the Horo Horo no Mi gave her were greatly improved and she rarely missed opportunities to go around in spirit form. Perona wore a strapless dress with frilly, alternating black and lavender layers, red high-heeled boots, and a large black top hat with white flowers around it. She had taken steps to make herself look much more grown-up as time had passed, letting her hair grow out further, styling it into long curls down her back. For some reason she had gotten a tattoo of a pink bat on her right arm, in honor of a Mirai-sama, she said. Naruto recalled afterwards that he didn't remember Gecko Mirai being pink. But Perona had selective thinking when it came to things that she liked. Pink was cute, so the tattoo was pink. Her personality hadn't changed really at all though, other than the fact that she had grown used to her surroundings and accustomed to the Foxhound crew. Valentiani, I'm hungry. Sometimes way too accustomed. So go make a snack. Yes, Miss Valentine normally did make small snacks upon request, but you had to be much nicer about it than the ghost girl was being. Miss Valentine was absolutely not a doormat, you know exactly when mealtimes are by now. I don't change those. Normally perky, the subject of preparing food was enough to deflate her. I still don't know how to cook, and not for lack of trying. She had really tried to learn, but was eventually barred from doing so after she literally burned through a quarter of their supplies in 3 days, failing to produce anything edible. Miss Valentine, despite having lent her time and efforts to actually trying to teach Perona how to cook back when that had been a thing, found this to be hilarious. Kaya ha ha ha. That's unfortunate, isn't it? I guess that means you'll just have to wait like everyone else. Perona crossed her arms in a pout and slowly floated circles around Miss Valentine as she continued along her way. If she hung around for long enough, whenever Miss Valentine was done with whatever she was on her way to do, there was a better than average chance that Miss Valentine would wind up making something anyway. It was this line of thinking that caused her to go along with the crew's resident chef, following the sound of soft piano music emanating from the common area. It was the kind of music they had all become very used to hearing, as it was the favorite of another of their crewmates in Byron. Lo and behold, as they entered the large living room area, they found Byron seated at a bench in front of the instrument, focused on the music he made that filled the ship almost every day. Byron's dirty blonde hair was feathered, wore a pristine red suit with a white vest and white dress shirt with a puffy collar. Thin, white piano player gloves adorned his hands. All in all, it was a stark departure from what he had worn previously, just after he had been liberated from his status as a recently sold slave. His performance was disturbed when Miss Valentine stood behind him and held the open newspaper in front of his face. It was distracting, but it didn't keep him from playing. He had memorized the keys he needed to keep his tune going. Yes? You wish for me to see something? Still smiling, as always, Miss Valentine tapped her fingers on a specific article, attracting his attention there. Take a look. She didn't say anything else, instead counting on Byron to read. He was courteous enough to regard a request from a friend and chivalrous enough to go out of his way to do so for a lady. Seeing as how Miss Valentine was both, it was academic for him that he would take heed of whatever she was trying to show him. His eyes vacantly scanned the words on the page until he was drawn to a set of words that stuck out to him. Dandy pirates? Miss Valentine's green eyes lit up and her smile grew larger as his fingers dropped limply onto the piano keys and his mouth fell open. Apparently her hunch on taking this to him had been correct. I thought you might want to read this. That's your old crew, isn't it? She didn't get a response for the longest time. Even Perona had quit hovering around Miss Valentine to take note of Byron's statuesque state. She waved her hand in front of his face and even put her hand through his head to try and get some sort of a response out of him, but she received none. Is he all right? Give him a minute, Miss Valentine insisted, waiting patiently. She had somewhat expected this. There was a litany of unresolved issues there. A minute turned out to be 3 minutes. Eventually, reality kicked in and Byron's brain turned back on, picking up where it had left off, at Miss Valentine's question about the pirates identified in the paper being the name of his old crew. Indeed it is, Byron said before standing up and leaving the common area abruptly. Please, excuse me for a moment. Miss Valentine and Perona followed Byron down the hall until he stopped in front of Vivi's room and threw the door open before heading on inside without even knocking. Strange behavior for a person who was all about manners, decorum, and propriety. Oh, gosh. Occupied? That sounded like something interesting had been interrupted. Miss Valentine couldn't poke her head in through the doorway fast enough, laughing with her hand to her mouth when she saw Vivi sitting extremely close to Naruto in her bed with a beet red face, both fully clothed. Damn. No fodder for making fun. But sure, there was no evidence of anything sexy happening. That didn't mean she couldn't fabricate that there was. Ooh, Vivi finally got Naruto to start doing the fun stuff with her, Miss Valentine remarked brightly, happily bouncing in place. Could I make a suggestion? Vivi waved her hands defensively, wishing she could sink her body back into the headboard and the wall. We were not. All they had done was kiss. They were just having a moment, not doing anything dirty. Dirty things weren't a daytime activity in her opinion anyway. As much as the novelty of seeing Vivi lose her composure never wore off, she just had a major self-awareness moment and didn't need anything counteracting that so soon, even unintentionally. Half of Vivi's hockey was affected by her self-confidence. Valentine-chan, stop picking on Vivi or we're not doing fun stuff for a while, Tibeo. No. Not a chance. That dog wouldn't hunt, Monsignor. Miss Valentine began to laugh nervously as she slowly backed out of the room. Kaya ha ha ha. Oh, what's that, Perona? You're hungry? I'll be right there. Yes. Finally. Perona exclaimed from elsewhere on the ship. Naruto let out a breath of relief that he was able to nip that in the bud without much teasing of Vivi. Oh, sure she was going to get it later like no one's business once Miss Valentine got her without him within earshot, but that wasn't his problem, and she always seemed to be able to deal with it gracefully enough whenever she thought he wasn't around. It was then that he noticed that Byron was still there, only down on the floor with his head bowed. Vivi and Naruto both looked at each other, not sure what to make of it. The whole thing was extremely awkward. Byron, are you bowing to me, or to Vivi? Because I thought we got you to stop bowing to her all the time, Naruto said. No one on the crew should have been bowing to anyone else on the crew, she's not your princess. It may not be this humble pirate's place, but Naruto-sama, I beseech you. I have a request. Naruto was growing progressively more uncomfortable as Byron remained on the ground. He hopped up from Vivi's bed and grabbed the musical pirate by the shoulders, forcing him to stand up on his own 2 feet once again. Byron, stop bowing, Naruto demanded dryly. Seriously, get up. Come on, you're embarrassing yourself. There's no need for any of that. I told you that if there was anything my crew needed, I was there to help make sure they got it, right? So just come out with it and tell me what you're after. I want to go and confront my old crew. Byron passionately shouted, loud enough to get Naruto to lean back in alarm. Sir, they were my comrades. Most of them I gathered from the West Blue, our home. We traveled together for years. And they turned against me and sold me into slavery. His words weren't overwhelmingly loud, but it felt as though they had echoed through every corner of the ship. You want revenge? Naruto couldn't have blamed him if he did. He wouldn't have endorsed it necessarily, but he would have understood. Soren was already starved for vengeance, but he wasn't going out of his way and or putting anyone in danger to get himself a piece of Doflamingo, so it was fine. Why couldn't someone else? I honestly don't know what I want. But I can't just leave it like this. We fought together. We bled together. We took on most of the Grand Line's first half. We were going to take on the New World together, and though I love my time on this crew dashed. Naruto held up a hand to stop him. Byron didn't need to say anything else about it as far as Naruto was concerned. I get it. And I guess we have a destination now, because I didn't know where the fuck we were going before this. He didn't seem to have a boner for murder, which was good. At least he would be reasonable about it, at least it seemed that way. That was better than most people could expect given the circumstances. Hell, CP9 were still trying to get to Spandam for sticking them with the blame for the disaster at Eni's lobby. At least. Thank you Naruto-sama. Byron almost bowed again, but Naruto grabbed him by the face as though his skull were a basketball to keep him from starting. With a grip on the gentlemanly pirate, Naruto dragged him out of the room, still gripping his face. Don't thank me. We didn't do anything yet. Byron could thank him after everything was settled, and they hadn't even gotten started yet. They still had to get Nojiko to tell them which way to go, because none of them were going to work that out on their own. Not on this particular C-XXX. What? Nojiko wondered aloud after being told of the forthcoming travel plans for the natural disaster. I thought we were looking for those tree root things, or a devil fruit to study. Naruto had a nervous grin on his face. He had gotten to Nojiko in the middle of sniper practice, so no matter what she was going to be in an exceptionally calm mood because of what it took to hit her target buoys from as far out as she was aiming from, but as the person responsible for their travel routes there was always a chance she'd be miffed at the sudden change. But we can get back to that any time. This is super important. It's not even for me. It's for Byron. Nojiko said, leaning against the banister of the ship. She was listening, but the majority of her concentration was on keeping her eyes posted to her target 3 miles away amid the rolling waves. And you expect us to find this place, right now? People have been there. It's on a map, see? Naruto said, stooping down to Nojiko's side with their map of the New World, or what had actually been logged of it, in hand. Nojiko turned her head from sniper practice and raised an eyebrow at her boyfriend as if to ask him if he were serious. A map wasn't enough. He knew that. She knew he knew that. It eventually clicked that he wanted her to reroute them and send them elsewhere. A wry look came to the woman's face as she set her rifle aside and turned onto her side and leaned her cheek on her hand, supported by her elbow on the grassy deck. Naruto had to admit, with the way her cleavage was framed by that shirt, it was awfully tempting not to jump on her for a literal roll in the grass. Now was a time to be semi-serious, so how about it, Noji-chan? You can make it happen, right? Nojiko sighed and stood up, taking a look at the map and the marks she had made on it relative to their position. It's not just a matter of knowing where it is. Even if it's on a map, the only way we even know where we're going half of the time is because of the log pose, and because I've got precog. But she could read the map, and the area they were looking for according to the newspaper article that had spawned all of this wasn't that far east of one of 3 islands. The 3 islands they had a log pose lock onto at that very moment. This was workable. Alright, hold on a second. There wasn't any reason not to go other than the fact that it would render her previous work moot, and it was for the peace of mind of someone important to them. In preparation for her forthcoming action, Nojiko massaged her temple. Having seen this routine before, Naruto smiled and took his position at the helm while Nojiko walked past him to the bow. Hockey roulette? Naruto asked. Nojiko confirmed Naruto's hunch with a nod. Hockey roulette. From where they were, the log pose pointed to 3 islands. That was the way things had shaken out once they had surfaced onto the seas from underwater. The 3 islands were Risky Red Island, Mystoria Island, and Punk Hazard. One of them was the right destination, and it was up to Nojiko's limited foresight and what little they knew about these places to help them pick. With a sigh, Nojiko stood at the very front of the ship while Naruto took the wheel. According to the 3 separate directions on the log pose, she would direct him to turn in one so that she could try and pick up some kind of signal for where they were going. Her formerly useless-ass psychic hockey, as she had called it herself at one point during her training, was finally good for something. It took time, effort, and a lot of migraine relief, but Nojiko was able to get it to work for her. Once they started far enough along the path, she should have gotten a hit. That was the plan. Naruto turned into the direction of one of the island signals, prompting Nojiko to shut her eyes and focus intensely, eventually getting visions of an island that was a depleted, poisonous wasteland. They had read enough papers for her to know that this was Punk Hazard after a particular accident. Definitely not the one they were looking for. Trying again, she had Naruto turn them in a different direction. After 30 or so minutes this time, she received visions of an island where the dirt was mostly red clay. Well, if islands were named for obvious traits about them, this one was a dead ringer for Risky Red Island, and that was where they needed to go. The island that had been reported as recently being sacked by Byron's old crew was very close to Risky Red Island. This way's the ticket, Nojiko said, making sure that Naruto had the proper heading as she jumped back down from the front of the ship. Tell Byron to go get his ass-kicking shoes shined, or get Vivi to write him an epic speech about how much his old crew blows. You know. Whatever he needs to do. Naruto met her with a grin and a hug, twirling her around once before setting her down. He loved it when Nojiko came with the cocky banter the way he himself often tended to. You're like a walking Vivre card, he commented, still holding on to Nojiko. Does your head hurt? The femme sniper furrowed her brow, wondering why he would even ask her that. Using her hockey for just that much wasn't nearly enough to give her fits the way it used to, and he had to know that. No, she said, wondering what he was getting at before she remembered one of her more favored therapies to deal with her hockey migraines. Maybe Nojiko might not have needed it anymore, but hockey migraine therapy, or at least one method of it, was always welcome. Chapter 51, A Friend Indeed. By now, the entire Foxhound pirate crew had gotten word of where they were heading to next. Risky Red Island was a strange destination for them to have, as there was nothing for them there to the best of their knowledge. You didn't just go places on a whim in the New World. You had to have a reason, because getting there would more than likely suck. So why are we heading to this place again? Soren asked in the midst of a card game with several other members of the crew. More monster tree stuff? Because you know we just love traveling to all of these dangerous-ass spots so Uzumaki can look for any sign of this thing. You actually do like that part, Johnny pointed out in place of the captain who was outside at the helm of the ship. Byron's old crew apparently have that place as their territory, Yusaku said, explaining what he was aware of about the situation. I don't know the details, but whatever happened ended with him in that slave auction house being sold like cattle. You've gotta believe there's some unresolved crap going on there. Yeah, he was the captain, wasn't he? Polly said, smoke billowing from the sides of his mouth. Valentine, you were in Baroque Works with all of those feeler agents out all over the Grand Line. Do you have any idea what the story is with those guys? Miss Valentine seemed to know more than most people did about pirate crews that traveled the Paradise half of the Grand Line. Using her as a go-to for information on the heavy hitters that roamed the high seas had been a great commodity for them in the past. In this case though, she was at a loss. I don't know, the gorgeous chef said, her smile dropping a bit at not knowing quite what the others needed her to. The dandy pirates weren't a big deal, at least as far as I was aware. I never heard anything. They weren't anywhere near any supernova crews in notoriety, but then again, that doesn't really mean anything. Byron's here, and he's definitely no joke. The supernova title didn't go to crews that were just overwhelmingly strong. They went to the newest crews on the scene that had reached a significant status. Just because a crew hadn't been a supernova in Paradise, that didn't mean anything. They could still be quite formidable. Supernovas were specifically rookie crews on the Grand Line. Either way, whatever had gone down in the past, Byron himself wasn't talking. Then again, none of them figured that they would have wanted to recount the series of events that led to them winding up enslaved and on the auction block if it had happened to them either. Johnny nodded, holding a hand under his chin, doing his best to mimic a wise posture. Byron's crew made it to the New World without him even being there, so that has to mean something. We should definitely be careful. I don't know if he wants it to come to a fight though, Miss Valentine said, setting down a tray of snacks for the card players to partake in. I think he just wants answers. Answers? Well, that was boring, and not worth the trouble it would take to get to wherever this place was, at least not in Soren's opinion. And if it does come to a fight? He asked. At that, Miss Valentine let out a carefree laugh, her smile returning to its full radiance. We bloody some noses, of course, she said, walking over and poking Soren in the stomach. I think a brisk workout would do a few of us some real good. You're starting to look a little chubby, Soren. I'm feeding you all too well. Soren scoffed and flexed. Liar. These abs are harder than iron and you know it. XXX. Some time later, Risky Red Island. Risky Red Island lived up to its name, the red portion at least. The moment land was in sight, it was clear why it was called that. The landscape was dominated by large red plateaus, jutting up from the ground at different heights. The trouble was with finding a safe inlet for the ship. Everyone got tired of sailing around looking for a real place to dock and decided to simply drop anchor and take a small boat and find a small inlet to get ashore from. Just before they quit, however, the peaks that covered the island gave way to a wide beach along the entire eastern side. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and prepared to head out. Some were more eager to go ashore than others, and had the ability to do so, despite where they were situated. Finally. Let's go. I'm so ready to get this show on the road, Soren said, leaping from the ship before anchor had been sufficiently dropped. The distance from the ship to shore was something easy enough for him to clear with several bounds of Jeppu. However, landing brought about another important issue altogether. Boom! Everyone stared with expressions varying from abject horror, to rapt interest, to outright glee at the sight of Soren seemingly exploding the moment he touched down on the ground of Risky Red Island. What the fuck just happened? Yusaku shouted, leaning halfway over the railing on the deck, nearly stretching his own neck to get a closer look. Nojiko had pulled her rifle from her back to take a look through the scope. I think he's still alive. I'm okay. They heard Soren shout back from land. The smoke hadn't quite cleared yet, but he didn't sound particularly worse for wear, just caught me off guard. Boom. Shit. Several crew members shouted in surprise at the sight of a second explosion engulfing Soren's position. Who's shooting at us? Soren, you mean, Perona specified, who's shooting at Soren? No one's fired a single shot at us yet. Nojiko remained silent, contemplating what was going on. If they were under attack, it would have been more than likely that she would have been alerted to it before it happened. Also, there was a very familiar scent faintly tracing through the air over the normal dominant smell of ocean water. The first lady of the crew moved over to one of the cannons on the port side of the ship and began taking aim at a random place on the shoreline. Naruto followed behind her, watching as she loaded a cannonball and got in position to fire it. Noji, what are you doing? Tell Soren not to move again. I want to check something, Nojiko said with a calm that Naruto by now had come to recognize as her "I'm curious and I'm going to experiment" voice. She normally only sounded like that when she was working with weapons, or in the bedroom. It sent a shiver down his spine, because both had the potential to be awesome or equally terrifying. Miss Valentine cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted across the open space to the crew's resident acid man, Soren. Nojiko says don't move. Still covered by plumes of smoke, Soren coughed loudly before responding, all right. Why? No one had time to answer that they didn't know, as Nojiko had fired the cannon at seemingly nothing. A sharp crack sound burst through the air before a deafening blast emanated from the site of impact. The shockwave was enough to kick up waves that started to toss the natural disaster around in the water, rocking it back and forth like a toy in a tub with a splashing baby. Naruto was the first person to pull himself back up to stand again after the ship stopped shaking enough for balance to be restored. His hand slapped down on the railing of the deck as he looked over the side at the aftermath of what Nojiko had done. Phew! Other than a haze of smoke hanging slightly in the air, there was no sign that anything had happened at all. That included any sign of his first mate's presence, Soren? He couldn't have been blown away by that explosion, could he have? Soren was tough enough to tank a hell of a lot of damage. Naruto hadn't thought for a second that any of the previous ones had hurt him. Even the last one wouldn't have necessarily done anything that would have registered as severe to a regular human being. Of course, that shockwave had been intense. It knocked everyone on the ship off of their feet, and they hadn't been near it. Could Soren have been knocked in the water? Shit. Naruto jumped up onto the railing and shrugged off his captain's coat as he prepared to dive into the water, because there was no way in hell he was getting that wet. Being one of only 5 people on the crew who could actually swim, and the only one who was actually upright, he would have to be the one to go in and search before Soren drowned. I'm coming, buddy, Naruto said before swan-diving headfirst onto the deck. Despite the fall that should have resulted in a severe head/neck injury, Naruto jumped right back up and noticed the rope wrapped around his ankle that had stopped his momentum. Polly, what the hell? The surly shipwright stood with the help of the mast, no apology given to the ship's leader. He ain't in the water, dumbass. He's stuck in the sand. Indeed, as Naruto squinted and took a closer look at the beach, he could see the bottom half of Soren's legs and his boots sticking upside down out of the sand. Oh. All right. I've got him, Polly said, flicking his rope the better part of a quarter-mile to grab Soren. With a single mighty yank, he sent him flying back toward the ship. Oops. Unfortunately, the explosion that came with his removal from the sand altered his flight pattern, causing Soren to overshoot the ship and fly into the ocean. Soren was not pleased when he found himself being pulled out of the water like a marlin out of a fisherman's dream. Able to move due to no longer being submerged in the water, he got up and shook himself off like a grumpy dog. Ugh. What's with that place? Nojiko walked over and took a whiff of Soren, nodding as though it had confirmed a theory of hers. Despite being dunked in the water, he smelled like a magazine. I thought so. I'm pretty sure that sand's got explosives mixed into it or something. Well, it does feel like I just snorted lines of gunpowder like blow, Soren said, rubbing underneath his nose and brushing his teeth with his index finger. Yeek. Tastes like bullet candy. Yasaku paid attention to the wrong part of that statement. Bullet candy sounds delicious, for some reason. Naruto sat down cross-legged on the deck now that the pandemonium was over. I don't think anybody did it, he said with a thoughtful grumble. I mean, with all of the weird shit we've seen on the Grand Line so far, is it really that surprising that there's a place where something like this is natural? Every place they had gone to wound up stretching the limits of physics and nature in some way, shape, or form. Considering some of the things that happened on some of those, weather islands they had heard about and been to, high explosives mixed into the soil wasn't even that hard to believe. Everything in gunpowder was found in nature to begin with. All of the components somehow mixing naturally somewhere couldn't have been that absurd. Johnny stroked his chin in thought, but refused to take this level-headedly, with good reason. In hindsight, no. But come on. It's an island where the dirt explodes. The man shouted, pointing accusingly at Risky Red Island. Who would come here? We're here, Naruto said, swatting Johnny's hand down. All right, enough of that. Who's going? Nope. No. Johnny was the very first crew member to decline. Absolutely not. Count me out. His idea of adventure was not setting foot on an island where there was a chance of stepping on landmine dirt every time you moved. He was all about motion. If a fight broke out, he'd have to worry about his footing nonstop instead of focusing on managing his speed and precision with his sword. Byron bowed gentlemanly in front of Naruto as he inquired about his status for the mission. You know why I've asked us to come here, Naruto-sama. I would ask that you let me accompany the party heading ashore. Soren raised his hand first to volunteer. I'm in. Like hell I'm letting that stupid island get the last word on me, he said as he walked over to one of the smaller boats meant to take people to land. Besides, the guy that makes my liquor has beef with the crew that's stationed here. That's reason enough for me to get my hands dirty. I'll go. Miss Valentine said, bouncing in place cheerfully. If we wind up looting this crew, I'm the only way we'll get all of their stuff back here in a few easy trips. Also, she wasn't afraid of the volatile ground situation. She could just float the entire way. Count me in too, Nojiko offered with a smile. This place has me interested. I'd like to get a closer look. Also, Soren and Miss Valentine were both nothing but trouble. Byron was a well-mannered enough fellow, but he was passive and willing to follow the others into dangerous shenanigans on a good day. With him likely being a cauldron of emotions at the moment, he was probably going to be a handful to deal with today. Basically, Den Mother Nojiko felt the need to try and keep the unrulier crew members in line. Letting them go without any real supervision whatsoever? Not a chance. So Byron, Soren, Nojiko, Miss Valentine would go ashore as a scout team. The others would remain in place on the ship in reserve in case something went wrong or the ship needed to be defended and moved. What could possibly go wrong with that setup? XXX. Nojiko couldn't help but smile at the sight of Soren warily eyeing the ground as he walked. It wasn't nice, but it was just too funny. She thought she was being nice just by not openly laughing at his misfortune the way that Miss Valentine was. Have you ever played hopscotch, Soren? It would have been good training for what you look like you want to do. Shut up, Valentine. Or, you know how to use Jeppo. Why don't you just jump on the air the whole time? Even I can't keep that up for long enough to get to wherever we're going. Just stop talking already. Well, here's the thing. If the ground explodes, you won't know until after it's too late to dodge. Soren let out a snort at Miss Valentine's attempt to make a point and simultaneously unnerve him. I know, that's why I'm following Nojiko's path, he said, jerking his thumb at the woman who was leading the way for the rest of them. Put those danger senses to good use, Minesweeper. He called out ahead. Nojiko rolled her eyes, but kept everyone moving on at a brisk pace. Byron alternated between lingering behind everyone else to stomping near to the forefront of the party. He was eager to confront his crew, but part of him was clearly uncomfortable with doing so. You should try to calm down some, Nojiko advised gently once the musical pirate came closer to the front of the group again. Even if you're hurt by what happened, you're going to have to keep your chin up. I will. At least, I will try to, Byron said, trying to reassure her. I am doing my best, but I admit that it is not easy. Nojiko understood. She couldn't relate, but she understood how hard it probably was to try and remain civil with the people who betrayed you and sold you. She wouldn't have begrudged him for wanting bloody revenge. If it was just about anyone else on the crew, with very few exceptions, that was what would have been expected. But Byron was different. He was the closest thing to an absolute proper gentleman that you would find on the Grand Line. He would have reservations about shedding blood and harming others based solely on his temperament at any given time. He was a respectable man in that way, which was why it had always been strange that he'd been a pirate captain before meeting them. What do you want out of all of this, Byron? Nojiko eventually asked him, cutting to the heart of the matter. They were on that island for him. After all, it's important that you know before you see anyone you remember. It's important that we all know. That was a good question. What did he want? Byron was angry. He was heartbroken. He wanted revenge, to make them feel as broken and as desperate as he felt standing on the auction block at Subodi Archipelago. To feel the complete assassination of dignity that he'd endured when his value as a human being wound up being determined by a set amount of belly. He was curious and wanted to know why it had ever happened in the first place. Had he been a bad captain? He never remembered dealing with any disgruntled crew members. Were the takes they earned from their raids not enough? Don't dwell on the why, for now, Soren told Byron as he got lost in his thoughts. Trust me, wondering why someone did something that you can't understand can drive you nuts. There's no need for that. We'll find out why soon enough. Byron nodded in understanding. Not quite acceptance, but there wasn't much he could do other than to try and heed his comrade's words. How did you get your grudge with Don Quixote da Flamingo out of your mind? Soren's smile turned sober and hollow. I didn't. I haven't, he revealed. The difference between us is that revenge actually suits me. That and your revenge is right in your face, if that's even what you want in the first place. As the crew traveled, Miss Valentine noticed that Nojiko seemed quite wary about something, though she couldn't quite tell exactly what her problem was. Still, when Nojiko was on pins and needles about something, it was usually for the best to remain on your toes. What's the matter, girl? The moment Miss Valentine asked, both Byron and Soren took notice. By now, everyone was well versed in the capabilities of the crew's first lady. When she was paying attention to something, everyone needed to pay attention. Nojiko looked around, not knowing which direction to focus on. Her haki was going haywire though, and whatever was provoking it was right on top of them. Something's close. Something really, really big. Because most of the ground consisted of sand, they weren't able to feel what would usually be a telltale sign of the earth shaking. Instead, they were warned by the sudden collapse of sand around them in a perfect circle. It was just slow enough for everyone to be aware that it was happening, which gave them just enough time to react. Soren leapt into the air and kept himself aloft with liberal abuse of the Jeppo technique. Nojiko's waver skates kept her off of the ground high and far enough away from the danger zone. Miss Valentine grabbed Byron and boosted them both into the air with her umbrella. Beneath them, a massive mouth was wide open, letting out a guttural breath as explosions from dangerous, jostled sand rocked the area around it. Countless teeth circled down into a gaping maw that seemed to stretch downward into the dark forever. "What the hell is that thing?" Soren shouted, coming to a stop on a cliffside, digging his fingers into the rock to hold himself there. "It's huge." "That thing's mouth is the size of a battleship," Miss Valentine observed, the smile gone from her face as she stared down at the creature that had just attempted to make them lunch. "How big is the rest of it?" The largest living creature any of them had seen up until that point had been a sea king. Whatever this was, it was even larger than that. From the deep darkness of its mouth, thousands of tentacles flew up into the air, whipping wildly and feeling around for anything to drag inside. The worm could clearly sense them, be it through feeling vibrations in the earth or by tasting them in the air with its tentacles, because it didn't need much help aiming the countless appendages to try and ensnare itself a meal. "Oh no, I am not getting eaten today," Nojiko shouted, pulling her pistols from her back. Pumping her chakra into the firearms, electricity started to crackle around the muzzles as she opened fire. Kaminari Matsuri, Lightning Festival. Countless tiny bullets comprised of electricity flew from Nojiko's gun in a pulverizing stream of force. Every tentacle that got anywhere within her field of vision was battered back mercilessly from her assault. Ibi Rankyaku, Acid Storm Leg. Soren jumped from his wall before he could be touched, lashing out with acid-laden air blades that sliced through the tentacles that reached out for him. The creature closed its mouth and launched from the sand like a killer whale jumping out of the water, intent on smashing into its prey. Its mouth was shut and formed in a hard-pointed beak that destroyed the entire cliffside nearby. As rocks fell and the monster attacking them hit the ground, the volatile sand it called home exploded all around it. It was from this that the crew were able to get a good view of just how massive the creature was. Full body, it was comparable in size to a Buster Call ship, and just as durable from what they were seeing. "My word," Byron gasped, holding onto one of Miss Valentine's legs as they all floated overhead. Is that a worm?" "It's the damnedest worm I've ever seen," Soren said, hitching a light-as-a-feather ride with Miss Valentine, similarly to Byron. "Let's murder the shit out of it." "Murder it how, exactly?" "It digs through exploding sand." Nojiko ventured to ask as she swept around in the skies, trying to find a weak spot to take advantage of. "I don't have enough power to one-shot the thing. If I could really even hurt it at all," Soren said. Tattooed former bounty hunter was at a loss in his own right. He had plenty of destructive power, but wondered just how much it would take to put down something that large. "I don't know. Somehow. Just look at this thing," he said. "Either way, I really don't think it's gonna leave us alone, hence we kill the ugly sucker so we can keep going." "Oh, by all means, go ahead," Nojiko said, gesturing to the recovering worm with one of her pistols. "Feel free to kill it with whatever you have the firepower to kill it with." Soren testily spat an acidic loogie at Nojiko, who fired a warning shot at him in return, forcing him to Jeppu away from Miss Valentine before latching back on. He was still next to weightless thanks to her powers. "Just think about it like this. How would we go about sinking a ship by ourselves? You're telling me none of us have a move that can do that? You really haven't been paying attention to me, have you?" As the others argued, Miss Valentine saw the worm getting back to what she figured was its belly. Its entire body was exposed now, and this was likely the best chance they were going to get for the time being. "Screw this. Soren, hold Byron," Miss Valentine snapped, shutting and reopening her umbrella to boost herself higher than before with the wind seal set inside of it. Byron let go and was caught by Soren, who continued bouncing around in the air for as long as he could. Everyone knew it was a bad idea to be on the ground right now. Once she felt she was high enough, Miss Valentine closed her umbrella and dropped from the sky like a stone. A 22,000-kilogram stone, aiming right for the worm, which looked much more to size from the distance she started from. As she fell, her skin turned a shiny black in color, landing in a double stomp, right on top of it. A shockwave spread from her point of impact as the black coloring left her body downward toward her legs. 10,000 kilo Kodaku, 10,000 kilogram fallout smash. The explosive sand around them went flying away from Miss Valentine in a deadly, massive ring of clouds, exploding like lit gunpowder as it moved away. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Vivi's head perked up at the sound of a fairly distant blast. Did anyone else hear that? The blue-haired princess asked. It came from somewhere on the island. Yeah, we all did, Naruto said, relaxing in the grass on the deck with Kurama sprawled out sleeping across his stomach. It's all good. Vivi stared at her captain for several seconds, waiting for something else. She got nothing. Are we not going? It's fine, Naruto assured her. By then, a gigantic cloud of dust and smoke had risen into the air over the high cliffs of risky Red Island shore. The most level-headed member of the Foxhound pirate crew watched the cloud rise with an increasing sense of dread in her belly. Naruto, I dashed. Naruto cut her off before she could really get going on a tirade. She was the most effective speaker he'd ever heard, and if he let her cut loose, she'd make him change his mind within the hour. Vivi, your concerns are noted. But just remember, I let them go on their own because they can handle whoever or whatever the hell is on this island. I thought it was because someone needed to stay back and watch the ship. Also because some of us needed to stay back and watch the ship, yes, but my point still stands. We can't all go and do everything all the time. That's the point of having a crew. Yes, but this is the new world. We've been in the new world before. And we never went on an island without everyone there either. Kurama's paws twitched in his slumber as he slept through Naruto and Vivi's disagreement. Kill all humans, the fox muttered. Vivi ignored Naruto's strange and at times ultra-violent partner in favor of focusing on her row with the aforementioned blonde. Well, they don't need me, Naruto said, wishing that it wasn't outside of the realm of good taste to bring Vivi to him with gravity control so he could poke her in the head. As far as raw power goes, either Soren or Miss Valentine would be enough by themselves to handle anything. Besides, this is Byron's personal business. You want to get M? Go ahead. I'm pretty sure you could catch up in a heartbeat on Karu. He hadn't ordered anyone to do anything, because he believed in everyone's capabilities enough to handle the situation in front of them. True, they had all come such a long way since when he'd met the lot of them. She was more concerned than anyone that had gone ashore or stayed behind. They were all more than able to handle this task. Whatever this task just so happened to be. Byron's intentions once he found his crew were still undefined. Personally, Naruto interjected, I think you're just bored. What? Vivi said, her voice an octave higher than before. You saying you aren't? No, Vivi said, trying to hold herself as above being persuaded by such a thing. Boredom or excitement didn't matter to the thought processes and perspectives of real adults, right? Well, maybe. Ah, I knew it, Naruto said, grinning as he poked fun at his favorite princess. Don't worry. We're not even gonna be here that long. We'll handle our business, maybe restock if there's good supplies here, then head on out by tonight. Hey, there's sexy vixen. Kurama said, his voice breaking through Vivi's thoughts. Wanna kill all humans? Naruto grinned and scratched the dog-sized fox behind the ears. Yeah, he's having a good dream. XXX. The smile was back on Miss Valentine's face, though a much more vicious version than her friends were used to seeing. There's no kill quite like overkill, Miss Valentine said, her skin having turned back to normal. She wished she could better see the results of her handiwork, but there was still too much crud in the air for her to see properly outside of the sandy crater she'd created. A boost of her umbrella shot her into the air to avoid the risk of setting off another explosion. The one she'd just caused had been enough for her. As she got a bird's-eye view of the battlefield, she let out a bright, sunny laugh at the sheer scope of the blast crater's size. It was a new personal best. Busashoko Haki was the best thing that had ever happened to her. Now, she could drop from greater heights onto harder targets without risk of harming herself. And she'd learned the nifty trick of displacing the force of her haki away from her body on impact. The blonde bombshell had learned how to literally turn herself into the real-life thing. Her timing had to be perfect for it to work as intended, of course, but when her target was a big, stupid worm, there wasn't much to worry about on that front. Show off, Nojiko called out as Miss Valentine floated to a gentle landing. It was nothing more than good-natured teasing between the two women. Well, that's going to be hard to follow up. Oh, have some faith, Han. Miss Valentine gave the gunslinger girl a playful knock on the arm. I can beat it, given the right circumstances. These are not the right circumstances. Byron's voice cut through the byplay, forcing the two women to rush over only to find the job somewhat unfinished. Nojiko's jaw dropped at the sight of two wriggling halves of the worm that Miss Valentine just split down the middle like a battleship getting cleaved by a to-scale guillotine. What? You annihilated that thing? Well, great job, Valentine, Soren snapped, Watching the two beasts get their bearings about them, instead of one big-ass worm, you made two slightly less but still big-ass worms. How was I supposed to know this was going to happen? It's a worm. If it's anything like an earthworm, it's got a brain in both ends. Worms don't really have two brains, you jackass. That's a myth. Well, this one does, because both sides are coming to fucking kill us. They most certainly did, and once again, the crew members wasted no time dodging the wide-open mouths and grabby tentacles. Byron avoided the worms themselves with nimble movements and protected himself from the tentacles by extending his hair to cover his body. The follicles turned dark, hardened by his hockey. With a wild spin, he turned his entire body into a lethal weapon, shredding the tentacles as he hummed a classical tune to fight his battle to his preferred rhythm. Nojiko's mastery of her waiver skates kept her out of danger, but this was dragging on for far too long. They couldn't spend all day playing in a sand pit with giant worms. I guess since I'm this close already. Nojiko pulled out her shotgun and swept through the air on her skates, landing on the back of one of the attacking worm halves where she stuck the barrel against the slimy flesh, Kikai no Tadakuwaru, Shatter Machine. With a pull of the trigger, she forced Earth Chakra into the weapon, and fired at her target, or more accurately, into her target. All of Nojiko's guns did different things for every element that was used in conjunction with them. It took her a long time to learn how to draw upon all of the elements available to her, and longer about how to use what in any given scenario. When channeling Earth Chakra, Nojiko's shotgun could only work when the barrel was in direct contact with something solid. It caused quakes inside of whatever she used it on, destroying it from the inside out. She had destroyed entire buildings, fortresses, with one or two shots. The worm was flesh and blood, and no matter how durable its outsides were, its insides were squishy and vulnerable, just like any other living creature. Soren didn't pay attention to how Nojiko had dispatched her opponent. Cracking his neck and walking ahead of the others who took great care to stay a fair distance away from him, he started taking deep focused breaths as the worm charged him, mouth wide open. His entire body tensed up as the worm bore down on him. As it engulfed him in its mouth, he didn't move an inch. The worm rocketed past Soren's position, looking to swallow the other's whole as well, only for its back half to burst open from a massive wave of acid spilling out. IBI no tsunami, rot tidal wave. Soren had never moved when he and the ground he'd been standing on had been swallowed. He stood his ground the entire time the worm had been crawling past, swallowing him deeper down its gullet. The battle-hardened acid spitter timed the release of his technique to eat away at the worm's softer interior instead of risking a prolonged battle trying to do the same thing from the outside. The massive beast disintegrated to just a husk of what it was supposed to be. Soren turned around and took a deep swig from the flash he kept at his waist before addressing Nojiko. "You were saying about firepower?" "I was just trying to be careful," Nojiko replied, aware that she likely offended him when she'd said that earlier. "I'm responsible for you lunatics, and you too, Byron, until we get back." "Right," Soren said, brushing non-existent dust off of his shoulder, "and out of the lot of you, I'm the only one that doesn't have a speck of crud on me, courtesy of going straight down that damn thing's throat." "You burned off all of the gunk and grime with acid, jerk," Nojiko pointed out. "You would be just as dirty as the rest of us without your powers." "Maybe, but I do have powers so dash." Instead of finishing his sentence with a word, he grabbed his crotch. A roll of her eyes was the best response she could give. "Classy," she gestured for them to follow her as she put her gun away. "Come on. Let's go before something else happens." XXX. Elsewhere on Risky Red Island. A man sat in a comfortable chair, leaning back and playing a guitar in the labyrinthine chambers underneath the Earth's surface. He had black hair in a mohawk/pompadour combination and wore tight, black leather pants with suspenders. On his chest, he bore a tattoo of his crew's Jolly Roger, a skull with crossing musical notes in the place of crossbones underneath. Life on Risky Red Island was fantastic for the dandy pirates. It had been more than a year and a half since their times of hardship sailing the Grand Line had ended. Ever since their former captain had been cast out as a result of a swift, well-enacted mutiny. It was nice working for a leader with a real plan, and Captain Ash of the Dandy Pirates definitely had a plan. Soon, their times of peace and preparation would come to an end. There was much more of the New World to see. Much more of the New World to cut their own peace for themselves. Whitebeard was dead, and the dynamic between the pirate crews in this part of the world was still in flux. The Yonko butted heads more than ever. The Shichibukai had been reshuffled. Many islands had gone dark. The Marines, despite their clear and obvious power, were spread thin over such a massive span of ocean. Everyone was getting theirs while the getting was still good, and while they had as well, there was more on the table for the taking. Just so long as you had the strength and a plan to do so. The guitarist's fingers plucked away at the strings of the instrument in his hands until his eyes snapped forward at the sound of running footsteps coming his way. Standing up from his chair with a sigh, he prepared himself to do his job. Aiming the tip of the guitar in the direction of the sound, he strummed a loud note that crumbled the wall he fired the sound wave at. A man's scream of fear prompted him to call out, "That was just a warning. You people know not to come here. It's off limits." The risky Red Island denizens had been useful. After it was clear to them that there was no stopping the dandy pirates, and that life was easy as long as they followed commands, they had made the crew stay very comfortable. Because of the dangers that came with the sand above ground, they had carved out a living for themselves beneath it, into the bedrock of the island where it was much, much safer. The dandy pirates had ordered them to carve out a section just for them, from where they could see to their own plots and dictate orders to the rest of the island's population. The man fell to his knees before the deadly guitarist, Von Halo. "I need to see Captain Ash." Von Halo pursed his lips at the idea. Most of the time, the island citizens wanted no part of anything having to do with the dandy pirates. They were all afraid of them, for good reason. The cost of subjugating the island hadn't been high, but it had left a definite impression on the people who lived there. "You need to? And what exactly is this for?" "An abyss worm was killed on the surface." Von Halo eyes widened in interest. "Really now? All right. Come on. The captain will want to hear this." He gestured the man to his feet and poked him with the guitar, directing him to walk ahead of him, "just in case of any funny business. This better be legit. You know how the captain feels about you people wasting his time." The man being led through the dandy pirate system of cave corridors sweated profusely from fear. He knew full well just how much the crew's leader hated the idea of anything that took their eyes off of the prize for any period of time. Anything that got in their way in the slightest, even if it was an unintended annoyance, was removed as quickly as possible. As they passed the various crew members loitering about, eventually they came up to a great chamber where a figure stood looking over a deep crevice. They were cloaked in a captain's coat that looked several sizes too large, with a hat that covered their features. The man shook in his shoes, hesitating to speak, even after Von Halo gestured for him to step forward and address his leader. When he continued to stall, he was shoved forward, falling to the ground on his face. "This had better be good," a measured voice said in a distinct brogue with all the sharpness of the most well-kept blade. "Ye know how I feel about distractions." Knowing he only had a few seconds to get his reason for being there out, lest he be punished, the man regained his composure and stood back. "Captain Ash. One of the abyss worms was killed." Von Halo watched his captain carefully for any sign of distress or concern. Had he been expecting any kind of reaction, he would have been disappointed. Captain Ash didn't even move. Well, that's a shame. That one wasn't even fully grown." With that being said, Von Halo gestured with his head for the man to see his own way out. He walked forward once they were alone and stood next to Ash, staring down into the crevice beneath them. "Oh well," Ash said quietly, "plenty more where that one came from." Beneath them, hundreds of feet below, several titanic worms writhed amongst each other in a mass of wriggling flesh. "So, what do we do now?" Von Halo asked. "As good hosts, what else could we do?" Ash told him, "We give our guests the proper risky Red Island welcome they've earned." Chapter 52, Erase the Slate. Nojiko, Byron, Miss Valentine, and Soren had been walking for quite some time after their confrontation with the giant worm. Unfortunately, that had been their only interaction with any living being since landing on risky Red Island. "Is this just a hideout sort of island?" Miss Valentine asked, looking around as she and the rest of her group wandered through a canyon that took them farther inland. "I haven't seen a soul." "We saw the worm," Soren offered as a rebuttal. Miss Valentine scoffed, "That worm did not have a soul. I'm not entirely sure it had a brain that could make a thought more complex than devour." Playfulness aside, this was something she was quite sincere about. "I'm serious. This is getting creepy at this point, and we've been on desert islands before." Something did seem different here, Nojiko had to admit. This island was sacked though, according to the rumors. That implies that there's something here. A town. A harbor. A castle. A place where there's something to take. Anything. Whatever the dandy pirates has aimed for in claiming the chunk of land was beyond her. The unique properties of risky Red Island's topsoil wasn't enough of a resource to take it over. The sound of a voice echoing down into the canyon had the foxhound pirates looking around for the source. Eventually, Byron was able to spot an old man waving a cane at them from high up on a ledge, looking down from a distance. "Hello!" Nojiko shouted, trying to be friendly with the first local they had come across since landing. Soren had no such designs on being pleasant. "Oi! What are you doing hanging out on the cliffs, you old kook?" He ignored Nojiko smacking him on the arm. The old man wasn't the sensitive type, responding with a barb of his own. What does it look like? Surveying trails, so dumb little fucks like you lot don't blow your darn legs off. He beckoned them his way. Get up here. Hurry up before an abyss worm gobbles ya up. The crew looked at each other and shrugged before using their respective techniques to scale the canyon wall and reach the local. The haste with which they reached him startled him for a moment. I meant take the foot trail up, but that works too, he admitted, adjusting the dusty ranch hand hat on his head, giving the group a smile with a few missing teeth. Y'all's fairness, I see. Miss Valentine tested the words in her mouth to discern the man's accent. Fairness? Foreigners? Yep. Fairness, the man confirmed with a nod. Nicer than the last lot that came through, from the looks of ya. Name's Durden. Easily the most diplomatic out of them, Nojiko took the lead. Nice to meet you. She put her hand to her chest before gesturing to the others. I'm Nojiko. This is Miss Valentine, Soren, and Byron. Durden was friendly, which was welcome. Nice to see some friendly faces. Speen few and far between round these parts. Soren took that opening and ran with it. We heard pirates took this place over. You know anything about that? Info on what they'd gotten into was what they needed. Durden spat on the ground, getting Nojiko to jump back in disgust. Damned seafaring scavenger scum. He ranted, swinging his cane wildly. Nice alliteration, Miss Valentine chimed in with a laugh, leaning herself out of harm's way. Durden called down and rested on his cane. The best gunpowder ya can find in the New World comes from here. But it's hard to get to, he explained. Fairness like y'all don't know how to mine this land right. If you fuck up in the wrong place, things go boom. Soren could only imagine, after what he had already been through. Ooh. Tain't so easy, boys and girls, and they know it too, the elderly surveyor said. They let our miners do their thing, then strip the profits for. Byron had taken in everything he had heard since their interaction began. Simple extortion? He said quietly to himself in disbelief, this makes no sense. 'Tis too mundane an aim for my former comrades. Soren was itching to get down to business. The business of cracking some skulls. Where can we find these guys? Durden didn't look eager to get involved, but if it chapped the hides of the miserable people that were making life on risky Red Island difficult, I can show ya. I ain't much fair heading to town no more. Not tryin' to get caught up in no mess. But I suppose showin' you folk the way won't hurt none. Nojiko gave the old man a beautiful smile out of gratitude. Thank you, Durden. Despite being alive for decades, the old man was a complete sucker for a pretty girl. Don't thank me. Just keep me out of it, and get them dandies out of here. XXX. Meanwhile, back on the natural disaster. While being the party that stayed behind on the ship was usually safer, it was also usually more boring. Fortunately, everyone had their hobbies to keep themselves busy waiting for the return of their crewmates, or for the other shoe to drop to call them into action. Naruto sat meditating with Vivi. The princess had a good head on her shoulders, and as Naruto's protege took to several of his training methods well. She sat right next to him on their grassy deck, just as tranquil and motionless as him. It was nice to have someone else that understood the appeal of such a simple practice. As this continued, Naruto was suddenly alerted to something. He turned his head in a particular direction, staring out at the open ocean. Kurama perked up for a moment before returning to his rest. The captain of the crew worked his mouth in thought before making an announcement to everyone else. We've gotta meet with the fleet soon. Like, a week, soon. Vivi moved for the first time in well over an hour, opening an eye and raising an eyebrow in interest. Who called for it? CP9 or Jewelry Bonnie? It never ceased to amaze her how Naruto had managed to set up some kind of working deal between such completely different crews. CP9 would call for more important things, but they were much infrequent with their communications. If they called for a gathering, it was definitely worthwhile that everyone show up. Bonnie contacted the Foxhound Pirates way more often, but it was about trivial things a lot of the time. Most of the time, actually. In the grand scheme of things, she just really liked keeping in touch with Naruto. Over time, she'd actually grown to like him quite a bit, and he tended to be a bit of a protective, hovering type over her and her crew. CP9, Naruto said. In the background, Polly let out a groan at having to deal with his least favorite crew that they were actually supposed to be cordial with. They have some things that apparently everyone needs to hear. Lucci popped the clone I had with Dem. Vivi didn't like the harsh treatment of the clone, even if it was just a copy of her captain. Why couldn't they just tell you and then pop it? Or better yet, let it go on its own. They knew how Naruto's jutsu worked. They knew enough at least to be aware that the clone could send information back to Naruto once it was dispelled. Naruto made wordless gestures, at a loss explanation-wise as to how, because why not? He eventually said, breaking into laughter as the rest of the crew present deadpanned a stare at him. It didn't bother him any, they still don't like me, remember? But they fell into line, and that was what mattered. When a working relationship between the two crews had first been established, despite the posturing of being dangerous, professional types from the CP9 side, everyone knew where the bread was buttered. Everyone knew which side was higher in the pecking order, and it wasn't even questionable. When one of the captains killed an admiral in one-on-one combat, that was the end of the discussion. Yusaku could only look back at their current position with a measure of amazement. It's still wild that we're part of a pirate fleet. It's wild that we run the fleet. Fortunately, Johnny was there to keep his more meat-headed friend and partner from getting too big ahead. No, Naruto Aniki runs the fleet. If you tried to tell any of the captains that you had any kind of seniority just because you were on this crew, they'd kick your ass. Also, CP9 doesn't even claim being pirates, Vivi pointed out. I don't run anything, Naruto corrected. It wasn't like he was the only one that said anything or presented anything to the others. All opinions mattered. It was just that Lucci and Bonnie really did look to him as the overall decision-maker, and we're not pirates either, he finished to the princess, getting an amused roll of the eyes from her. Polly looked over from where he was working with the mooring ropes to comment, do you really still believe that, or are you just saying it now out of force of habit? Naruto looked over at the cigar-chomping shipwright with a twitch to his eye. You can shut up. Polly gave him a middle finger in response, as was tradition. Any byplay among the crew was put on hold when another sudden sensation hit Naruto. But this time, it wasn't the feeling of a clone dispelling. Wait. You guys feel that? Yusaku looked around at the open air and back to the island where he found nothing of note. No. We don't feel that. You're literally the only one that can feel anything. Vivi put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and asked him what was wrong. What is it, Naruto? Is everything okay? Naruto shook his head, not certain how to answer. I don't know, he said, at a complete loss for what he was sensing. It feels like something big, I think. But I don't sense any malice or hatred, or anything. It's just empty. Even Sea Kings had some kind of emotion to them. It made it really easy to sense where they were in the ocean and helped Nojiko navigate for them when Naruto was at the helm. This was different, and Naruto didn't like it one bit. XXX. With the shore party, risky Red Island, bulk mines base town. True to his word, the old cowboy Durden led the Foxhound pirates to the nearest town to find what they were after, which happened to be a meeting with the Dandy pirates. It was a sprawling place with buildings built on the ground and up in the walls of the canyon they were in, a form of building that became more commonplace as the canyon narrowed. It was an impressive display of engineering to see how all of the buildings connected, and all of the bridges spanning across the canyon to help people move from place to place quicker. Nojiko was intrigued. The town stayed in the cool shade, despite the hot, dry sun beating down on most of the rest of the island. This place, what is it? This is the bulk mines base town, Durden explained, his spurs jangling as he walked through the dirt. Everyone that works the mines out of this part of the island comes through here. He pointed to where the cliffs of the valley closed in. That's the entrance. Nojiko looked around at the wooden buildings that comprised the Wild West-looking town. There were plenty of sullen-eyed roughnecks about, but there was something about them that seemed defeated. What do you mean by this part of the island? Durden turned to give the blue-haired girl a big grin. Minin is the biggest bit o' business we do. There's mines all over, and all of them are connected. They're separated by what you can get from M. He turned forward, continuing to lead on with his head held high. Yep. People do their minin, get their pay, and the companies take the haul to the coast to ship on outta here. It was good times round here for a long while, but then. Soren noticed the dour demeanor of their guide and finished his thought for him. The Dandy pirates took over? Durden let out a sigh and kept speaking. 'Twas about 6 months ago. Sheriffs couldn't stop them. Them outlaws took this whole island over. Demanded workers mine for them. Companies rolled over and gave them what they wanted so they didn't kill them. Now they're shippin' out less, bringin' in less money, so the workers are gettin' less too. But nobody can leave. He turned and gave the crew a speculative gaze. You probably can't neither. This story was beginning to remind Nojiko of something very familiar to what eventually evolved into the situation on Kokoyashi Island, her home. Why not? Them abyss worms, Durden said. Word has it, them dandies came up with some way to control M. They send M out to feed. And to sink ships they don't like. Miss Valentine looked at Durden in shock. Wait a minute. You're telling me those goddamn things can swim? They can do more than swim, girl, Durden informed her before shrugging. I never seen it myself though. I can't imagine how they do something like that anyway. Them worms is mindless pits. Let's not worry about that right now, Nojiko said, steering the conversation away from the disgusting worm they fought earlier. Right now, we need to figure out how to find the Dandy pirates. Soren scoffed. As if this was supposed to be difficult, I'll show you how to find M. He stepped forward and cupped his hands to his mouth to yell at the top of his lungs, Oi. I'm looking for those punk-ass dandy pirates. I know somebody knows how to find M. His voice echoed off of the walls of the canyon, and it seemed like whatever bustle there had been going on in the town went dead silent. Saying dandy pirates out loud in such a boisterous manner was a definite no-no. The population went to scramble for cover. Any cover. Stores, homes, saloons. They would dive underneath water troughs meant for animals to drink. Anything that would put them between whatever bad was about to happen to the crazy-looking bald man with the tattoo on his face. It took a minute or two, but in a short time, they could hear a loud noise coming their way. Soren turned to the rest of the crew and bowed, "You're welcome." "Wow, thanks," Nojiko said before paying attention to who was coming their way. A thin man with large, dirty blonde hair and eyeliner walked down the street with a pair of drumsticks in his hands. He wore an open leather vest and black leather pants with large platform boots. He moved with a beat to his steps, like there was a song in his head. In addition to that, anything that got within arm's reach, he felt the need to drum on in correlation to whatever part of his mental song he was at. Durden took a few steps back, behind the Foxhound pirates. "This ain't my fight, pardners," he said. Nojiko smiled at the old man and shook her head. He had no obligation to them. The request they had given him had already been fulfilled. "That's fine. You've done enough. Thank you, Durden. Go somewhere safe." A fight wasn't their goal, but it was more than likely that one would happen. The less people caught up in it, the better. Byron cleared his throat and stepped forward with as much poise as he could muster. "Rakan, I want to speak with Ash," he said, holding his head up high. "I want answers. Tell me why. Tell me why you betrayed me, sold me into slavery." Rakan let out chittering laughter in return. "Chit chit 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 chit. We don't owe you any explanations," he stated brazenly. "You were our captain, and now you're not. Chit chit chit. And look at you now. You're not a slave anymore either. Aren't you lucky? No, you're just a bottom feeder in someone else's crew." Soren chewed on his tongue for a moment before he started to crack his knuckles. "Yeah. I've got this." Byron turned to his crewmate in disbelief. "What?" Soren didn't mince his words. "You heard me. I've got this. You guys keep on going. Maybe find someone else that actually will talk. I'm gonna deal with this idiot myself." Byron held out an arm to keep Soren from walking past. "Wait. This is my cross to bear," he said. "The dandy pirates, they bear the name that I created. If our crews must come to blows, I must be the one to step forward and do so." Soren looked to the side at his friend and pushed his arm down. "You don't want to fight," he said calmly. "It's all over your face. It's in your body language. You're going to fuck around and get hurt against someone you can beat." Rakan hung back and amused himself by watching the interaction between his former captain and his new crew. "Ooh, you're gonna take me on all by your lonesome? Well, aren't you a real tough guy?" he said to Soren. "Tough guys like you get chewed up and spit out like gum in the new world." Slowly, a maniacal grin started to form on Soren's face. "You know something else about the new world? Talk is cheap." He turned his head to the others and jerked his head for them to move forward. "Go. If you're sure," Nojiko said. She was supposed to have been the one keeping this rabble together and focused. Then again, they really didn't all need to hang back to fight one person. No one knew how strong this crew was, but Soren would likely be enough. "You'd better hurry here and catch up. We're not waiting for you." Yeah, Soren said, waving her off. "Just let me beat an apology out of this ass clown. I'll probably be ahead of you in a few minutes." Rakan laughed again and pointed at Byron. "An apology? To him?" he said. "You've got to be kidding me." Soren threw his arms open wide. "Yeah. You insulted my favorite drinking buddy. And no one talks down to the guy that brews my spirits. Now come and take your licks, little drummer boy," he said, beckoning him forth. Rakan spun his drumsticks in his fingers and charged ahead, into the fire. "Huh? No problem then." Soren quickly used Saru to try and outpace him, using his speed to take the quick advantage. Moving to try and blindside him, Soren threw a sweeping attack with his arm to try and remove Rakan's head, only to miss. He looked around to find his opponent after the miss only to look down and see Rakan drumming on the ground. Soren clenched a fist and punched at the ground, only for Rakan to roll out of the way safely, lying face down on the ground where he continued to drum. "What the hell?" Soren asked, dropping his guard as he watched as Rakan continued to jam. At this point, he got into it enough to kick his feet and thrash his whole body. "Are we gonna fight, or are you busy having an epileptic fit?" "Don't worry about me, acid man," Rakan said, jumping back up to his feet. "You were the one who challenged me. That doesn't mean that I necessarily wanted to fight, does it?" he asked. "Then again, if I didn't like to fight, I probably shouldn't have been a pirate then, huh?" He lifted his leg and stomped down on the ground. The earth near where Soren had been standing a moment before, right behind where he stood now, fractured at his feet, leaving a crevice he fell down into. Whoa! A quick use of Jeppu kept him from presumably falling to his death, but he rose to find Rakan there, trying to hit him with his sticks. A quick acid loogie warded him off and gave Soren enough time to reset. Feet firmly back on the ground, Soren looked at the gigantic fissure that had just been created. A nearby building sat halfway inside of it, nearly tilted on its side. Something about it left Soren angered. He didn't care what happened to pirates or marines. They knew what they were getting into. This was different, and people say I'm crazy? What do you think you're doing? Rakan ran a hand through his massive metal hair. What do I care about destroying this town? All of the workers we're using are down in the mine right now. It's not like this place means anything to us. He pointed a drumstick at Soren. You're the one that picked a fight here. You probably should have thought of that then. Oh well. Shit. Drummer Spaz has a point, Soren thought to himself. He'd been quick on the draw, calling the dandy pre-rates out. He just wanted to get the show on the road. I don't know what his powers are, but he thinks he could destroy the town if he tried. That made two of them, which didn't mean good things for the bulk mines townspeople if this went on for too long. Set on making this quick, Soren lowered his posture into his serious martial arts stance. As the two squared off again, he eyed the drumsticks in Rakan's hand. If he could destroy one or both of them, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Those were his targets of opportunity. It was time to exploit those targets, quickly. Launching himself into the air to try and keep off of the ground that his enemy had proven he could easily rupture, Soren used Jeppo to close the distance and get himself closer. He had distance attacks, but preferred to use his martial arts to take down foes. Most of the Foxhound pirates were strong melee combatants, sans Nojiko, Perona, Polly, and Vivi. Soren saw himself as sitting right around the top. As Soren hurtled through the air, he spun and flipped wildly, sending acid spraying all about, indiscriminately, IBI Bakuhatsu, rot explosion. It was a dangerous move when it came to possible collateral damage. The potent acid ate through everything it touched in moments. Rakan took cover behind pillars and walls where he could, only for his protection to disintegrate. Ha! Not bad. I like it. His mood changed when Soren's hand penetrated a metal wall right next to his head. Ooh, have a taste of this. Jakuna Shindu, wicked vibrations. Soren yanked his hand out of the wall before Rakan began drumming on it, freeing himself in the nick of time before he dealt with the same fate as the wall that quickly turned into a broken, crumbling waste. Using Tekai, giving his body the consistency of steel, would only do so much against that. But this was his chance. He was close. Close enough that Rakan hadn't proven to be able to gain more distance against him if he were pressed from such a range. Kazu Iwa Ki Tora, Tiger Jackhammer. Soren began shooting rapid-fire punches at Rakan, faster than the human eye could see. His increase in punching speed had been tried and tested. It took the likes of Nojiko and her kind of hockey to see and count the individual blows. If you were hit by one, you were hit by all of the others that followed. No questions about it. Rakan was able to avoid the early portion of the barrage, but it was all a feint. While hitting him would have been great, it wasn't Soren's original aim. His attack got him close enough to put his hands on Rakan's drumsticks. Soren's grip was tight. Too tight for Rakan to pull them free. He began to burn the sticks with the acidic sweat gathered in his palms. There was just one problem. They didn't melt in his hands. In fact, Rakan only seemed to be overjoyed by the fact that Soren had gotten a hold of his weapons of choice. The latter quickly learned why. The bones in Soren's hand seemed to deform underneath the skin at the joints, raagh. He let out a scream of pain and let go, dashing away to nurse his injuries. Chit. Rakan felt his confidence increase, seeing the expression of victory and then of pain that had been on Soren's face. You really thought it was that easy to destroy these? Idiot. Soren, unfortunately, had to agree, fucking Busashoku Haki. He muttered to himself, popping the joints of his fingers back into place one at a time. It shouldn't have been a surprise that he had it, even if he hadn't made it obvious. Stupid. The old saying about what happens when you assume applied here. Take that, simple jack shit back to paradise. You might be able to make a living with it there. Rakan cackled at Soren's apparent strategy to overcome him. You know where you are? You're in the new world, baby. He rushed Soren again. You're gonna die. As he ran, he swept low and dragged his sticks through the dirt. As Soren reacted to his approach and fired a dangerous stream of acid at him, a large plume of dust flew up into the air, creating a screen. He barely saw Rakan get close, and ample use of Kamii kept him from being touched again by the dangerous weapons. Rakan pressed his advantage, throwing a drumstick at Soren. He dodged, forcing it to strike the wall of the canyon. On contact, Rakan stomped his foot and the wall quickly crumbled, bringing a rockslide down on top of the foxhound pirate. From a string connecting his drumstick to his wristband, the rocker pulled the object back into his grasp. Did you forget? I can leave a charge and activate it later. He didn't walk away. Instead, he just waited and watched expectantly. He knew Soren wasn't dead. He wasn't disappointed when Soren rose from the pile of rocks, little worse for wear, despite the extreme weight that had been dropped on top of him. The acid-spitting pirate emerged from the rubble, standing straight and tall. He turned and stared at Rakan seriously and cracked his neck. You ain't finished with your set yet, little drummer boy, he taunted, lifting a hand and beckoning Rakan toward him. Get your ass back on stage. XXX. Meanwhile, with the rest of the shore party. True to what Durden had told them, the entrance to the mine wasn't hard to find. What was hard was ignoring the obvious sounds of combat going on closer to the heart of the town. They had no idea how powerful the dandy pirates were. Byron had never talked about his former crew or their previous exploits. They didn't even know what his bounty had been before coming onto the Foxhound pirates. While Byron was a modest sort, it wasn't humility that kept him from talking about these things. They had asked him about his past time and time again. It was clear that he simply didn't wish to speak about it. But they were here now. Soren was fighting one of his ex-comrades, and they had little to no idea what they were getting themselves into. They were confident that they could handle it. They had fought many crews and come out on top, but any lack of information was dangerous. It irked one member of the team in particular. Miss Valentine was the information specialist on the crew. From her time in Baroque works, she had gotten very good at finding news and other details on notable figures on the Grand Line. That extended to her time on the Foxhound pirates as well. If anyone on the crew was going to know anything about who they were fighting, it was going to be her. So that Rakan guy, Miss Valentine said, probing for data, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being Naruto, how strong is he? Is Soren in trouble here? And would the rest of them be if more combat broke out? Byron frowned and shook his head. As far as his capabilities go, I know of his powers, but not of the extent of his abilities. He noticed the looks he was getting from the women by his side. I was not the one who recruited Rakan. He was one of Ash's recruits. Ash? Nojiko said in curiosity. My first mate, Byron explained. When the dandy pirates came together, it was the two of us who made it happen. We shared responsibility and led together. Before we started on the Grand Line, it was agreed that we needed a single captain. I was selected. Miss Valentine let out a sound of understanding. Ah, I see. And this Ash was jealous. Despite everything that happened, Byron would not distort the facts. He was a man of integrity and honor. There were plenty of things to be upset about without lying or altering history. No. Ash always supported my position as captain. There never seemed to be any problems, even though Ash's recruits were a more unsavory sort than my own. Even so, I felt it took all types to make it in a place as perilous as the Grand Line. It was the roughnecks that Ash had brought in that made the machine go, so to speak. I must admit, Ash's acquisitions were normally more suited to combat. My additions to the crew were capable fighters, true, but Ash was pickier. I was more inclusive. We worked together in harmony. Or so I had thought. There were times when he spoke that he had a tone of reminiscing in his voice. Nojiko couldn't imagine what it would have been like to be betrayed in such a way. Mutinied and then sold into slavery without as much as an explanation. Was such a thing as closure even possible? XXX. With Soren, bulk mine-based town. Punching hurt. Soren couldn't make a good fist that would make any kind of real impact with his hands the way they were. Granted, if he hit someone with a half-assed fist it would still be a devastating strike, but against a real opponent like this one, it wouldn't work. And he has fucking hockey on top of it, Soren thought to himself resentfully. Great. Fucks like you are always trouble. I have to admit, you're tough, Rakan said, pointing at Soren's damaged hands. That little trick you tried to pull? It should have turned your arms to blood pudding and bone splinters. Soren stopped and raised his hand like he was in school. Ooh. Yeah, about that. What is that even supposed to be? Rakan laughed at the sudden burst of childlike curiosity. Well, after you've seen it, explaining it doesn't mean anything now. I ate the crush fruit. Anything I tap with these sticks, I weaken the foundation of it until it's destroyed. It doesn't matter how hard I hit it either. Soren crossed his arms, remembering how he destroyed dense, hard things. True enough, he hadn't hit the metal wall he destroyed very hard. The same for the wall earlier, so what does matter? Rakan twisted his drumsticks in his hands, ready to fight once more. You might figure it out, right before you die. He flung a stick at Soren again. This time, instead of just dodging and letting the stick go, Soren leaned out of the way and threw a hard kick, sending a blade of energy Rakan's way. Rankyaku, storm leg. Rakan watched attack come his way and struck it with his remaining drumstick. To Soren's surprise, it didn't injure him to do so. Chit. It works on things like that too. Oh, fuck right off. Soren bellowed before blurring out of sight with the use of Saru. He was going to get this guy one way or another. Ibi no kawa, rot stream. A deadly jet of acid sprayed from Soren's mouth with the force of a fire hose. Rakan was caught off guard and tried to cover up, but the force of the attack sent him flying through the wooden wall of a building. Soren jumped in celebration of landing a clean shot. Ha! Gotcha, bitch. I don't know what you're so happy about, Rakan's voice echoed from inside the building. After a few loud taps of his sticks, half of the building came down around him. That didn't even hurt. That can't be the best you've got. Soren didn't say anything at first. It was when Rakan began to scratch his arms that a vicious grin formed on his face. You got cocky, dickhead. Hockey takes your willpower and turns it into armor. Physical armor, and it could be whittled down, or stripped away if you had the means to do so. You say your powers can destroy anything? Well, my power can eat through anything. This was far from his first dance against a hockey user. As his acid had grown more powerful, he learned that it worked. It had always worked, but every battle against a hockey user he doused them with, it had either gotten washed off, or didn't last long enough for the effects to be seen. He could melt hockey just like anything else. It just took a while longer. The itching on Rakan's arms and chest started to progress to a painful burning. As it did, he began to panic. Soren had gotten his entire body with his last shot. What the hell? You're kitty gay. He took his eyes off of the prize. A fatal mistake. Soren sneakily moved behind Rakan and stabbed him in his shoulder joints with his index fingers. He didn't even have to use his acid to guarantee penetration. He did use his acid, however, to melt the nerves in his shoulders. Rakan's drumsticks fell from his now limp hands. His mouth fell open in shock and horror. What did you just do? I disarmed you, Soren replied casually before realizing what he said and the two different ways it could be taken. Oh, ha. I didn't even mean it that way, but I guess it applies too. With that, he began to laugh. Soren was not a pleasant person. Rakan seethed in anger. This isn't funny. He complained, stomping his feet, arms dangling at his sides uselessly. I think it is. Soren's laughter was cut short when he noticed the ground begin to collapse underneath the two of them. Wait. Hadn't he stopped that when he neutralized the drumsticks? The question must have shown on his face, because Rakan answered, I don't need them. It's just a lot more fun to use M. Instead of drumming, Rakan tapped his toes to execute what he needed to do. He stomped and the ground dropped out underneath Soren. He saw this and jumped at Rakan to attack. The man was armless. How was he going to defend himself? The drumsticks may have dropped to the ground, but a wire still connected them to Rakan's wristbands. You're going to pay for this. He whipped his body around violently, swinging his limp arms, and the sticks attached to them. Soren barely had enough time to put up his Tekai defense. It was rendered useless when the first stick hit him. It felt like muscles inside of him tore when it made contact. Shit. He grunted in pain just before the second stick made contact. The second hit knocked Soren off to the side onto the ground where he landed face down, motionless. Rakan growled angrily at how much damage had been done to him by his opponent. There was a chance those injuries would be permanent if they couldn't find a doctor good enough to fix him. There definitely wasn't one on that rock. But that could be thought about later. For now, he had to make sure the bastard before him was truly dead. As he walked over to deliver a double tap of a killing blow, he stopped when Soren started to push himself up. The bald fighter groaned in pain and annoyance as he dusted himself off, back turned to Rakan, who was beside himself. What the dash? How? He asked aloud. I broke your defense. There was no way you survived both hits back to back. Soren continued dusting his pants and shirt off, paying Rakan little mind as he did so. A defense. Rakan paused in his hysterics to satisfy his curiosity. What? I said, you broke a defense, Soren repeated with more detail. I have two. You made me put up the other one. The one I hate using. He ripped away his shirt and revealed his entire torso colored black. The tattoo that went down his body was a different enough shade to be seen over the pitch black of his skin. Rakan's body started to shake in fear at what he was seeing. Why, you know hockey too? He managed to stammer out. Soren had been tough enough to begin with. Why didn't you ever use it? He never even tried to. Rakan could tell. When he'd injured Soren's hands, when Soren had attacked him head-on, not once did he attempt to utilize Busashoku hockey. Soren looked irritated at the question, his eye twitching. Do you have any idea how long it took me to master all 6 styles of the Rokushiki? And I did it without marine training, he said, part boasting. I'm proud of that. Stupid hockey. Oh, you mean all I have to do is decide you can't hurt me and believe it with all my heart? Oh, cheap bullshit. He spat hatefully. Rakan seemed half angry, half frightened out of his wits. So you're saying, the only reason you didn't use it from the start, is because you don't like it? Soren bent himself halfway over to leer at the disabled drummer. Do I need another reason? You didn't kill me without it, did you? The fact that he was about to, notwithstanding, I'm not the only one on my crew who does that either, just so you know. Rakan tried and failed to keep from visibly gulping down his nerves. Now it's time to finish this. Rakan made to run, but Soren had always been the faster of the two. Storming at Rakan, he hit him in the face with a palm strike, Tora Ashitsubusu, Tiger Crush. The strike caused the dandy pirate member to fly halfway across the town and smack into the cliff on the other side with a mighty thud that echoed through the canyon. Around his body was a massive imprint in the shape of a hand. Soren stood back and admired his handiwork. Eat your heart out, Bartholomew Kuma, he said to himself, bobbing his head side to side cockily, pleased at his actions. Oh, crap. I was supposed to make that guy apologize to Byron. I hope he's not dead. And man, it feels weird to say that after a fight like that. With that, he jogged off to retrieve Rakan's body and make sure he hadn't killed him off. XXX. Caverns of Risky Red Island, Dandy Pirate's Lair. The Foxhound Pirates, Captain Ash said, voice never seeming concerned, despite the incredulity of what was said. Ye are kidding. Von Halo had reported to the captain what had been told to him about the situation in town. Not at all. People saw 4 of them outside of the bulk mine asking about the Dandy Pirates. Only 4? Well, there was a silver lining. Seeing as how the Foxhound Pirates were 9 individuals strong, was he with them? Ash asked. It was always hard to tell what the captain was feeling. Ash stayed covered by the large captain's coat and hat. Ash's voice also never seemed to betray any emotion. I wasn't told. But I would stake my whole stash that he is, seeing as how there wouldn't be any other reason those people would come here, Von Halo said. Ash accepted this. Von Halo was easily the member of the crew the captain had the most trust in, both in his strength and his loyalty. If he said something was the way it was, that was all that was needed. Is our welcome ready for them yet? Von Halo nodded in affirmation. Cinderella has already dispatched them. Anything left on board their ship shouldn't survive the hour. What do you want to do about the foxhounds that are here? This was a problem that needed to be solved. If the Foxhound Pirates, or anyone else for that matter, knew what the Dandy Pirates were doing on Risky Red Island, they would want to stop them. Or even worse, take over the operation for themselves. The latter was absolutely not an option whatsoever. What they were doing would give them the kind of edge on the Paradise Grand Line cruise that couldn't be matched. The Foxhound Pirates would soon taste what that was. Or, more accurately, they would be tasted. Ash turned around to head deeper into their lair, oversized coat billowing in the air with every movement. I need to make sure our acquisitions are secure, in case we need to evacuate. Send the Twisted Sisters and Motorhead. Von Halo reached for a Den Mushi to make a call to the aforementioned cohorts Captain Ash wanted mobilized. If Uzumaki Naruto isn't with them, they should be enough to handle whoever did come. A scoff came from behind Ash's coat and hat. If Uzumaki Naruto were with them, we likely wouldn't have had the chance to have this conversation. But that is not important now. We've come too far to be stopped here. True. A great amount of work had gone into their plans. And soon, any force on the seas would be hard-pressed to stand against them, agreed. By the end of this, Byron will realize he wasn't a good enough captain. Even if he has to do so the hard way. Ash disagreed quietly, just out of Von Halo's earshot. Ye are wrong, Von Halo. All of you were. Byron was a fine captain. The part one agreed with was that he simply wasn't the captain a crew needed to survive in the new world. It took a hard person to weather the perils of the Grand Line, just the Paradise portion. To make it in the new world, where only the best of the best could hope to even reach, it took a true cutthroat attitude. Signs of weakness needed to be snuffed out, and sentiment that would betray this needed to be culled. The Dandy Pirates had evolved, and anyone who stood against them would know this. It didn't matter if it was the Marines, Uzumaki Naruto, or even Byron. Chapter 53, As the Worm Turns / Appetite for Destruction. While a portion of the Natural Disasters crew was ashore at Risky Red Island to confront Byron's old crew, the remainder lingered aboard the ship. Normally, being left behind would leave Naruto stir-crazy enough to find something to do, or at least backtrack to an area where he had left a Hiration marker to tend to some busy work. But here, there was a mystery that demanded his attention. So he sat precariously at the end of the stern, staring down into the water. He was unable to see anything past the waves either with his eyes, or his well-developed sixth sense. Are you fishing with your weird ninja god powers? The innocent question from Perona, who stood behind Naruto, leaning over his head to peer into his eyes. Ah. Nope. Just boring old regular fishing then. You could say that, Naruto said with a calm smile, not sure exactly what's gonna bite, but hey. Not too far away on the ship, Johnny stood paranoid, arms crossed with his fingers drumming off the hilt of his sword. Yusaku was with his closest friend, trying to figure out what his problem was. I don't know what you're so worried about. You heard Naruto Aniki. He doesn't sense anything. Johnny glared at Yusaku behind his sunglasses. He wasn't a worrywart for no reason, yeah. He doesn't sense anything. He emphasized, no, he didn't sense anything like a sea king, but nothing? He always senses something. Yusaku blinked as though he just realized how expansive Naruto's sensing abilities were. Oh. Yeah. That's right. He looked over to the captain of the ship and yelled, Aniki, what are you feeling exactly? Naruto turned his head and looked back around Perona to address his power swordsman, an emotional black hole. I don't know how to describe it any better, guys. He turned his attention back to the water, eyeing it suspiciously. I'm going in. Perona quivered at the thought of descending into the water, even though Naruto didn't have devil fruit abilities. What do you mean you're going in? I'm going down there to figure out what it is. I need to know, Naruto explained, waving off any concern. I can swim. It's fine. Perona reached down and grabbed hands full of Naruto's hair, moving his head around as she continued to protest. Can't you just part the seas or something and take a look that way? Naruto slowly tilted his head up and gave her a deadpan stare. What? I don't know what all you can and can't do. Naruto raised an eyebrow in return. No, I could probably do it, but I'd kill all of the fish and destroy the ship. I don't want to do that. I paid good money for this ship. He said, slapping his hand down on said ship. Oh, and I'm a sage. Supposed to respect the sanctity of nature, and all of that stuff. Johnny snickered from back on the deck. Ninja, sage, pirate. Is there anything else we can add to the list of stuff we can call you? He asked tauntingly. Naruto stood up, rolling his shoulders and stretching himself out for exercise. I'll tell you what. I can either kill time by going down there to find out what I'm sensing, or I can do it by kicking your ass for that pirate remark. The choice is yours. There was no contest in regards to the choices offered. Not for Johnny. Happy hunting, Aniki. I hope you find your white whale. Naruto let out a laugh. Call me Ishmael, Tebeo. He let Perona get clear of him before he dove down into the water. Well, there he goes, Yusaku said, observing Naruto's idea to head down into the depths to investigate. Batten down the hatches? He asked his fellow crew members questioningly. Once again, Johnny didn't have to think very hard about his answer. Oh, hell yes. Nothing good will come of this, he declared, walking off to make sure everything was secure. Polly. A little help? Naruto Aniki's doing a thing. XXX. The mines of Risky Red Island were very wide and spacious. While going underground was normally a very claustrophobic experience, the tunnels carved out for the sake of obtaining the minerals containing them were large enough where this wasn't much of an issue. Of course, Miss Valentine, Nojiko, and Byron didn't have any problems with being underground, so this may have been inaccurate. Goodness, Nojiko remarked, how deep do these mines run? We should have gotten a map or something in the town before we came down here. Do you think Durden had one? Miss Valentine laughed. I don't think that old coot had anything other than the hots for you. She absolutely caught sight of the dirty little old man sneaking looks at their curves and cleavage. Not that she minded. Byron pointed ahead at what was in front of them. Ladies, I think the path opens up more just ahead. At the end of the corridor, the path did open up into a massive chamber as large as the entire town at the entrance of the mines, with a bridge carved out reach to the other side. The chamber reached far enough down that none of them could see the bottom. My word, Byron observed, looking down at the vast abyss beneath him. This island isn't very large, but that doesn't prevent the inhabitants from getting everything they can from it. I must applaud their tenacity and ingenuity, he said, doing just that. Nojiko stared at the musically inclined pirate as he clapped at the underground quarry around them. It's a hole, Byron. Yes. He bellowed. His deep, dulcet voice echoed throughout. A great hole. A splendid shaft. The blue-haired navigator shook her head at Byron's over-the-top exclamation. God, you are so weird sometimes. She stopped walking when her hockey allowed her to pick up on something very close to them, straight ahead on the earthen bridge. Guys. We've got company. Miss Valentine twirled her umbrella, eager at the chance to do battle. Great. I'd be really annoyed if Soren was the only one who got to fight. Nojiko moved directly in front of the sunny blonde before she could march over and engage the enemy. Miss Valentine. We're not here to take out the crew. We're just trying to get Byron to their captain so he can get answers. Miss Valentine puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Oh, all right. But if a fight starts, this one is mine. I'm calling dibs, she asserted. Nojiko breathed a sigh of relief and led the way until a massive explosion rocked the bridge, tearing out a large portion of it with them still on it. Nojiko activated her waver skates, streaking through the open air to return to safe ground. Miss Valentine had opened her umbrella to give herself a boost to float down safely. Both women landed and glared out over the open expanse that separated them from whoever had attacked them, not even letting us get close. Byron sure has some nasty crewmates, Nojiko groused. Ah, Miss Valentine chided gently, we're his crew now, and yeah, we can be pretty nasty sometimes too. Speaking of Byron, he wasn't with them. He was the only one of them without some kind of aerial capability. Nojiko worriedly ran to the edge and yelled into the darkness below, Byron. Here. It took a moment, but Byron eventually flew up over the side of the bridge, landing safely. His hair, hardened to dangerous quills, softened to their normal neat, fluffy, feathered state. My apologies, he said, giving a wide sweeping bow to Nojiko. I had to catch myself. It took me a moment to climb back up. I'm just glad you're here, Nojiko followed up, giving the musically inclined pirate a hug before looking across the expanse, set on getting down to business. All right, Byron. I know you're conflicted about fighting your old crew, so Miss Valentine and I will handle this. You go on ahead. Her offer was denied, though not by Byron. Miss Valentine turned it down. Nope. Nojiko suddenly turned to her. Nope? What do you mean, nope? You heard me, Miss Valentine said stubbornly. I called dibs already. If you wanted to fight, you should have called dibs yourself. That, or you should have taken the chance to do it outside, instead of letting Soren hog it. So go ahead and get your own. Nojiko's mouth fell open. Miss Valentine couldn't have been serious. I don't want to fight. I just don't like the idea of all of us splitting off one by one. You don't even know what they can do over there. Miss Valentine tried to paint her petulance with a more magnanimous brush. I don't see what the problem is. Byron probably wants a personal conversation with this Ash person. As good crewmates, we should do our best to make sure his privacy is respected. Nojiko didn't buy in for an instant. Oh, that's a complete load. Half the reason you're here is because of the drama. The other half is for loot. What's wrong with that? Nothing. We're pirates. I'm just saying. Why are you yelling? Because you want a 2-on-1 fight. I'm concerned. Miss Valentine rolled her eyes and shooed off her friends as though they were an annoyance. Oh, for goodness sake. I called. Dibs, she said, stressing each word. Would you two go already? Honestly, I'm insulted that you think I can't handle this by myself. It could be 2-on-2, Nojiko argued, insisting on reason. Miss Valentine nodded, fully aware of the numbers disparity against her. Right. What's your point? I called this one already. But dash. Miss Valentine swiftly interrupted her crew sister, Nojiko. If we fail to adhere to the sacred pirate law of dibs, the entire system of piracy is at risk. She explained, waving her arms madly, little nuances, established with decades and decades of practice that keep the whole kit and caboodle afloat. If we just ignore it and do whatever, we're no better than, bandits. Floating bandits. Like, mountain bandits, only wetter. She finished in disgust. Looking to Byron for support bore Nojiko no fruit. Instead of siding with her, he nodded in agreement with Miss Valentine's asinine statement. Well said, my lady. You have swayed me. My thoughts exactly. Godspeed. See? Byron understands, Miss Valentine said. You should listen to him. He used to be a captain. Nojiko slowly brought her hand up to her forehead, waving Miss Valentine on with the other. She had officially given up trying to be the voice of reason. Just don't get hurt, she said, before moving on with Byron in tow. Miss Valentine waved enthusiastically at her retreating comrades. Bye. Have a wonderful time. She sang happily, her smile slowly growing malicious as she turned to face her foes. I know I willed. With one mighty jump and the use of her umbrella helping her the rest of the way, Miss Valentine cleared the vast chasm. Much to her surprise, she wasn't attacked while she was in the air. So, whoever she was fighting was that confident in their abilities? Good. This could be interesting. Landing gracefully, Miss Valentine twirled her umbrella, a smile on her face as she sized up the people she anticipated she would be fighting. The first one was a woman small in size and stature with black makeup and raven-colored hair pulled into pigtails. She wore a black bikini and black boots. In exchange for any kind of leggings or sleeves, she wore many belts tied to her arms and legs, from wrist to shoulder and from thighs to ankles. The second woman was taller and more muscular than her partner. She sported a black mohawk with a bang that hung forward over one of her eyes and wore a tattered sleeveless shirt with the midriff cut away. On the chest of the garment was the Jolly Roger for the dandy pirates. Over her shoulder, she wielded an axe that also doubled as an electric guitar. They certainly looked combat ready. Hi. Miss Valentine greeted, despite the obvious tension in the air. Are you the ones who blew up that bridge? That was dangerous. We could have fallen, you know. The small, unarmed girl bounced around on her toes energetically. If you're really the Foxhound Pirates, there's no way that would have been enough to beat you. The bigger woman, armed with the axe, scoffed and flipped her bang out of her face. We wanted to fight the ex-captain, but I guess he was too afraid to get his hands dirty against any of us. Oh, no, Miss Valentine said, clearing up any misinterpretation from the women. It's not that Byron doesn't want to confront any of you, we're just clearing the way for him to have a talk with the only one of you who matters. The air inside of the mine hadn't been very warm to begin with, but with those words, things grew downright frigid. What did you just say? The woman with the axe said, slamming the weapon into the ground. It effortlessly split the rock. Miss Valentine rolled her eyes. It was so easy to get under people's skin. Byron never talked about any of you. The only dandy pirate we ever heard anything about was this Ash person. So that's who I figured he wanted to deal with directly. The rest of you are just in the way, she said with a shrug. You think because of who you are you're better than us? Axe Girl asked. Oh, Miss Valentine gestured demurely to herself. Do you know who I am? Axe Girl seemed to have a very short temper, but took great pleasure in trying to cut Miss Valentine down. No. Your bounty must not be high enough for anyone to care. We are in the new world, after all. Not just anyone will stand out here. Miss Valentine waved off the attempted slight. Bounties are overrated, she said before offering a measure of patronizing advice. Don't be scared of the pirate with the high bounty. You'll probably know when they're coming, so you can avoid them. She tapped the end of her umbrella off of the ground rhythmically. No, you should be wary of the pirates that you don't know as well. After all, there's nothing as scary as the unknown, wouldn't you say? The smaller, more scantily clad girl put a hand to her heart before gesturing to the other. Well, my name is French, and this is my sister Dee, the Twisted Sisters of the Dandy Pirates, she offered good-naturedly. There. We're not unknown to you anymore. The woman with the axe lifted her weapon and quickly rushed at Miss Valentine. But if you like, we'll give you something to be scared of. Miss Valentine blocked the axe, just underneath the head with her umbrella, in order to test Dee's strength. Pretty good, she thought to herself, her muscles tightening to deal with the strength of the more physically imposing sister. I'm pretty sure this isn't her best either. She'd reinforced her weapon with hockey as well. They were that talented, at least, and they knew the value of working together. French coordinated her own attack with her sisters, coming in just as she tied up with Miss Valentine. Valentine pushed Dee away, and used the momentum to turn and strike the smaller French, too fast for her to react to. The backhand landed, and then a loud, forceful explosion blew the Foxhound pirate away. The next thing Miss Valentine knew, she was sitting against a wall, her head spinning. Wow! She really is tough, Dee said as she wandered over with French. Tons of people would have been in pieces after that. French giggled before apologizing. Sorry. There's a little more to my hand-to-hand than I let on. After all, who wants to punch someone that'll explode on contact? Miss Valentine heard the taunting, but she didn't necessarily listen. She was more concerned with her singed right arm, more specifically, what it meant. I know that fruit, she said quietly before speaking up. What devil fruit is that? Which one did you eat? How did you get that? Her questions came a million miles a second, but she had to know. Baroque works had been a major part of her life, and her partnership with Mr. Five, and its subsequent end was the entire reason she was on the seas with the Foxhound pirates now. That power, it couldn't be, Miss Valentine speculated to herself as she stood up. Did you eat the Bomu Bomu no Mi? She eventually asked. You know this fruit? Dee asked, hefting her large axe over her shoulder. Miss Valentine nodded gravely. Pretty well, actually. I used to work with the last guy who had it, before he was killed by the man who was currently her captain. That was a long time ago. Captain Ash hoarded resources to prepare for our mutiny, French said. Byron was a trusting fool. He never picked up that the captain was amassing weapons, gathering devil fruits. All he cared about was his stupid dream. Miss Valentine's gaze drifted from her singed arm and up to the Twisted Sisters talking down about her friend and comrade. No one's dream is stupid. Despite the sunny blonde's insistence, her enemies didn't agree. French said with a giggle, oh, trust me. When you find out what it is, you'll laugh your rear end off. But Captain Ash, when the captain found out, learned why Byron had put the original crew together and convinced them to travel the most dangerous sea route in the world, well, plans were made, and almost the entire crew wanted in. Dee snarled at the mention of her former captain and how he was cast out. Byron should have chosen his motivations and his crewmates better. Now that, they could agree on, in Miss Valentine's opinion, well, if it means anything, I think he got the last thing right the second time around. XXX. With Nojiko and Byron. It took great effort for Nojiko not to turn back around. With every sound of explosion that reached her, she felt like she could see the fight Miss Valentine was in, as though she were there herself. Byron winced with the sound of every blast, but didn't change course, electing to move forward. The walls and ground around them shook as they headed deeper into the mine. To be fair, the fact that they were hearing explosions meant that Miss Valentine was alright enough to keep fighting. It was when they stopped that they could start feeling concern, at least until they could confirm that she was okay. She could take care of herself though. In the meantime, they had to worry about themselves as well. The dandy pirates didn't seem keen on talking things out, and Byron hadn't managed to get a word in towards any of them. Nojiko walked with her arms crossed, her fingertips drumming nervously off of the handles of her pistols. This is turning into a real mess, and yet, they were still going farther in. Byron hadn't even considered turning back yet. I have to know now, just so I'm prepared. Are you going to fight Ash when we get there? I do not know. But if we are attacked, I will retaliate, Byron said. Whatever kinship I had for my former comrades, you all are my crew now. It's kind of funny, Nojiko commented, a lot of us are from crews that were destroyed. Miss Valentine came from Baroque Works. Perona came from Thriller Bark. Murat came from the Bellamy Pirates. To my knowledge, Soren and Perona were press-ganged into joining after a conflict, Byron recalled, according to what he knew about the recruitment of his comrades. That's not entirely accurate. Nojiko felt the need to defend. They eventually could have left once Naruto let them loose, but they didn't, and she was glad they'd stayed even after they'd been keel-hauled. For as much as the natural disaster could be a madhouse, it was her madhouse. They were her family. I wish we had managed to procure some sort of guide, Byron commented. These tunnels are endless. Nojiko agreed. She could only do so much with her hockey. It wasn't like anyone farther inside was flexing their power the way Miss Valentine and the two girls she was fighting were. And the pathways they found weren't necessarily dangerous in of themselves enough to trigger the survival instinct foresight that came with her hockey. Durden said mining is how this island makes its living. I wonder how long that practice has been going on for. The blue-haired shouldist asked. I guess they never imagined that there would be something here that people would want to take them over for. I can understand the feeling, she finished, remembering bad old times. Though, risky Red Island had actual resources as opposed to her home Kokoyashi Island. But things were basically the same. The dandy pirates were exploiting the population for what they wanted. The progress they were making through the mine came to a sudden halt when Byron held up a hand, prompting Nojiko to stop, hand on one of her pistols. What's the matter? Byron didn't know how to answer. Do you feel that? Nojiko started looking around in paranoia, despite their place in a corridor with two directions. Feel what? Byron didn't answer, instead kneeling down to the ground, placing his ear against the floor of the mine. He could hear and feel the vibrations, and after a while, Nojiko could as well, without having to get down for a better perspective. That meant whatever was behind the vibrations was getting closer, and they had no idea what it could be. Nojiko had already turned halfway around before she spoke up again. Should we run? Byron nodded, ready to take off at a moment's notice. Yes, I believe that would be wise, ladies first, however. He was still a gentleman, after all. Just as they went to run, two large yellow lights shone on them from a ways away. Was someone chasing them down in a mining machine? Because it was catching up, and last time either of them checked, drills didn't move fast enough to bear down on Nojiko in waiver skates. Feeling they were about to be overtaken, Nojiko grabbed onto Byron, who boosted them to the ceiling. He used his devil fruit power to harden his hair, stabbing into the rock to keep them safe from being run over. What the two of them had once believed to be mining equipment proved itself to be anything but. The large, metal, humanoid construct stood at 80 feet tall, with glowing yellow eyes that acted as lights to illuminate hard-to-see areas. The lights shined up like spotlights on the two Foxhound crew members. Both stood frozen in place at the large machine in front of them, seemingly sizing them up. That thing took a swing at them with drill arms, forcing the two to dodge. The rock ceiling above them was pulverized by the force of the blow. Nojiko did her best to get some distance, while Byron went to counterattack. Bouncing off of a wall, Byron sent himself at the machine with the top of his head, his body straight as a post, hedgehog arrow. The point of his weaponized dome collided with his target, to no effect. Nothing. Nojiko said regretfully, as Byron landed on the ground. Thankfully, he hadn't cracked his head open on the metal frame. Byron, what is that thing? Byron wished he had an answer for her, but he was just as stumped as she was. I don't know. Do you think it could be a new kind of cyborg? Newer than those horrible things they had come across before? Nojiko couldn't believe that. Newer than the Pacifista. How quickly did technology progress? And why would your crew have cutting-edge tech? You never said anything about recruiting scientists. Byron shook his head in the negative. I did not. But that does not mean Ash would not have. By now, it was clear that he had no idea what his former comrade had been up to in preparation for the horrors of the Grand Line. And what about your equipment? I had seen nothing like your weapons on the Blue Sea until we had met. Pirates are nothing if not inventive. Fair enough. But that didn't make things any better for them. Nojiko had only ever come across one friendly cyborg, and this construct was not Frankie. Netsudangan, heat shell. Nojiko pulled her pistols and began shooting fire-release bullets that exploded off of the machine's metal frame, to no effect. Oh, that's not good. A smug cackle came from a speaker on the machine. Trey ha 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 ha. Man against machine? I don't care who you are. When the technology is superior enough, there's no contest. Kill Mr. Byron bellowed righteously upon hearing the voice. Is this you? This metal monstrosity is your doing? Have you turned yourself into a cyborg? Pa, I wish. Don't be such a fool, Byron. That technology is still beyond me. A panel in the head of the machine opened to show a man with shocking white hair and welding goggles inside operating it, but still, progress marches on, my dear former captain. Killmister said, that is something you always failed to grasp. With a better look at the robot before them, they could determine that it was definitely a fighting machine. The drills it had initially attacked them with had been replaced with more conventional hands. The armored hull was sleek and colored gray with extra thickness in strategic areas, such as at the hydraulic-supported joints that probably gave it even more strength than it already should have. One direct hit from that thing would likely kill them. Nojiko definitely, seeing as how she didn't have Busashoku Haki to protect her body. But you called me a cyborg, Killmister continued. You've seen those nasty pacifista weapons from the Marines, haven't you? Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is a step beyond. No need to lose your humanity for advancement. Man is meant to work in harmony with technology, not become technology. Nojiko tried to catch him off guard with a quick pull of the trigger, but he closed the hatch before she could get a shot off. We are Motorhead, and we're gonna kick your ass. Gun ports opened up in the chest of the Motorhead robot and opened fire, focusing on the woman that had tried to kill the pilot in the cockpit. Lady Nojiko. Byron attempted to leap to her defense, but was swept aside violently by the robot's large metal arm. He was sent flying, and the dangerous arm hit the wall of the mine, causing a bit of a cave-in that separated the Foxhound pirate members. Damn. I will be right with you. It was a dangerous situation, but Nojiko was able to keep herself out of the way of any bullets and falling debris. Her waiver skates made her an elusive target, and her Kenbunchaku Haki left her a few more steps ahead. Byron. She shouted back between dodging maneuvers, ugh. Just, go do your thing. I can handle this, I think. Even if she could stay safe, it would take a bit of ingenuity to get close and find a way to end the battle. It would be time wasted that would be better spent giving Byron a more private confrontation with Captain Ash. Even so, he was hesitant to move forward. Are you absolutely certain? Byron asked, wishing to not only be considerate to the lady's wishes, but also reach his own goals. If you insist. Nojiko wiped a bead of sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. I kind of have to, unless you know how to move tons and tons of rubble in a matter of seconds. She tried to joke back, don't worry so much. Miss Valentine and I will catch up. Sure you will. Killmister taunted inside of Motorhead. I mean, you're all going to die, so I guess you're still going to the same place. Nojiko frowned at the threat against her and her friends. Aren't you confident? I have faith in my tools too, she declared, putting away her pistols in exchange for her rifle. It was clear she needed something with a little more kick. Killmister scoffed, guns and skates. I would hardly consider those pinnacles of technology. Fair enough, even with the dial technology that went into her skates, and Naruto seals that went into her guns, Motorhead was more impressive in appearance. I guess we'll see what's better, my guns, or your big, ugly robot. Or maybe if I'm just that much better than you. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the natural disaster. Johnny, Yasaku, Vivi, and Polly all watched with a startling level of detachment as Soren dropped a half-dead Rakan on the deck of the ship. The man had been thoroughly pummeled, due to the savage beating he'd received from the Foxhound pirate's first mate. He looked incredibly proud of himself, seemingly waiting for praise or questions from the crew. None of them really cared, but when Soren stood smiling in the same pose for 2 whole minutes of dead silence, Polly took pity on him and decided to end the awkwardness. Who is this guy, and what the hell did you do to him? Still posing like a superhero, despite the individual twitching at his feet, Soren gladly explained, he's one of Byron's old crewmates. He was rude to our buddy, so we had it out for a bit. Clearly, it didn't go his way. Johnny poked at the downed Rakan with end of his sword. And you didn't kill him? The man unconsciously groaned in pain. That's weird. Soren realized that keeping Rakan alive did come off differently than his usual modus operandi. I wanted to make him apologize to Byron. He received a round of "Os" as the response from his friends. Shut up. It's a pride thing. Where's Dr. Girl? We need to make sure this guy doesn't die. Johnny chuckled and walked off inside to go get medical help. Yeah. I'll go get Murat, so she can make sure this guy can say sorry to your best friend. Soren grumbled at the smart-mouthed speed swordsman before plopping down underneath the shade of one of the tree masts. He pulled out a flask and started to drink, only for Vivi to stoop down by him, an expectant look on her face. What do you want, princess? Soren asked, pausing in his drinking to do so. Well, you fought one of the dandy pirates, Vivi pointed out. How was it? Are they dangerous? Soren scoffed, nudging Vivi with a poke to the forehead that she didn't appreciate. Hell yes, they're dangerous. But if that Rakan guy was a mark of how strong they are, I think everyone else will be fine. He shrugged and turned his attention back to his alcohol. I'll head back out and try to catch up in a minute. Just let me. He paused to take a very long drink. Finish this. He managed to get out between long sips. Vivi waited for several seconds of him downing the contents of his flask. Soren dash. Whatever she was going to say was postponed by Soren lifting a finger, telling her to hold on. With the patience of royalty, she waited him out until he'd emptied the container. You done? Until I get a refill, Soren remarked, tuning his empty flask upside down before tossing it aside for the time being. What's on your mind now? Naruto isn't on the ship, so that means you're in charge until he gets back, Vivi informed him. This was good news to Soren. So, I guess I'm not heading back out there after all. That meant he could get some more day drinking in while he was supposed to keep an eye on things. What's that idiot doing? He didn't get curious and head ashore, did he? Because I would have run into him on the way back if he had. Vivi shook her head, and looked over the side of the ship with a frown. No, he went down there somewhere. Soren recoiled in confusion. Why? Did he want to go for a goddamn swim that badly? Vivi shrugged her shoulders. Apparently, he sensed something. Polly piped up, smoke billowing from the cigar in his mouth. Nothing. He sensed a whole lot of nothing. Wild goose chase, I say. Vivi glared at Polly's second guessing of her mentor, while Soren stood confused. I don't get it. Did he sense something, or did he sense nothing? Something/nothing. Vivi and Polly glared at each other and engaged in a quick slap fight before Vivi spoke again. Naruto said he felt a void down there, which is very strange, because if there's life somewhere, he can feel it. So he went down there to try and find out what it was. I'm kind of with Polly, only, I don't think it's a wild goose chase, Yusaku said, having made it a point to get nowhere near the edge of the ship since Naruto dove into the water. I mean, there probably is something down there. But if something's down there, I don't really want to know what it is. Vivi tilted her head curiously. How come? Yusaku's reason was entirely one of preservation of self, and of the crew, because if Naruto Aniki finds it, he's probably gonna piss it off. Vivi, Polly, and Soren all went silent in agreement. That was an entirely plausible reason to want Naruto to fail in his search. If it caught Naruto's attention in the first place, it was probably something formidable in its own right. After all, it was now common knowledge to them all that nature in the New World didn't mess around. XXX. With Naruto, risky Red Island coast. Fusing with Samahata made Naruto a lean, mean, seafaring machine. The last time he had done so had been during their previous sojourn through Fishman Island, because doing so transformed his body into one remarkably similar to a fishman. It sure made it a hell of a lot easier to get through that place without any trouble, despite having an all-human crew. It also made diving to the depths of the ocean infinitely easier. In his Samahata form, he had gills that allowed him to breathe underwater, and fins on his arms and back to give him more maneuverability in the water. It was fun. Not to say that he wasn't down there for something serious, the search for the void feeling he'd sensed while on board the natural disaster, but effortlessly gliding through the water, cavorting with the sea life was an absolute blast. I work hard, Naruto reasoned to himself, eyes closed as he lazed about amongst a school of fish. They were completely fine with the intruding presence of the sage ninja. I deserve a little time to just hang out and do things, and by things, he meant nothing. They didn't need him on deck, and the others on risky Red Island didn't need him either. If they did, he wouldn't be hard to reach. His lazy bone had an ache acting up that needed tending to, so he would just kick back, relax, and wait for the excrement to hit the fan, if such a thing would indeed occur. With his crew, not likely. They were all damned good. Is this what you came all the way down here for? Stirred from his rest, Naruto cracked an eye open to see Perona of all people down underwater with him. Before his sleepy brain could reboot and rationalize what he was seeing, his more reactive, protective instincts took over. Perona? What are you doing down here? You can't swim. He moved forward to grab her and rush her to the surface before she could drown, only for his body to pass right through her. Perona giggled at the frantic reactions of her captain trying to grab onto her. I'm a ghost. My real body's safe up on deck with the others. So obviously, no danger of drowning. Naruto came to a dead stop in the water, limbs drooping lamely. Oh. Good idea. I knew that, he tried to explain away. Anyway, why are you down here? I'm bored. Perona complained, her astral projection form drifting through the waves. I should have went ashore to the island with the others. Naruto gave her a dry look, as he floated in place. Weren't you scared of me going into the water? Perona crossed her arms in a pout and turned around defensively. You were talking about going into the ocean when I was in my body, she reasoned, before peering back over her shoulder. I've never really been underwater before, so I decided I'd come down here and have an ocean adventure with you. It hadn't even dawned on Naruto that none of his crewmates with devil fruit abilities would have cared to explore what it looked like underwater. Alright. Well, seeing as how you can't get hurt down here, I don't have to warn you about anything, so enjoy the sights and sounds. Yay! Ghost Perona cheered, clapping her hands cheerfully. Naruto laughed and gestured for Perona to follow him. Seeing as how she was a ghost, she wasn't restricted in her movement by the water, and could keep up. He idly wondered how far her spirit could travel from her body, but figured that if she didn't know they would find out together. While Perona took in the experience of being underwater, it was nothing Naruto hadn't seen before, so he kept his eyes peeled for anything odd. He followed his senses in the direction of the void he could feel, which took him around the end of Risky Red Island's mountainous shore. The water was remarkably deep in areas that weren't applicable for going ashore. The high cliffs of Risky Red Island led to deep walls underneath the ocean, leading straight down. It was there where he eventually found the apparent source of what he'd been feeling, a near-perfect circular hole the size of the natural disaster leading into the underbelly of the island. Naruto and Perona stared owlishly at the dark, ominous hole before the latter spoke. You're not going in there, are you? Naruto felt the need to be honest. I'm thinking about it. Perona would have looked at Naruto like he was crazy, but by now, she should have known better than to ask the question in the first place. Do you have to? Couldn't he just seal it and be done with it? Yes, he could have. But what was the point of that? This had been a fact-finding expedition. I don't have to, Naruto admitted, but I'm here, and I went through all the trouble of fusing with Samehada, and even you're along for the ride. I'm not going in there, Perona informed Naruto succinctly, much to his surprise. Sometimes, Naruto forgot that despite how strong she was, Perona was the least brave of his crewmates. What? But you're a ghost. It's not like whatever's in there can hurt you. Nope. Doesn't matter. It won't be that bad. Not bad to you doesn't equal not bad to everybody else. You were going to go in there by yourself before I found you. Yeah, but now that you're here, I'm used to your company. It's kind of nice, actually. We should hang out more. What's your schedule looking like? Well, thank you. It's sweet that you value my presence, even though I'm not sleeping with you. But I'm still not going into that hole. So engrossed by the argument were they, that they didn't notice a large creature wriggling its way through the massive hole in the wall that was still too small for it. They didn't realize they weren't alone until a massive circular mouth snapped as the being it belonged to continued to struggle the rest of the way out of the hole. Naruto went wide-eyed while Perona recoiled in disgust. You. What is that ugly dash? The creature freed itself from the hole at that moment and lunged at the two of them. Naruto was able to swim away, keeping himself out of the toothy maw of what he now knew to be a worm of some sort. Perona hadn't been as on the ball. The worm swam past, leaving a decidedly different Perona behind. Naruto swam in front of her, trying to get her attention as she stared into distant nothingness. Hey, are you okay? He received no reaction, prompting him to wave his hands in front of her face. Perona. Are you okay? No. Perona whimpered, her astral projection going teary-eyed. What has been seen cannot be unseen. What is that thing? Is that what you were sensing? Naruto didn't know quite how to break it to her. It's part of it. Sugarcoating the truth did nothing to keep Perona from realizing what he was getting at. She let out an undignified squawk, watching as the worm rounded to come at them again. You mean there are more of these things? Naruto anticipated the worm's approach, his eyes locked solely on it as it streaked through the water at them. A lot more. Hold on, he dashed off to take care of the problem. The worm opened its mouth wide to devour Naruto whole, while Naruto went into tailed beast chakra mode, using the extra arms it provided him to hold its mouth open. Holy crap, this thing is huge, Naruto observed, a bit of struggle in his voice as he swam to hold the worm back. Sea King huge. Way bigger than the ship, it could easily swallow the natural disaster whole if it wanted to. Best to make this quick, he said, forming a white ball in one hand and a black one in another. Cho Mini Bijudama, Super Mini Tailed Beast Bomb. Combining the balls into one, Naruto threw it down the worm's gullet and used his chakra arms to snap its mouth shut. It was an effort to offset some of the blast, for all the good that it did in reality. His jutsu blew the worm into pieces and sent him spiraling away until he was able to catch himself in the water, giving him an opportunity to admire his own handiwork. Phew! Naruto exclaimed, very pleased with the quick work he made of the creature. And that's how you do that? Perona's astral projection poked her head through his body, staring up in his face. What? She pointed off in a particular direction, gracing him with unwelcome news, for more of those things swam out of the hole while you were killing that one. What? He killed it in less than 30 seconds. How did 10 more get out? How many are left in there now? She asked. Naruto looked back and saw yet more worms working to squirm their way free, still a shit ton. He said, stretching out his shoulders in preparation for the workload ahead of him in sealing that hole. You should go warn everybody. I've kinda gotta take care of this. Perona's ghost form vanished before the next worm wriggled its way free, with Naruto as its target prey. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the natural disaster, Perona's body awoke with a start. Her eyes snapped open and frantically started waving her arms and legs, prompting her to fall out of her bed. Oof. He picked herself up and started running out of her room in a panic, yelling. Murit, in the middle of treating Soren's recent victim Raken, poked her head out of her doctor's office in time to see Perona trip over an errant chair in the common area. Whoa. Where's the fire? Perona turned and started pointing in indiscernible directions. Not fire. Worms. The medic of the crew raised an eyebrow, not able to think of anything less threatening to her at the moment. Worms? Perona nodded frantically, hugging herself. Big, ugly, eat your ship in one bite, ugly, worms. She said, harping on one aspect of them that was clearly the most important to her. They're so ugly. Murit's fingers brushed across the hilt of Funkfried at her waist as a defense mechanism. Did you say, eat your ship, worms? Rapid footsteps padded toward the door before Soren quickly threw it open, his eyes narrowed. Did you say worms? Both young women looked at each other suspiciously at this, before Perona reiterated her point, needing to get the emergency message across. Yeah. Naruto and I found a nest of them, or whatever worms are supposed to have. There's a bunch coming this way. Soren's hand smacked off of his face. A bunch? One was annoying enough. How far away are they? The ship began to sway in the previously calm water as the waves began to pick up, answering his question for him. Damn it. All hands on deck. Let's do this. He called out. Even me? Murit asked with a nervous titter. She was strictly a medical professional, not a fighter. Yes, Dr. Girl, even you. Soren snapped. If the worms devour this ship, it really doesn't matter if you're inside or outside. That was a fair point, one Murit considered with a sinking of her shoulders. I really should have gone ashore, shouldn't I have? For once, the natural disaster was not the safest place to be. Soren headed back outside, ready for a fight, only to see Vivi, Polly, Johnny, and Yasaku all staring in awe at something out around them. Following their gazes, Soren saw 4 massive worms extended out of the water, their mouths pointed at the ship. Taking his role as leader seriously, Soren decided to brief the others on what little he knew. Okay. Crew, these are abyss worms. They suck. Suck as in easy to kill? Yasaku asked hopefully. Soren swiftly killed that hope. No, suck as in suck to fight. Also as in, suck this ship up. Yasaku sighed and brandished Kubikirabuchu defensively. Of course they do. Because why wouldn't they? Did you know about these? Soren leapt to the side of a mast, digging his fingernails in to climb to an elevated position to assess the situation. Yes. Why do you think I was drinking earlier? To forget. I thought you were drinking because it's Tuesday, Polly said to him, checking over the cannons in case they were needed. If weapons were needed, he would be responsible for operating them all, which he was skilled enough to do. Princess, you got the helm? We're probably going to have to move in a moment. Aha, Vivi said, hands on the wheel, ready to get them out of the way of anything she needed to. Naruto had taught her the ins and outs of how the ship worked so she could use most of the features in his stead. Soren, say the word and we'll be on our way. By then, Soren had reached the crow's nest, a high enough position to see that there were people on top of the worms. All of them wore similar leather, studs, and chains. The fuck? He muttered to himself before deciding to call out, Ahoy! I'm in command on this vessel. Identify yourselves. One of the men atop the worms shouted back, You don't look like Uzumaki Naruto. Acidic steam drifted off of Soren in annoyance. He's indisposed. What can we do for you? He asked. Byron isn't here. He went ashore looking for whoever the captain of you dandies is. So you know we're dandy pirates? Yeah. I beat up one of your guys earlier. He was a decent scrap, Soren jibed. You want him back? Racken? I mean, yeah, if he isn't dead. Oh, they cared about a comrade? Odd, seeing as how they disposed of Bion, Murat? Soren said, giving her the floor. Murat checked her fear of the massive worms. She couldn't hope to defend herself against long enough to speak. He's not dead. His arms are kind of jacked up, and for the time being he's useless, but he'll live. The main man of the worm riders threw the devil horns up to the sky in celebration. Wunderbar. We'll make sure to get him out of the worm's guts before they digest him. He's tough enough to survive that long. Soren cringed. On second thought, never mind. Having been inside of one of those worms, it was no place for anyone to be, especially a friend, even for a moment. Who are you carbuncles? The apparent leader had wild black hair. He wore chains around his neck, and an open leather jacket with small spikes on the shoulders. Around the crotch of his uncomfortably tight leather pants, he wore a diamond-encrusted codpiece in the shape of a sharp horn, the frontman, Blackie Wild. He yelled with a sharp-toothed grin. Another member of the group had a large, poofy pompadour that seemed to wiggle, even when he didn't move. He wore an uncomfortably tight leather jumpsuit with the chest exposed and a golden belt. On his feet were a pair of fancy golden platform boots, Alder image. The next man had a large afro, with a large bald cut in the middle, a reverse mohawk. He was shirtless, but wore leather pants, large shoulder pads, and thick gauntlet gloves. In his hands, he carried a pair of hook swords, Ricky Z. The last member was a short, tubby man with sunglasses, a leather vest, leather pants, and a spiked helmet. He carried a large club twice his size, Paipa. With introductions made from each individual member of the Enclave, Blackie wrapped it all up. We are the cavalry of the Dandy Pirates, WAZP. He declared, before Johnny raised his hand from on board the ship. Yes, you over there. What is it? Johnny cleared his throat before saying anything. Shouldn't you be, like, WORM, or something? He offered lamely, you know, because you're all riding worms? In return, all the members of WAZP fixed him with a deadpan stare. No? Okay. Sorry. My bad. Carry on. And carry on they did. Ricky Z addressed their put-out leader. Don't worry about it so much. They'll be dead in a little while anyway. Those sounded enough like fighting words for Soren to send the crew into action. Get sword bros, he commanded, not that Johnny or Yasaku were set on listening. Get sword bros? Johnny growled, decidedly not keen on charging forward like a dog receiving a command. What the fuck do you mean, get You get Soren calmly explained his reasoning in the face of insubordination. I cannot fall into the ocean, otherwise I'll die. You two jerks can. Therefore, go kick their asses. Yasaku looked out at the worms and tried to do quick math as to how many times bigger than him they were. Do we really have to? We're outnumbered here. There's 4 of you. That's 2 worms apiece. 1 worm per hand, Soren said. I already helped kill one today. And I beat up the Racken guy. That's my quota of whoop-ass thoroughly satisfied. You're the first mate. Right, and as first mate, and de facto man in charge while Uzumaki is elsewhere, I'm saying go beat up some worms and some WAZP. Pipen pointed his club at Soren from atop his worm mount. I like him. He didn't question anything about our name. I can respect that kind of courtesy. Can we keep him alive? Blackie shrugged. He and the doctor kept Racken alive, so we'll see, he said, not committing one way or the other. All right. Let's make some worm chow. Princess, do the thing. Soren bellowed. From the helm, Vivi activated the mechanism to let the sails loose. Wind Chakra pushed the ship forward at an immediate breakneck pace, outmaneuvering the first worm that tried to lunge for them. The wake it left in its stead did its part to make the ship toss and turn, but Vivi was composed enough to keep everything moving as it should have. In fact, she was able to use the waves to give the ship a boost in speed that kept them further out of trouble. Way to whip this baby, princess. Polly laughed, having all of the cannons ready to fire at his hand, attached by his ropes. Think we've got the distance for a broadside? Heeding his request, Vivi turned the ship, giving the whole port side, fire at will. Polly took a few seconds to aim all of the cannons with his ropes before using them to fire the guns, firing. He let everyone know, giving them all warning to cover their ears before deafening blasts rang out across the deck. The shells collided with the towering worms and exploded on contact, direct hit. When the smoke from the massive explosions cleared, there wasn't much visible damage to note, really. It looked like they would have to get in closer to try and get anything done, something that Johnny realized first. All right, I guess we're doing this, he sighed, stepping up on the railing to jump overboard. He stopped, sparing a glance over his shoulder at his partner. You coming, Yasaku? Yeah, Yasaku said begrudgingly, setting Kubikirabuchu over his shoulder. Which one should I go for? I dunno, take your pick, Johnny answered. After me, of course, because I'm obviously going to beat you over there. You want a head start? Bite me, Yasaku said. However, he jumped into the water first and began running on top of the waves at a breakneck pace. Of course, while his speed was nothing to sneeze at, it was nothing compared to Johnny, who chuckled before following suit and quickly taking the lead. As they got farther away from the natural disaster, Soren remembered a piece of information that the two swordsmen would find handy. Oh. Don't cut the abyss worms in half, you'll just make another one you have to kill. XXX. From their positions on their worm mounts, WAZP watched as Johnny and Yasaku jumped off of their ship and ran at them. Those two guys are rushing us, Paipa pointed out, as casually as commenting on the weather. Lacking Paipa's advantage of sunglasses to help see far away on the sunny day, Ricky Z squinted, trying to get a better look. What two guys? Paipa continued giving his running commentary of their enemy's approach. Those two guys, the ones with the swords. They're coming right at us. That one in the front is fast. Ha, Ricky Z hummed, finally able to identify the two of them by sight. I'll be damned. He is. A pause, I'm going in. With that, he sent his worm down to swim parallel with the water, tearing across the surface smoothly as it went to meet Johnny with its mouth wide open. Even if it was one small morsel to devour, the worm would greedily snap it up. To his credit, Johnny didn't flinch, despite running headlong into the path of the towering creature. He waited for the optimal moment to alter his path to the side so that the worm couldn't divert to pursue him, missing the side of the worm's mouth by less than 2 feet. Completely ignoring the wake, Johnny ran alongside the worm, slicing at it countless times with hand speed invisible to the naked eye. A lesser individual couldn't even see his arm move from where it had seemingly previously rested at his hip. Momokutiki Tetsufu, blind iron wind. The only indication that Johnny had even used his sword was the sound of the weapon clicking back into its sheath once it was done. That, and the abyss worm that had been entirely opened up on one side, guts spilling into the open water. To keep from staining himself, Johnny ran up the side of the worm, stopping on top with a sigh of relief. Ricky Z could only point impotently at Johnny after the feat he'd just accomplished. Did you just kill my worm? Johnny had the good grace to look sheepish at butchering Ricky Z's mount. Yeah. Soren said not to cut it in half, so I had to do it the hard way. Sorry it took so long. It took you like a minute. Ricky Z was reacting at how fast he had disposed of the worm, though Johnny incorrectly figured he was commenting on how slow it was. Give me a break. I was spooked at first because these things are bigger than sea kings. They're still not scarier. Well, it looked like it was going to be sword on sword. Ricky Z pulled out his hook swords, ready to test his mettle against one of the Foxhound Pirates' sword specialists, and that's why the dandy pirates know how to tame them. But if you want something scary, I can show you. He took a step to start charging, only for Johnny to wrap his hand around the sword at his hip. The next thing Ricky Z knew, he was jumping out of the way, turning around to find Johnny where he'd once been. Much to his confusion, Johnny hadn't attacked, despite having gotten at his back. And that's that, Johnny said, much to his enemy's surprise. What are you talking about? Ricky Z asked before his arms fell to his sides, dropping his swords. What the? His entire body suddenly felt weak. Iato, Nijuu Kaiken, way of the draw, double jeopardy, Johnny said, resting a fist underneath his chin, the other arm folded underneath around his waist, hand on his blade. If you don't react before you see the flash of the steel, it's already too late. Johnny had cut his target so quickly upon his draw and subsequent sheathing, that his haki had already cauterized the deep wounds he made shut. Ricky Z's legs gave out and he hit the ground, comprised of the abyss worm's carcass. That can't be true. I've never seen anyone that fast, he lamented. Technically, you didn't see me either, Johnny replied. Naruto Aniki always says speed kills. Unlucky for you, it's my best trait. XXX. Instead of following his sword brother's lead in charging the abyss worm head-on, Yasaku sauntered the rest of the way up to his intended target, sizing up the task ahead of him. He hummed to himself in thought as of how to approach this. Instead of outright blitzing Yasaku, Paipa curiously let the strength swordsman get closer. Man, you're a brave guy, aren't you? Yasaku didn't answer outright, instead looking back at the worms still pursuing the natural disaster, and then to the one in front of him. Alright, so I'm guessing the worms are your gimmick? Paipa didn't understand what Yasaku was getting at. Gimmick? Yasaku explained, despite feeling like it went without saying. Yeah. Haven't you noticed, everyone on the Grand Line is usually a bunch of misfit minions and crap. Our crew is a bunch of misfits, he made sure to distinguish, so, I guess the worms are you guys' quirk. Paipa chuckled, starkly recognizing that most individuals did indeed have some kind of oddity about them, and I'm guessing walking on water is your gimmick? Shot back, a slight tone of mocking, I've seen people run, like your friend, never seen just walk before. Yasaku scratched his scalp underneath his headgear. No, a few of us can do that, he admitted. The ones of them that could touch the water without getting cursed could, at least. You know what? It doesn't matter. Agreed, Paipa said, before pulling out a whistle and blowing on it. The abyss worm immediately reacted, raising itself high in the air and building air in its body before bringing itself down, mouth first into the water. It released the air pressure, causing a tidal wave to form, crashing in Yasaku's direction. Yasaku spun in a full circle, bringing Kubikiribuchu upward with all the force he could muster, Kuchuhashu, sky catcher. The tip of his sword touched the water and a shockwave crashed forward, ripping the ocean open and splitting the tidal wave in half, letting what was left of it pass harmlessly around Yasaku. Paipa let out an impressed whistle. Okay, that was actually pretty badass. That he could cut something as large as a tidal wave was quite the feat, but cutting the worm was something different, because no matter how powerful his strike, he had to touch the worm with his blade to do anything. The worm could deal with him without ever making contact until he was deep inside its gullet. WAZP really did serve as the cavalry of the dandy pirates, with their focused use of the abyss worms. They were the shock and awe unit. They were mobile. They were ship killers. Unfortunately, Yasaku was also a ship killer. He could do it on foot. And more importantly, the size of the ship he was killing didn't matter that much. Lining himself up nearly sideways with the Paipa and the worm, Yasaku lifted his sword over his head with one hand before bringing it down with a mighty strike, Kami no Hanai, Reach of God. The air broke as a thunderous impact cut through it, as thin as the width of the blade, yet from the tip of the blade it extended as though the limit of its length truly reached that far. The shockwave hit Paipa's abyss worm with a wet squelch, what the dash. From top to bottom, it slowly split open like a loaf of bread being cut open. Unable to keep itself upright, the dead worm began to slowly sink and droop into the water. Hey! What is this? What did you do? Well, it's not really complicated, Yasaku said, grinning and rubbing under his nose in satisfaction. The harder I swing, the farther I can reach. Paipa realized that meant without even touching the target, which went without saying after having seen it for himself. How far can you reach? He asked as he clung to his sinking mount. Nojiko says my record is 400 yards, Yasaku crowed proudly. Finally, someone was alive to be impressed with what he could do. To say Paipa was impressed was an understatement. Horrified was a more accurate assessment. You can cut through something that far away without touching it? How is anyone supposed to fight that? Don't be there when I swing, obviously, Yasaku grumbled, remembering all of the trouble he tended to have against people who realized this marked Achilles' heel. No one else on the crew had many problems with it when they sparred. Out of the entire crew, he was still easily the slowest, and it wasn't even a contest. It gave him a reason to focus more on what had already been his strength, which was strength. That also meant he'd had to get creative in ways to actually hit opponents that weren't foolhardy enough to clash with him head-on. But if he did hit you? Well, it was going to hurt, to understate as much as possible. The abyss worm was big and its hide was thick before you could get to anything vital, but it was still flesh. It wasn't quality metal, or even rock. It was hard to injure with blunt force, but cutting into it or piercing it was possible. The problem was finding a way to cut into it enough to actually do anything. Meaning, it was a problem for other people. Not Yasaku, the man that had been introduced to his last major training goal by being told to cut into a plateau by a Kuja elder. Yasaku pointed his sword at Paipa, who was still prepared to fight despite the fact that he would have no means to do so in a matter of seconds. As he was, standing on the sinking remains of his worm, he was a sitting duck. The battle was effectively over, and they both knew it. You asked me what my gimmick was. My gimmick is that I only have to connect once. My sword never cuts twice. At that moment, Paipa realized before anyone else that perhaps treating their adversaries with outright hostility hadn't been the best approach. The dandy pirates may have evolved by exchanging Byron for Captain Ash in a position of leadership, but they still might not have been up to snuff to face the foxhound pirates.